Hello and welcome back. This video is all my missing person content in one place. As usual, if you have any information, the contact details are in the description. The disappearance of Sarah Benford, a 14-year-old girl who went missing from a care home in Northampton in April 2000. It became a long-running police murder inquiry that has haunted her family and the local community for more than 2 decades. 14-year-old Sarah walked into an amusement arcade in Kettering's town centre to see her mum. The pair argued and Sarah left, telling her mum she'd see her tomorrow. That was the last time that Vicky saw her little girl. Sarah spent her early years in Havelock Street. She lived with her mum Vicky, her stepdad Gavin, her brother Josh and sister Anya. Sarah started skipping school in reception and was already running away from home at the age of 8. She started secondary school at age 11 and was described as a confident, bubbly girl. But by the time she turned 14, she'd been in 3 different children's homes and had started to use heroin along with other substances. She had also begun to self-harm. She was a regular runaway. Her mum Vicky had agreed with her going into care because she wanted her to get away from the petty thieves in Kettering who had sent her out to steal to feed their drug habits. Those investigating her disappearance, those charged with her care and the media said Sarah had turned to selling herself and intimated she was a troubled teen who had chosen to run away, to mingle with the wrong crowds and to take hard drugs. She spent time in Raven House Children's Home in Corby. Sarah was moved to Welford House Children's Home in Northampton. While there, and aged just 13, she self-harmed, admitted meeting boys in the park for S and revealed to staff she was injecting herself with heroin. When she told staff about the boys she was having S with, they merely reminded her to use contraception. A doctor who she saw at hospital after she had taken drugs said he could find nothing wrong. Her mum would say that Sarah was desperate to get out of the home, describing it as a holiday camp that let her come and go as she pleased. On the 31st of March 2000, Sarah left the unit and was reported missing. She was found on the 2nd of April. Staff notes said she had admitted having S with men. It is not known if a police report was ever made about Sarah's claim. She was just a child and unable to give full consent to these men. Just a day later, on the 3rd of April, Sarah again walked out of the home and staff reported her missing. On the 6th of April, she visited her mum where she worked at an amusement arcade in Kettering town centre. They argued. That was to be the final time Vicky saw her daughter. Later that day, Sarah phoned her mum from her house in Hampden Crescent, Kettering. She was high on drugs. Vicky phoned police and begged them to collect her and take her back to the care home. They refused, not for the first time. She had already been officially missing for 3 days. Documents later handed to the newspaper said police officers had told care home staff they could not and would not collect her and would not take her to Kettering police station to babysit her. She was last seen in early April 2000. Police later concluded there was no evidence to suggest that she was still alive and reclassified the missing person inquiry as a murder investigation. The police were late to take her case seriously, but since then there have been 5,000 lines of inquiry, 663 statements taken, 918 reports collected and 8 arrests, but crucially, no charges. There were some sightings in the day following her disappearance in Cherry Road and Highfield Road, but there the trail goes cold. Investigations at the time suggested she had travelled to Finchley, London, where more people were waiting to exploit her, but no trace of her was ever found there. Her grandmother, June Black, became instrumental in keeping up the pressure on the authorities to find Sarah until she passed away in late 2003, just after the murder investigation was launched. 4 months after she was last seen in August 2000, workers at Service 6 in Wellingborough said Sarah was brought in twice with a pimp and a known lady of the night for a pregnancy test. Service 6 bosses reported that sighting to the police. Officers later said they believed there had been confirmed sightings of her until the 19th of April, but there was little evidence she was still alive more than 2 or 3 months after her disappearance. Sarah's face appeared on milk cartons and on the sides of lorries. There were TV appeals and media campaigns. There were 200 sightings that had no positive outcome. There was an inquest with looking at the shortfalls of the police investigation. Their report was never made public. 2 more people from Kettering, a man aged 29 and a woman aged 37, were arrested on suspicion of supplying drugs to Sarah. 3 houses, including one in Windmill Avenue, were searched. Officers visited Hackney to conduct property searches there. A man aged 54 from Kettering and a 43-year-old man and a 38-year-old woman from London were arrested on suspicion of murder. They were later all released and no charges were made. Then a woman aged 41 from Kettering was arrested on suspicion of murder. She was also later released. A woman aged 46 from London was arrested on suspicion of perverting the course of justice. Again, she was released. DCI Martin Kitchen from the Force's cold case team said the Force has never given up hope of discovering what happened to Sarah. A string of lead detectives over the years have said that they are confident they know who killed Sarah, but they need help from the people of Kettering to find the evidence. Sarah is described as 5'7" with blue-grey eyes and a self-made tattoo of a cross on the top of her arm. Unfortunately, Sarah's case reflects failures by those trusted to protect and care for her, as well as mistakes made by the police. Karen Black was 36 when she was reported missing after travelling from Worksop to Cleethorpes in early November 2006. She was last seen entering a guest house in Cleethorpes and never returned to her family. Karen travelled by train to Cleethorpes and was last seen between the 9th and 10th of November 2006. Her disappearance was reclassified as a murder investigation in 2008 following the initial missing person inquiries. A police review in 2015 led to arrests of 4 men from the Cleethorpes area on suspicion of murder, but none were charged and they were released. Police in Nottinghamshire and Humberside have both been involved at different points, with appeals from family and media coverage used to keep the case in the public eye. Karen's family have repeatedly appealed for witnesses and information, marking anniversaries with emotional public statements and renewed media appeals to keep the case visible and encourage anyone with new information to please come forward. The disappearance of Brian Watson from Heanor is a long-standing missing person case that has left his family searching for answers and highlighted the challenges of locating adults who go missing while vulnerable. Brian was a keen angler and long-standing resident of Heanor who suffered from depression and was receiving outpatient treatment in a psychiatric ward when he left the facility in August 2004. His disappearance has been publicly remembered by local media and community appeals over many years. Brian walked out of the psychiatric unit at the former Derby City General Hospital in August 2004 and did not return to his home. The last confirmed movements relate to that period, and efforts to trace him produced no verified sightings that led to his return. Local police inquiries were undertaken at the time, and community-based campaigns have kept his name in public circulation. Brian's wife and family have appealed for information and publicly marked anniversaries and birthdays to renew awareness of his disappearance, emphasising that the family's foremost wish is to know he is safe or to bring him home if possible. The disappearance of David Eggleshaw is one of the other long-term missing person cases from the East Midlands. David was reported missing from the Eastwood area and was last known to be on the outskirts of Eastwood on the road to Ixton on the 15th of May 2006. At the time he was described as a joiner, around 5'7" tall with blue eyes and light brown long hair. He was last seen wearing a black baseball cap and a bomber jacket. David has been missing since the 15th of May 2006 with no confirmed sighting that led to his return. Małgorzata Wunczek was a 27-year-old mother from Poland who was working for a logistics company in Leicester when she was last seen. Her final known movements were leaving work on Sondingdale Road and catching a bus into the city centre at the end of May 2006, with her last contact by text message on the 29th of May 2006. Over the years, the police have carried out inquiries, arrests and searches as leads emerged, but no confirmed resolution was reached for many, many years. Police have repeatedly revisited the case with specialist searches of the River Soar and surrounding scrubland, and in October 2025, human remains were discovered during a police dig in scrubland off the Great Central Way near the river, while forensic tests were being undertaken to establish identity and any link to her disappearance. Family members and the local Polish community have maintained appeals for information and marked anniversaries to keep the case in public view. The police have said it is unknown at this time whether the remains are linked to her disappearance, and further forensic tests will be undertaken to establish the identity of the person in question. Leslie Cavender was 52 years old at the time of his disappearance and is recorded as a missing person from Northampton since the 1st of September 1987. Leslie's case is listed on the National Missing Person Register and appears in regional appeal searches for the East Midlands, indicating ongoing efforts made by charities and police to keep long-term cases visible to the public. There has been no other information released for his case. The disappearance of Jane Lindsay from Walcott in July 2012 remains an unresolved missing person case that has troubled her family and the local community and prompted repeated public appeals to locate her or learn what happened to her. Jane was reported missing from Walcott in July 2012 and is described as an elderly woman who sometimes used the names Paulette and Elizabeth and the surnames Waitley and Jepp. She is usually reported as slim and about 5'7" tall and was known to wear glasses, which she had reportedly left at home when last seen. Jane was last seen in mid-July 2012 and was reported missing in September of that year after her carer raised concerns. One account places her last confirmed sighting at a recycling area near Morrison's in Lutterworth after being dropped off by a taxi. The police carried out inquiries and the case has been listed by national charities to maintain public visibility and provide confidential reporting routes. Reappeals and community notices have been used to encourage anyone with information to come forward to investigators or to the National Missing Person Helpline. Tim Beardsley was reported missing at the age of 44. He went missing from Chesterfield on the 9th of July 2012. Tim was last seen leaving his home in Old Tupton on the 9th of July 2012 and was driving a green Ford Focus estate that was later found abandoned in the Lake District on the 14th of July 2012. The police have made multiple public appeals since his disappearance to encourage anyone with information to come forward and to generate fresh leads. Grzegorz Witowski was reported missing from Leicester on the 13th of December 2009. He was last known to be in Leicester and had contact with family in Poland by an online video call around the night of the 12th to 13th of December. His disappearance has been included in local lists and features highlighting people still missing from Leicester to keep cases visible to the public. There is no more information on his disappearance. Sonika Hans, aged 35 at the time, went missing from Bedford on Boxing Day in 2012 after being seen walking through the town centre past the Swan Hotel and along the embankment. Sonika was described as Asian, around 5'3" tall, with long black hair dyed dark brown. She was last seen on Boxing Day 2012 in Bedford Town Centre. Police inquiries at the time were unable to locate her and divers searched the River Great Ouse between Prebend Street and Slipe Bridge Road during the initial investigation. Bedfordshire Police carried out extensive inquiries following her disappearance and have refreshed appeals for information to mark anniversaries and to encourage anyone to come forward. Local media and missing person groups have published renewed appeals and reissued images to keep the case visible to the public. John Leahy, aged 51 when he disappeared, was reported missing from Northampton on the 13th of March 2015. He was a resident of Northampton and became the subject of a missing person investigation after he failed to be located following the 13th of March. Unfortunately, there is no further information. 19-year-old Joshua Davis vanished on the 1st of December 2013 from Spalding. Specific details about Joshua's case are not listed. It seems like there have not been many appeals, and there has been no movement in his case. Du Guyan was a 15-year-old who went missing from Spalding on the 4th of December 2016. He was a teenager living in Spalding at the time he disappeared. The case was reported to the National Missing Person charities and local authorities, who circulated a missing person poster and asked anyone with information to please come forward. Public appeals described him as a young person at risk. Valerie Dawn Haycock was a 19-year-old from Piddington who vanished on the 14th of July 1967 after telling her family she had a job as a nanny in the Luton area. Her disappearance remains unsolved. Valerie was described as a white female, around 5'1", with brown hair and brown eyes. She was last seen by her family boarding a bus from Northampton via Newport to Luton on the 14th of July 1967, having said she intended to work on a farm in the Luton area as a nanny. Valerie left home on the morning of the 14th of July 1967 and was seen boarding public transport bound for the Luton area. Inquiries later suggested she had developed a relationship with two Irish road workers contracted to repaint road lines, a detail that fed early lines of inquiry. Decades after she vanished, there were reported possible sightings and renewed interest in locating her, including reports that police received a number of potential leads suggesting she might have travelled to Ireland. Initial local police inquiries concentrating on her stated plan to take nanny work in Luton and on local contacts she had made prior to disappearing. Over the years, police and volunteers have followed leads. In 2002, police reported several new sighting claims that warranted investigation, and public appeals were refreshed to encourage anyone with information to come forward. Media and missing person groups have kept the case visible in regional roundups of long-term missing people, but unfortunately there has been no further leads in her case. Hay Hung was reported missing from Northampton on the 12th of June 2017 at the age of 18. His disappearance attracted local appeals, but unfortunately this is all the information available in his case. Trevor Blanchard was 61 years old and was reported missing from Spilsby on the 30th of June 2024, a disappearance that prompted local inquiries and support from National Missing Persons Services. Like many other of the cases we cover, this is all the information that is available. Kwang Dang Lee was 16 years old when he went missing from Northampton on the 6th of July 2018. Again, there is little to no information on his case. David Wyatt is a man reported missing from the Chesterfield area whose case prompted renewed public appeals in late May and June 2025 after concerns were raised for his welfare. David is described by police as a man in his mid-60s who led a reclusive life and has links to Sheffield and Nottingham. A welfare concern for David was reported to police on the 20th of May 2025, and inquiries have been ongoing since then to locate him. Officers described him as not having been seen or heard from since 2022 and appealed for anyone who recognises him to come forward. Police circulated images and details as part of a re-appeal to encourage anyone with information to contact them. Duck Lai was a 15-year-old reported missing from the Park area of Nottingham on the 7th of October 2017. Duck was last seen on the evening of the 7th of October 2017. Public appeals requested information about his movements before and after that date, including any sightings or contacts that might explain his whereabouts. Unfortunately, this is all the information linked to his case. 58-year-old Michael Dennington was reported missing from Mansfield and local areas in late May 2020. He has links across the local area that investigators and family sought to trace. A welfare concern was raised after Michael was reported missing at the end of May 2020, with the last confirmed sighting captured on CCTV at Kingsmill Hospital, Sutton in Ashfield on the 26th of May 2020, as he left the hospital at 3:24, and police published that image as part of their appeal. Nottingham police and local neighbourhood teams conducted inquiries, including extensive CCTV reviews and searches, and forces in neighbouring areas shared the appeal to widen the search for Michael and to encourage anyone with sightings to contact them. Mark Hoodless was reported missing from the East Midlands, and his disappearance was publicised through national missing person channels to increase the chances of locating him. He went missing on the 22nd of September 2025. He was 41 at the time he disappeared and is missing from Desborough. Glenn Taylor went missing from Spalding on the 11th of July 2001 at the age of 21. The last confirmed positive sighting placed Glenn walking along Quadring Bank towards Donington on the afternoon of the 11th of July 2001, and inquiries established he had travelled from university to the Spalding area before vanishing. The disappearance has a lasting emotional effect on family and friends, and has prompted renewed appeals from his community asking anyone with information, however small, to contact the appropriate authorities. David Atkin was a 20-year-old student reported missing from Loughborough in October 2001. David was an ergonomics student at Loughborough University and described by family as artistic, having worked briefly as a designer and illustrator. David was last seen by a fellow student on the 15th of October 2001 and was formally reported missing on the 16th of October 2001. A postcard postmarked Inverness and believed to have been sent by him after the last sighting added a puzzling element to the timeline, with reports suggesting he may have been in Scotland on the 19th of October. Local police inquiries and public appeals have run alongside efforts by charities to keep the case visible. Unfortunately, there has been no movement in his case. Sarah Hardcastle disappeared from Leeds, West Yorkshire on the 9th of June 2002 when she was 28 years old and remains formally listed as missing. Sarah was last seen in Leeds on the 9th of June and did not return to her family. Police recorded her as missing and the case was opened with the usual missing person procedures. Coverage in local press and missing person databases repeats the core facts that she vanished from Leeds in mid-2002 and has not been seen since. Sarah left behind at least one child, a son, and her disappearance has had a long-term emotional and practical consequences for her immediate family and those who knew her. Edmund Spencer has been missing from Barnsley, South Yorkshire since the 19th of January 2002. He was 38 years old at the time he disappeared. Police inquiries in the years after Edmund's disappearance included standard missing person steps and reviews of historic cases. At one point, investigators examined potential links between human remains found near the place where he went missing, although it was not verified to be him. There have been no other leads in his case. Craig Hetherington, aged 22, vanished after a night out in Middlesbrough on the 22nd of February 2003 and remains a long-term missing person from the Teesside area. Craig was last seen around 1 a.m. on the 22nd of February outside the Corner House pub on Albert and Zetland Roads in Middlesbrough. A taxi had been ordered for him, but he was not at the pickup point when it arrived. Police and family launched searches and appeals in the weeks that followed, and the case attracted regional media attention and public awareness efforts in 2003 and 2004. His family and friends, as well as the police, continue to ask for fresh information. John Deacon went missing after setting out for a coastal walk from Stannington, Sheffield, on the 4th of November 2004 and has not been found since. John, aged 53 at the time, was reported missing by his wife after he failed to return from a walk along the Flamborough Head coastal path. Despite searches by police and the Coast Guard, there was no trace of him. Initial inquiries included local searches and media appeals for sightings and information. His family issued public appeals and anniversary reminders to keep the case visible to the public and to encourage anyone with information to please come forward. Gavin Wilson has been missing from the Scarborough area, North Yorkshire, since February 2006, and his disappearance remains unresolved. Gavin was last seen in late February 2006 and was reported missing by his family several weeks later, prompting public appeals and poster campaigns across the region. At the time of his disappearance, Gavin was 28 years old. His family circulated posters and photographs to assist searchers, and Missing People held a public public case page for him to collect sightings and offer support to those affected by his disappearance. Unfortunately, there's been no movement in his disappearance. Andrew Bunby went missing from Hull in January 2007. He was 33 years old at the time and is listed on the Missing People Register. Andrew was reported missing after family contact ceased in January 2007 and appeals and posters were issued to locate him. Investigators followed up possible sightings in the wider region, including reports that a man matching Andrew's description may have been seen in the Pocklington area, prompting targeted inquiries and local appeals for information. Unfortunately, the sightings led to nowhere. Stephen Cooper went missing from Golcar near Huddersfield, West Yorkshire on the 21st of January 2008. He was 47 years old and his disappearance has remained unresolved since that date. Stephen left home on his 47th birthday and drove north into Scotland. His car was discovered a week later abandoned on a dirt track beside the A86 near Loch Lagan at Moy, prompting extensive local searches in the surrounding hills and shoreline. Searches covered a wide area around the loch and involved mountain rescue teams, search dogs and aerial resources. Police expressed concern for his well-being as inquiries continued and family appeals were publicised to generate sightings and leads. After years with no definitive resolution, a court in Leeds ruled under the Presumption of Death Act 2013 that Stephen should be presumed dead. The decision was made despite objections from some family members and followed a long-running absence and legal applications related to his affairs. Janet Cowley, aged 46 when she went missing, was last seen in the Cross Lane area of Scarborough on the 1st of October 2008 and is recorded on the Missing People Register. Janet was reported missing after she was not seen following an evening in Scarborough. A possible sighting the day after she disappeared at the Mere near Seymour Road was reported to police but was never confirmed as Janet. Local police conducted searches in likely locations, including the North Bay area, and issued public appeals for information. Family and police circulated a case poster and asked anyone with relevant information to come forward. Janet was described as 5 foot 6 inches tall, slim with short brown hair and brown eyes, and was last reported wearing a light-coloured top, light grey jogging bottoms and white trainers. Now is one of the more famous cases that I have covered previously, but I will recap the key details. Andrew Paul Gosden, born on the 10th of July 1993, disappeared from Doncaster, South Yorkshire after travelling to London on the 14th of September 2007 and was last seen on CCTV at King's Cross Station. His disappearance remains unsolved. Andrew was a 14-year-old schoolboy described by family and local reports as able, quiet, with strong interests in history and computer games, who was extremely clever, especially in regards to maths. On the 14th of September 2007, Andrew skipped school, withdrew £200 from his bank account, bought a one-way ticket from Doncaster to London and was captured on CCTV leaving King's Cross Station. He did not return home and has not been seen since. Police and Andrew's family launched extensive appeals, distributed posters and released CCTV images to the national media to generate leads. A dedicated family website and social media campaigns have kept the case in the public eye and encouraged ongoing information to come forward. Public discussion and investigative coverage have considered many possibilities, including voluntary disappearance, abduction and exploitation, with a large number of unconfirmed sightings and speculative leads reported over the years. No definitive resolution has emerged despite renewals of publicity and police interest. Stephen Jones, aged 50, at the time he disappeared, has been missing from Doncaster, South Yorkshire since the 1st of April 2008. Police inquiries and family-led publicity included the circulation of Stephen's poster, media appeals and the use of national missing person channels to request sightings and information. Next, another famous missing person case that I have covered previously, so this will be a recap. Claudia Lawrence, born on the 27th of February 1974, disappeared from her home in York in mid-March 2009. She was 35 years old at the time, and her case remains one of the most closely followed unresolved missing person investigations in recent UK history. Claudia worked as a chef at the University of York's College. She was described by friends and family as sociable, warm, and well liked in her local community. Claudia lived alone in Melrose Gate, close to pubs and shops she frequented, known to work shifts and to socialise locally with friends. On the 18th of March, Claudia completed a late shift at the University of York and was expected at work on the 19th of March but failed to attend. She spoke to her father by phone on the evening of the 18th of March and did not return calls the following morning. CCTV captured Claudia walking near the university area on the evening of the 18th of March. She was not seen entering or leaving her home thereafter. Concerns grew when she did not appear for work and could not be contacted. Family and friends reported her missing, and police launched inquiries and media appeals. There were house searches, forensic examination of Claudia's home, door-to-door inquiries in the Heworth area. There was a review of local CCTV and inquiries into her recent contacts and movements. Several people were arrested and interviewed over the course of the investigation. Arrests did not lead to charges and suspects were released. Police and Claudia's family have repeated appeals to the public. Forensic retests as techniques advance have been done, and lines of inquiry into people she knew and follow-up based on new tips have been followed. Reviews by senior investigators and media-led efforts to generate fresh leads have kept the case active over many years. Police have treated the disappearance as suspicious, and investigative emphasis has at times focused on homicide-type lines of inquiry. Public and investigative attention has concentrated on people from Claudia's social circle and local venues she frequented, although no one has been convicted. Voluntary disappearance was considered unlikely by family and investigators given her close family ties, responsible nature and lack of planning indicators such as withdrawing large sums of money or making travel arrangements. There were other explanations. Opportunistic crime or an encounter leading to harm has been suggested. Absence of definitive forensic evidence has left multiple plausible scenarios open. The disappearance has produced prolonged anguish and uncertainty for Claudia's parents and sister, who have campaigned continuously for answers and engaged with investigators and the media. The case has remained prominent in regional and national coverage, inspiring podcasts, documentaries, and independent researchers aiming to re-examine leads. Claudia's disappearance remains unresolved and continues to cause deep distress to her family and community. Persistent public awareness, new witness recollections, and any information offered to investigators represent the most viable routes to progress and eventual closure. Russell Bowling vanished from West Ella in East Riding of Yorkshire on the 2nd of March 2010 while he was 18 years old, and his disappearance remains unsolved. He had been a student studying bricklaying at Bishop Burton College and was described by his family as close to them. His family believe a third party was involved, while police have treated accidental death or suicide as possible explanations. Russell was born on the 29th of December 1991 and grew up near Hull. At the time of his disappearance, he lived with his parents and was attending college to train as a bricklayer. His father had given him money to start a business, a detail the family later linked to concerns that Russell might have been vulnerable to being targeted by someone aware of those funds. On the 2nd of March 2010, Russell left the family home in West Ella to attend college in Beverley. He was last seen that morning by his parents. On the 3rd of March 2010, Russell's Renault Clio was found abandoned in a car park at Bempton Cliffs, with an all-day parking ticket displayed. The car was discovered around 45 minutes from his home. After the car was found, police opened an investigation and family appeals and media coverage followed, but no confirmed sightings or conclusive forensic leads established Russell's fate. Police inquiries treated the disappearance as unexplained, considering possibilities that include accidental death, taking his own life, or third-party involvement. The family maintains that foul play is more likely, fearing their son may have been targeted because of the knowledge of the funds. Publicly discussed theories include that Russell arranged to meet someone he knew that morning and that something happened at that meeting, or that he travelled to Bempton area for reasons not disclosed. No definitive evidence has supported any single hypothesis. Despite appeals for witnesses and media coverage, no arrests or prosecutions have been reported and Russell's whereabouts remain unknown. Russell's disappearance has had a profound and lasting effect on his parents and the local community. His family have repeatedly sought answers, participated in media appeals, and publicly expressed their distress and belief that he did not go missing by choice. Mustafa Edler was born on the 1st of January 1974 and went missing from Sheffield on the 1st of February 2005, aged 31. He is described as 5 foot 10 inches tall, with a medium build, and is deaf, communicating using sign language. His disappearance has been treated with concern because of his vulnerability and the time elapsed since he was last seen. Mustafa was last known to be in Sheffield on the 1st of February. Thereafter, there have been no confirmed contacts or reliable sightings linked to his whereabouts. Media and charity appeals over the years have suggested he may at times have been thought to be in London, but no verified location has been established. Police and support organisations have asked dental practices and other professionals to check records for any contact or treatment that could provide leads. Unfortunately, there's been no movement in his case. Michael Lee was reported missing from Grimsby, Humberside on the 7th of March 2011. He was 75 years old at the time of his disappearance. Police and missing people charity involvement have maintained case records and public appeals, asking the public to report sightings or any information that could assist tracing Michael. Joseph Shan was reported missing from Leeds in December 2010. He was 35 years old. Joseph was last seen in Leeds in early December. Police accounts note he left his sister's house in Ecclesbourne Street in December 2010, and there were no confirmed sightings after that time. West Yorkshire Police conducted inquiries, at one stage arrested 2 men on suspicion of murder. Those men were released on police bail while investigations continued. The 2 men have never been charged. David Lee Mann was born in 1961 and went missing from Skegness on the 4th of February 2013 while walking his dog. He was 51 years old at the time. He was last seen walking his dog Millie on Skegness Beach at around 4 p.m. on the 4th of February. Millie was later found wandering on the beach with her lead still attached, but there were no confirmed sightings of David after that time. Vulnerability included the remote coastal environment and the fact he disappeared while alone on the beach, raising concerns about accidental injury. Search activity involved local police searches, distribution of leaflets on the beach, and appeals for sightings and reports, and inquiries following a body found nearby that investigators clarified was not linked to his disappearance. Local response saw hundreds of volunteers, family appeals in regional media, and ongoing publicity to keep David's disappearance visible to potential witnesses and to encourage anyone with information to come forward. Kevin Judge was reported missing from Lupset, Wakefield in April 2013. His family have maintained public appeals and described his disappearance as out of character. Kevin was last seen on the 15th of April, getting a taxi from Wakefield city centre towards his home in Lupset. His disappearance was publicised by local media and broadcast partners as the first anniversary approached. Kevin was aged in his late 60s at the time he went missing, which raised concerns about health, mobility and vulnerability if he became disorientated or was unable to access help. His family described his vanishing as having caused prolonged distress and uncertainty. Local police inquiries were conducted, and the family, supported by charities and media outlets, renewed appeals for sightings and information in the weeks and years after his disappearance. Kevin's daughters and other relatives made regular emotional public appeals asking anyone with information to please come forward. Simon Hodgson Greaves was aged 48 when he went missing in December 2013 after being found absent from his camper van at Bempton Cliffs Nature Reserve on the East Yorkshire Close. An RSPB staff member found Simon's camper van parked at Bempton Cliffs on the 21st of December 2013. The day before, his van was seen with a man inside and around it, but the identity was never verified. West Yorkshire and local police inquiries were carried out, and Simon's family have made repeated public appeals, including high-profile anniversary appeals to keep the case in the public eye. Simon's family later offered a substantial reward to encourage new information, and media outlets and local radio have repeatedly publicised the disappearance to generate leads. Edward Lee Matchin, known as Ed, was reported missing from York after failing to log on for a web chat with a friend and not attending work. He was 39 when he vanished, and his family later saw a legal declaration to have him presumed dead. Edward was last seen on the 23rd of January 2014 when a taxi dropped him off at the White Horse Inn at Bempton near Bridlington. House-to-house checks and local searches were carried out around that area at the time. Police inquiries explored both the Bempton area where he was last seen and the possibility he may have travelled elsewhere, with investigators asking public transport providers and members of the public to report any sightings. Media reports noted friends in Brighton and the suggestion he might have been there during the initial inquiries. Ian Gibbon was reported missing from Whitby, North Yorkshire in late December 2013. He was 43 years old at the time of his disappearance. Ian was last seen on the 27th of December and was reported missing after failing to make contact on the 28th of December. Police inquiries concentrated on his movements in Whitby over the Christmas period. West Yorkshire Police and local officers carried out searches, appeals for information and targeted inquiries, including tracing a taxi thought to have been involved in his movements. That vehicle was later traced and ruled out of the inquiry. Ian's disappearance was treated with serious welfare concern because he was missing for an extended period of time, and the circumstances of his last confirmed sightings were unclear, prompting family appeals and publicised searches to generate leads. Damien Vernon went missing after leaving Bridlington on the 8th of December 2014. He was 32 when he vanished, and his disappearance has been the subject of ongoing police inquiries and family appeals. Last seen walking down an alleyway in Wakefield on the 8th of December, he has not been seen or heard from since. His disappearance was described by his family as sudden. Humberside police have kept the investigation open, renewed appeals on anniversary milestones, and worked with Damien's family to publicise CCTV and other inquiries in the hope of generating fresh leads. Damien's daughter Courtney has made repeated public pleas for information, describing the decade-long uncertainty as devastating and urging anyone with knowledge to please come forward. Rory Johnson Hatfield was 29 when he went missing after a night out in York. He left Skipton by train on the 19th of November 2015 and has not been seen since the early hours of the 20th of November 2015. The last confirmed image of Rory is a CCTV still taken in the City Mills area of York at 10 to 1 on the 20th of November 2015. Extensive CCTV reviews found no verified sighting after that time, despite searches of the city and surrounding areas. Police inquiries included door-to-door checks, CCTV trawls and river searches. Investigators also examined transport records and followed multiple lines of inquiry, but were unable to establish Rory's movements or location. Rory's family have led repeated public appeals, marked anniversary campaigns, and have spoken to regional and national media to keep his case in the public eye. Svitlana Kranselka, known to friends as Lana, was 40 and originally from Ukraine. She had lived in the UK for several years and has a daughter. She was reported missing from Micklefield, Leeds on the 3rd of April 2017. She was last seen at around 5 p.m. on the 3rd of April. She was described as about 5 foot 3 inches tall, of medium build, wearing a black coat with a fur hood and carrying a black handbag with a metal circle detail when she vanished. Her status as an immigrant with family ties both in the UK and Ukraine led investigators to consider whether she might have travelled overseas, though police said there was no current evidence to support that at the time of initial inquiries. West Yorkshire Police mounted searches and identified additional areas to examine around Micklefield in the days after her disappearance, but unfortunately there's been no movement in her case. Jacqueline Hutchinson was reported missing from Scarborough, North Yorkshire on the 2nd of June 2009. She was 49 years old at the time of her disappearance. Unfortunately, there have been no confirmed sightings. Catherine Holdsworth was 72 years old when she was reported missing from the Illingworth area of Halifax in September 2017. The last confirmed CCTV sighting captured Catherine entering a Tesco in Halifax town centre on the 9th of September 2017. Records indicate she used a bus pass afterwards, but there have been no verified sightings since that day. Catherine lived alone and had links to Brighouse and was described as a small-framed pensioner. West Yorkshire Police inquiries were supported by public appeals from family, local media and charities. The case was the subject of a Westminster Hall debate led by the local MP to press for renewed attention and multi-agency checks. Unfortunately, there was no movement in her case. Dungayan was 17 years old when he was reported missing from Halifax, West Yorkshire on the 28th of January 2018. His status as a teenager raised concerns about his welfare, mental health and capacity to cope alone away from home. Unfortunately, this is all the information made public in his case. John Bokett was from the Woodlands area of Doncaster and was reported missing after last being seen in July 1992. He was 37 when his disappearance was reported to police in January 1993. John was last seen by family at his home in Woodlands in July 1992 and did not contact relatives or friends thereafter. No confirmed sightings or explanation was established at the time and no body has ever been found. Police opened investigations following his disappearance and the case remained a long-running cold file that has been reviewed by South Yorkshire Police. Following a recent major crime review, 2 men were arrested on suspicion of murder in October 2025 and searches were conducted at addresses in Barnsley as well as Buxton as part of their renewed inquiry. John's family endured decades of uncertainty and public appeals, regional coverage over the years, emphasising the emotional toll of his disappearance, with no closure. Tran Van Hong was 43 when he was reported missing from Bradford, West Yorkshire on the 1st of July 2020. No confirmed subsequent sighting has been published and details in the public case summary are limited. Bruce Gaper was born on the 1st of March 1959 and went missing from the Dewsbury, Batley, West Yorkshire in March 1999. He was 40 years old when he was last seen. Police re-appeals and reviews of the case progressed over many years, and the investigation was later treated as a murder inquiry, with renewed appeals to identify former housemates and witnesses as detectives followed fresh lines of inquiry. Local reporting and family statements have pressed the public for information and urged anyone with knowledge to please come forward. Ismail Ali was reported missing from Bradford. He was last seen on the 29th of May 2020 leaving his place of work, Gullum Food Stores on Cumberland Road, and his disappearance prompted police appeals and media coverage as concern for his welfare grew. He was seen leaving work at 2:30 in the afternoon. There have been no confirmed sightings since that day. Jamie Cheeseman was 16 when she went missing from Grimsby in early November 1993 after travelling there from Wellingborough. She has not been found and her disappearance remains unsolved. Jamie was last confirmed in Grimsby in late October, early November 1993. Reports indicate she had left a shared address following an argument and did not return home, with some belongings left behind and no confirmed sighting after. Jamie went to Grimsby in November 1993 with her best friend Joanne and Joanne's boyfriend and her father. Joanne's family previously lived in Comber Place, Grimsby, but had since moved back to Wellingborough. The group went to stay to tie up some loose ends and stayed at Comber Place, said police. However, Jamie stormed out after an argument and has not been seen since. Humberside Police has carried out a forensic examination of the now demolished house and has gone over more than 500 of Jamie's letters, diaries and notes. Jamie's disappearance has left her family with decades of uncertainty and sustained hope for answers. Anyone with information about her movements in November 1993, memories of people she associated with then, or relevant historic details is asked to contact Humberside Police so investigators can follow up and the family can be supported. Derek Sharp was 40 years old when he went missing from Hull, the Grimsby area, on the 11th of March 1997. Last seen boarding a boat from Hull to Rotterdam on the 11th of March 1997. He purchased an open return ticket but never returned, and there have been no confirmed sightings since. Described as 5'7", medium build, brown hair, brown eyes with a gap between his front teeth. Reports indicate he was believed to be depressed prior to his disappearance and may have been distressed when he boarded the boat. The case has been publicised by missing person organisations and regional media through anniversary appeals to generate information and keep the case visible. Sean Alexander Thompson was 25 when he went missing from Nottingley, West Yorkshire on the 18th of March 1993. Sean was last seen leaving his home to go to the job centre and did not return or make contact with his family. He was described as 5'10", slim with short brown hair and brown eyes, and suffered from a medical condition that caused him to walk on his tiptoes. Unfortunately, there's been no new leads or confirmed sightings in his case. Dat van Guyen was 21 when he was reported missing from Leeds on the 9th of December 2020. He is Vietnamese and was known to have contacts within the local community and student networks in the region. He was last seen leaving his home, although any more relevant information has not been publicised. William Matthews went missing on the 1st of July 2022 from Middlesbrough. He was 67 years old, but there is no more information on the case. Michael Crosskill was 24 when he was reported missing from Barton on the 12th of March 2024. Last seen in Flamborough, Bridlington area on the 12th of March. His family report he was last known to be in the coastal area, and searches and appeals began soon afterwards. Described as 6'4", around 19 stone, with short blonde hair and green eyes. He was wearing a black hoodie with a white and red design when last seen. Local police inquiries were launched, and Michael's mother Samantha has made repeated, highly publicised appeals for information, including emotional anniversary appeals and requests for anyone who's seen him to come forward. Martez Luwoski was 16 when he went missing from Wakefield, West Yorkshire on the 19th of January 2020. He was seen travelling by bus into Wakefield and later on foot near Chantry Bridge at about 3:20 on the 19th of January. The last public imagery places him near the river behind the Evans Horseshaw garage. Mobile phone location data published in public appeals showed his phone last pinged on a small housing estate behind the Ruddy Duck restaurant. His family and the local community have run sustained appeals and anniversary reminders to keep his case visible and encourage new witnesses to please come forward. Leslie Davis was reported missing from Scarborough, North Yorkshire after he was last seen on the 19th of December 2024. CCTV captured him in the North Bay area and the Royal Albert Drive between 6:40 and 7:40. He was recorded leaving his home in Dean Road area that morning. He was 85 at the time he went missing and is of a small build with short white grey hair. He often wears a baseball cap. North Yorkshire Police carried out extensive searches, trawled CCTV and gave out leaflets and posters while the family and missing people worked to maintain public awareness, but unfortunately there has been no movement in his case. Paul Parvan was 42 years old when he was reported missing near Thirsk, North Yorkshire. His case is recorded by the Missing People, which maintains a public case entry for him, leaving his home at around 9 p.m. on the 30th of April 2018 and believed to have been possibly travelling to York after reported potential sightings there. He's described as 5'11", with short wavy black greying hair and a short beard or stubble. He was thought to be wearing a plain black baseball cap, a red and black checked shirt, black jeans and short black boots, possibly with an olive khaki 3/4 length coat with fleece lining. Police action focused inquiries on York after potential sightings and appealed to hotels, hostels, guest houses and pubs to check whether he might be staying with them. Community and charity support included missing people making the case public to offer confidential support and encourage sightings to be reported. Jason Miradadi was 28 when he went missing from Leeds, West Yorkshire on the 30th of July 2024. Unfortunately, this is the available information in his case. Mahdi Abdullali was reported missing from Chapeltown, Leeds in December 2024. He was in his late 40s at the time of his disappearance, and his case has been publicised to seek sightings and information. He travelled to Northern Ireland in December and was last known to have been seen on the 23rd of December. Subsequent confirmed sightings have not been published, and his whereabouts remain unknown. Local police opened inquiries following his disappearance, but unfortunately there has been no confirmed sightings or leads in his case. 21. Emrys Border, a 25-year-old man from North Tyneside, told his family he was going away for a while. That was the last time anyone heard from him. His sudden disappearance left loved ones in shock and sparked a wave of concern across the northeast of England. Emrys was described as being 6 feet tall with long brown hair, a beard and glasses. There were no signs of distress or conflict before he left, just a quiet farewell that in hindsight carried far more weight than anyone realised. Despite appeals from family, friends and organisations, no confirmed sightings or leads have emerged. Robin Purvis, a 54-year-old man from Belmont, County Durham, vanished on the 31st of May 2020, leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions and a family desperate for closure. His disappearance sparked a multi-county search effort, with police from both Durham and North Yorkshire involved due to sightings and evidence suggesting he may have travelled to the North Yorkshire coast. Robin was last in contact with his family on Wednesday the 3rd of June 2020. He was believed to have been in the Kettleness area north of Whitby between June 4th and June 5th. His car, a blue Citroen C3, was found parked at Kettleness Car Park near the footpath on the evening of the 5th of June. Despite extensive searches and public appeals, no confirmed sightings have emerged. Robin is described as white, approximately 5 feet 11 inches tall with no hair. Authorities issued urgent appeals for information, emphasising their concern for his safety and asking anyone with knowledge of his whereabouts to contact police immediately. Renata Anzac's disappearance on the 25th of April 2017 remains one of the most perplexing cases. A devoted mother of 2 and a former lawyer from Poland, Renata was last seen dropping her daughter off at Broadacre Primary School in Hull, East Yorkshire. Dressed in a bright yellow puffer jacket, she waved goodbye and then vanished without a trace. That morning seemed ordinary. Renata drove her daughter to school in the family's Mercedes and was captured on CCTV at 8:45 a.m. She returned home and it's believed she left again on foot at around 1 p.m. Her husband, Majid Mustafa, reported her missing later that evening. What followed was a whirlwind of revelations. The missing person inquiry quickly escalated into a murder investigation. Police uncovered disturbing details. Her husband, Mustafa, had become obsessed with the idea that she was having an affair. He installed secret cameras, recorded her conversations, and even tried to obtain a Date R drug to use on her in order to access her phone and fingerprints. In May 2017, he was arrested. A year later, he pleaded guilty to encouraging a friend to procure GHB, a powerful sedative to use on his wife. Though he received a conditional discharge, the case exposed a web of surveillance, paranoia, and emotional manipulation. Despite extensive searches, appeals, and media coverage, she has never been found. The police continue to treat the case as an active murder investigation. On the 5th anniversary of her disappearance, officers reiterated their commitment to uncovering the truth, urging anyone with information to please come forward. On June 4, 2006, Faiza Ibrahim vanished from Northumberland at the age of 38. Her disappearance, now stretching nearly 2 decades, remains one of the quieter yet deeply unsettling cases in the northeast of England, with few public details and no confirmed sightings since. Little was publicly known about the circumstances surrounding her disappearance. Unlike high-profile cases that dominate headlines, her story has unfolded in near silence. On the morning of the 4th of June 2025, 89-year-old Malcolm Curtis left his home in Easington, East Yorkshire, and vanished without a trace. The frail pensioner was last seen walking along Westfield Close at around 8:10 a.m, heading towards Hull Road before turning west at approximately 8:15 a.m. That brief moment, captured on CCTV, would become the focal point of a widespread and deeply emotional search effort. Malcolm was described as 5 feet 8 inches tall, with grey hair, wearing a grey gilet and brown trousers, and carrying a walking stick. His disappearance sparked immediate concern from both his family and local authorities. Given his age and vulnerability, the urgency to find him grew rapidly. Police launched an extensive search operation, deploying scent dogs, underwater search units and aerial support, including Coast Guard helicopters. Volunteers, neighbours and emergency services combed through rural areas, checked sheds and outbuildings, and reviewed hours of CCTV and doorbell footage. Despite these efforts, no confirmed sightings have emerged since that morning. On December 28, 1992, 23-year-old Stephen Clark vanished during a walk with his mother in Saltburn by the Sea, North Yorkshire. What began as a quiet family outing on a cold winter's day turned into one of the most enduring and perplexing missing person cases in Yorkshire. Stephen, who lived with a disability following a childhood accident, was last seen entering a public toilet near the pier. His mother entered the ladies at the same time, but when she emerged, Stephen was gone. Stephen had overcome immense challenges in his early life. At age 2, a car accident left him in a coma for 6 weeks. He eventually recovered, though he walked with a limp and had no sensation in his left arm. Despite these limitations, he was described as independent, sociable and capable. His family had returned to the UK from South Africa in 1990, settling where Stephen was well known in the community. Initially, police treated the disappearance as a missing person case, but with no confirmed sightings, no use of his passport or bank account, and no physical evidence, suspicion grew. In 2020, nearly 3 decades later, Stephen's parents Charles and Doris Clark were arrested on suspicion of murder. The arrest shocked the community and devastated the family. Both were former police officers, and they were later cleared of all suspicion in 2021, when no evidence was found linking them to Stephen's disappearance. Stephen's sister Victoria has spoken publicly about the emotional toll of the case and her frustration with the investigation. She continues to hope for answers, scanning crowds for a glimpse of her brother and advocating for renewed efforts to find out what happened. Despite extensive searches, media coverage and a cold case review, Stephen's fate remains unknown. Theories range from voluntary disappearance to foul play, but no definitive answers have emerged. His glasses, passport and personal belongings were left untouched at his home, making the idea of a planned escape seem very unlikely. On the 17th of October 2018, 40-year-old Humi Skeja vanished from North Shields alongside her 15-year-old son Jasir. Their sudden disappearance left behind a trail of unanswered questions and a family desperate for answers. Despite years passing, no confirmed sightings have emerged, and their case remains cold. They were last seen together, and authorities believe they may still be together. The circumstances surrounding their disappearance have never been fully disclosed, adding to the complexity and emotional weight of the case. With no public reports of conflict or distress, their vanishing has left loved ones and investigators puzzled. She was described as a devoted mother, and her disappearance alongside her teenage son suggests a deeply personal story, one that may involve family dynamics, emotional strain, or a desire to escape. But without evidence or communication, speculation is all that remains. On April 3rd, 1999, 25-year-old Gerald Quigley walked out of his home on Courtfield Road in Walker, Newcastle, and was never seen again. His sudden disappearance, reported 10 days later, has left his family in a decades-long search for truth, haunted by silence and unanswered questions. Gerald was a former British Army serviceman, described as 5'10" with brown hair and eyes, and distinctive tattoos including "Always Wanted, Always Loved" across his shoulders. Born in the southeast, he had settled in Newcastle and was rebuilding his life after personal setbacks, including the death of his grandfather and a relationship breakdown. Despite signs of recovery, he left without warning. His mobile phone was never recovered, and there was no evidence he took his passport or any significant money. The delay in reporting his disappearance 10 days has fueled speculation that he may have either come to harm or deliberately chosen to leave his old life behind. Police launched an investigation, including interviews with family members and DNA collection for cross-referencing with unidentified remains. Over the years, bits of information have surfaced, but none have led to a breakthrough. A fresh appeal was issued on the 20th anniversary of his disappearance, with police stating they were keeping an open mind about whether Gerald left voluntarily or was a victim of foul play. His brother Peter has been a vocal advocate for the case, sharing the emotional toll on the family and their frustrations with the investigation. Their late father maintained contact with authorities until his passing in 2013, never giving up hope that he would one day be found. On February 5, 1998, 24-year-old Stephen Bell left his grandparents' home in Westerhope, Newcastle, and was never seen again. His quiet departure that day marked the beginning of a decades-long mystery that continues to haunt his family and baffle investigators. Stephen was described as white, 6 feet tall with brown hair and grey-blue eyes, and a slim build. He had no known health issues or reasons to disappear, and there were no signs of distress or conflict prior to his vanishing. He simply walked out the door and never returned. Despite extensive inquiries, no confirmed sightings or leads have emerged since that day. His case has remained open for over 25 years, with organisations like Missing People UK continuing to appeal for information. The lack of evidence, no known travel, no financial activity, no communication has left investigators with few clues and his loved ones with endless questions. On the 28th of April 2025, 37-year-old Darren Cree left work in Gateshead and vanished. As weeks turned into months, his absence has become a source of deep concern for his family, friends, and the wider community. Despite extensive efforts by police and heartfelt appeals from loved ones, Darren's whereabouts remain unknown. Darren was last seen on the morning of his disappearance. Initial investigations uncovered evidence suggesting he may have planned to live elsewhere. However, no confirmed sightings, communications, or financial activity have surfaced since. Police conducted area searches, reviewed CCTV footage, and carried out house-to-house checks, but the trail has gone cold. He is described as white, around 5 feet 9 inches tall, of slim build, with thinning hair that may be shaven or grown out. His image has been widely circulated in renewed appeals, as authorities urge anyone with information to please come forward. 51-year-old Ethna Kelleher vanished from Scunthorpe on the 29th of January 1997, leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions and a family desperate for resolution. Her disappearance, now stretching over 2 decades, remains one of the quieter yet deeply haunting cases in the UK. Despite the passage of time, the silence surrounding her fate continues to weigh heavy on those who knew her and those who still hope. Nahid Khan, a 43-year-old woman from Teesside, vanished over the Maybank holiday weekend in 2018. Her disappearance triggered one of the most extensive and emotionally charged investigations in the northeast of England. Despite years of searching, forensic analysis and public appeals, she has never been found, and her family continues to live in a painful uncertainty. Nahid was last seen in central Middlesbrough, near the university, and around the Newport areas. On the 6th of May 2018, her bank account was accessed at an ATM on Martin Road at 5:04 p.m. That transaction became a crucial timestamp in the investigation. Police believe she may have travelled in a light blue Ford Focus around the end of April to early May, and forensic teams later searched the area surrounding the cash machine. She was described as Asian, slim, around 5'6", with long dark hair. Nahid had strong ties to Stockton, Middlesbrough, and was due to become a grandmother shortly before she disappeared. She was reported missing on the 12th of June 2018. By January 2019, the police announced they were treating the case as a murder investigation. Over the course of this investigation, 5 men were arrested but later released without charge. More than 8,300 documents and statements were reviewed. Over 1,500 exhibits were seized and analysed. Searches were conducted in multiple locations, including a disused underground car park on Martin Road. Despite these efforts, no breakthrough has been made. In 2020, the investigation was scaled back to a reactive phase, meaning fewer officers are actively working on the case, though it remains open and will be reviewed annually. Her sister shared, "There isn't a day that goes by where we don't think about where she is or what has happened to her. We just want her to be buried respectfully, like she deserves." On the 11th of May 2011, 27-year-old Scott Fletcher was last seen being dropped off at a lay-by opposite the Jet Garage near Wheatley Hill, County Durham. That brief moment became the starting point of a mystery that has spanned over a decade, transforming from a missing person case into a suspected murder investigation. For Scott's family, especially his mother, Julie Fletcher, the years since have been marked by heartbreak, unanswered questions, and an unwavering pursuit of justice. Scott was a father from Hartlepool, described as 6 feet tall, of a medium build, with blue eyes and short mousy hair. He had a small scar on the centre right of his head. At the time of his disappearance, he was believed to have connections to Durham and Liverpool. Though he had personal struggles, including financial debt and alleged links to criminal circles, his sudden vanishing left loved ones stunned and deeply concerned. Initially treated as a missing person case, the investigation took a dramatic turn in 2015 when police reclassified it as a murder inquiry. 7 men were arrested on suspicion of conspiracy to murder, but were later released. Authorities believe Scott was killed shortly after his disappearance and that he was concealed in the Durham area. Despite national appeals, including a £10,000 reward offered on BBC's Crime Watch in 2021, no significant leads have emerged. The case is now under review by the North Yorkshire Cold Case Unit, with detectives continuing to appeal for new information. Julie Fletcher has been a tireless advocate for her son's case. Her public statements reflect the emotional toll of living through 13 Christmases without Scott and the agony of not knowing where he is or what happened to him. In 2022, the family suffered another blow with the death of Scott's father, who passed away without ever learning the truth. His mother Julie's plea is simple. Someone must know what happened to Scott and where he is. Please speak to Crime Stoppers and help put an end to the pain and suffering which Scott's family have to endure every day. Margaret Lewis vanished from her home in Tyne Wear on the 31st of January 2002 at the age of 56. Her disappearance, now over 2 decades old, remains one of the lesser known but deeply unsettling cases in the northeast of England. With little public detail and no confirmed sightings since, Margaret's absence continues to echo through the lives of those who knew her. Margaret was last seen at her home, and from that moment she simply disappeared. There was no dramatic circumstances, no immediate signs of distress, and no clear explanation. Her case has remained largely out of the spotlight, yet her name endures on the official register of long-term missing persons. In 1994, Karen Parks vanished from Bridlington, East Yorkshire, leaving behind a void that has never been filled. Her disappearance, now over 3 decades old, remains one of the quieter yet deeply unsettling cases. Karen was reported missing from the coastal town of Bridlington, a place known for its scenic beauty and close-knit community. The circumstances surrounding her disappearance have never been fully disclosed, and her case has received limited media attention over the years. There have been no confirmed sightings. On December 24, 2016, Anwar Abdullahi vanished from Leeds, West Yorkshire, leaving behind a silence that has yet to be broken. His disappearance, now nearly a decade old, remains one of the lesser-known cases in the UK, with few public details and no confirmed sightings since. Anwar was last seen in Leeds, a city known for its vibrant communities and bustling streets. The circumstances of his disappearance have not widely been reported, and his case has received limited media attention. Yet his name is on the Missing People UK registry, a quiet reminder that every missing person matters, regardless of how much time has passed. The charity Missing People continues to offer support to those affected by his case, and their message remains clear to him. We are here to listen or to pass on a message at any time. On August 27th, 2015, 23-year-old Callum Young vanished from his bedsit in Sunderland. Described by his mother as a happy-go-lucky lad and devoted son, Callum's disappearance was sudden, unexplained and deeply out of character. Nearly a decade later, his family continues to live in painful uncertainty, clinging to hope and seeking answers that have never come. Callum was last seen by a flatmate on the day he disappeared. He appeared to be fine, and there were no signs of distress or conflict. His mother Colleen spoke to him just the day before, and nothing seemed amiss. But after several days of no contact, something highly unusual for Callum, his family reported him missing on August 30th. Police launched an investigation, reviewing CCTV footage, interviewing friends and family, and following up on potential sightings, including leads in Northampton. Sadly, those leads proved false. Callum had no phone, money or bank cards with him, and no known reason to leave. His disappearance remains a mystery. On May 3rd, 2003, 7-year-old Daniel Entwistle vanished from the streets of Great Yarmouth, leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions. Daniel had been sent on a simple task to Blencows, a local convenience store near his home on Copperfield Avenue. CCTV footage captured him confidently walking through the shop at 5:05 p.m, swinging a carrier bag. He returned home briefly before heading out again to play on his red BMX bike. That was the last confirmed sighting of him. Later that evening, his parents Paula and David grew concerned when Daniel failed to return for tea. A search began first by neighbours and then by police. In the early hours of the next morning, Daniel's bike was found near Trinity Quay, close to a river. Its location sparking fears that he may have fallen into the water. The response was swift and extensive. Police divers scoured the river, helicopters searched from above, and sniffer dogs combed the surrounding area. Despite these efforts, no trace of Daniel was ever found. Over the years, more than 2,500 lines of inquiry were pursued, and over 580 statements taken. Two main theories emerged: accidental drowning and abduction. While the river theory was plausible, Daniel was afraid of water and unable to swim, making it unlikely he would have willingly approached the harbour wall. Some witnesses claimed to have seen him playing near the river earlier that day, but these accounts conflicted with family statements and police timelines. Daniel's parents described him as an outgoing, pleasant child with a strong northern accent, having moved from Burnley 3 years prior. His father David, who passed away in 2015, expressed deep regret and anguish over letting Daniel go out that day. Paula has continued to advocate for answers, clinging to hope while enduring the pain of uncertainty. The case has remained open, with appeals for information. In 2023, on the 20th anniversary of Daniel's disappearance, the police received new leads following renewed publicity, but none brought investigators closer to solving the mystery. On the evening of November 15, 2003, 48-year-old Sandra Gant left a flat in Hayes Road, Clacton-on-Sea, after drinking with friends. She was never seen again. More than 2 decades later, her family continues to search for answers. Sandra was a mother of 4 and a grandmother to 9. Her life, though marked by hardship, including addiction and mental health challenges, was also filled with love and fierce maternal devotion. Letters she wrote to her daughters before her disappearance reveal a woman yearning for connection, expressing pride in her children and grandchildren, and a deep desire to reunite with her family. Following her divorce in 1994, Sandra's life became increasingly unstable. She lived alone in Wellesley Road and was known to frequent local soup kitchens and social circles shaped by her struggles with alcohol. Despite this, her daughters recall her as a woman with a heart of gold, who never failed to let them know where she was, even during difficult times. Sandra was last seen leaving a flat where she had been drinking with 2 friends and a man they had just met. She was walking home, but it remains unclear whether she ever arrived. Her daughter Carrie reported her missing 6 days later, after failing to reach her at home. The police launched a murder investigation. 4 people were arrested but never charged. Despite extensive efforts, including hundreds of searches, statements and investigative actions, the case went cold. Sandra's daughters, Carrie, Michelle and Lauren, have never stopped searching. They've retraced her steps, spoken to those who knew her, and shared their story on platforms like the Missing podcast to raise awareness. Their reflections are raw and heart-wrenching. They said, "She's missed weddings, grandchildren being born, all the kind of stuff you'd imagine your mum would be at until you're old." Unfortunately, there has been no further leads in her disappearance. On the 30th of August 2006, 15-year-old Joanna Anima vanished from Garden City, Hertfordshire. Her disappearance, quiet and largely unpublicised, remains unsolved nearly 2 decades later. Joanna was just entering adolescence when she went missing. At 15, she was navigating the complex world of being a teenager, friendships and family life. Details about her personality, interests and circumstances are scarce in public records. The case slipped through the cracks of media attention. Despite this, her disappearance was formally registered and remains active on the Missing People database. The charity continues to appeal for information. In the early hours of the 12th of May 2006, 19-year-old Luke Durbin vanished from Ipswich town centre after a night out with friends. Nearly 2 decades later, his disappearance remains one of Suffolk's most enduring and heartbreaking mysteries. Luke was described as intelligent, witty and deeply affectionate. He lived in Suffolk with his mother and sister, forming a close-knit trio after his parents' separation. A talented guitarist, he briefly studied music technology at Colchester College before dropping out due to the long commute. He later found work at a deli and was known for bringing home food to cook for his family. On the night he disappeared, Luke had planned to stay at his friend's house, Alex, in Woodbridge. He left behind his motorbike, wallet, keys and phone, suggesting he intended to return. After clubbing at Zest nightclub in Ipswich, he became separated from his friends. CCTV footage later captured him walking alone through the town centre, attempting to get a taxi without his wallet, and finally crossing a zebra crossing near the bus station at 4 a.m. That was the last confirmed sighting. Luke's disappearance was immediately deemed out of character. Police launched extensive searches, reviewed CCTV footage and interviewed over 100 contacts from his phone. Despite these efforts, no trace of Luke was found. Over the years, theories have emerged, some suggesting a hit and run, others pointing to a possible criminal involvement. A silver Volvo seen near the last known location was using false plates remains a key point of interest. Luke's mother believes the driver may hold vital information. There was also an unconfirmed sighting of Luke in Woodbridge the following day in a dark blue Renault Megane driven by a man unknown to the family. These leads, while tantalising, have never led to resolution. Nikki, his mother, has become a tireless advocate for missing persons, campaigning for better support systems and public awareness. Her reflections are deeply moving, from painting her office the same shade as Luke's old bedroom without realising, to keeping his guitar and personal items in hope of his return. She has spoken openly, saying, "I've thought of every scenario there is, over and over. Sometimes I think it could have been a hit and run. The pain is relentless." On May 1st, 2007, 43-year-old Timothy Salmon vanished from Clacton-on-Sea, Essex, leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions and a family desperate to find out those answers. Despite extensive police efforts, including forensic searches and public appeals, Timothy's whereabouts remain unknown nearly 2 decades later. Timothy was well known in the Clacton community. A father of 3, he had lived in the town for most of his life and was a regular presence in local pubs. He maintained close contact with his family, especially his mother in London and his son in Clacton, often reaching out around birthdays and holidays. At the time of his disappearance, Timothy was living in a flat on Clacton High Street. He left behind his clothes and personal belongings and had not accessed any financial resources since May 2007. His sudden silence was deeply out of character, prompting his family to report him missing in July of that year. In 2009, nearly 2 years after Timothy vanished, Essex police conducted a detailed forensic search of his former residence. Officers dug up parts of the garden, searched drains and examined floorboards in a bid to uncover any clues. A single bone was found during the search, but it was later identified as belonging to a chicken. Despite the intensity of the investigation, no evidence was uncovered to explain Timothy's disappearance. Police stated that the search was part of a routine process in the ongoing investigation, but the lack of results left his family and the community with more questions than answers. On the morning of the 2nd of March 2007, 24-year-old Terry McSpadden vanished from Elm, Cambridgeshire. A devoted father of 2 young children, Terry was last seen withdrawing cash and buying goods at Tesco's after spending the evening at the Locomotive pub. His disappearance, initially treated as a missing person case, was later escalated to a suspected murder. Nearly 2 decades on, his body has never been found, and his family continues to live in painful uncertainty. Terry was known as a reliable, hard-working man who was deeply committed to his children, aged 3 and 1 at the time of his disappearance. He lived and worked in the same area he disappeared. He was described by friends and family as attentive and loving. On the night he vanished, he was wearing an electronic tag due to a minor offence, which last placed him at a friend's address on Outware Road at 8:43 a.m. the following morning. Despite extensive searches and appeals, including a 2014 Crime Stoppers reward of £5,000, no significant leads emerged. In 2012, a man was charged with Terry's murder, but the case was dismissed due to insufficient evidence. In May 2025, partial human remains were discovered in a field near Walton Highway, close to where Terry was last seen. Norfolk police contacted the family, and while identification is still pending, the discovery has reignited hope for resolution. Cold case detectives have launched a fresh appeal, urging anyone with information, no matter how small, to come forward. On June 29, 2011, Dr. David Lidgey, a respected GP and father of 3, vanished from his home in Hillgate near Downham Market. He left behind a handwritten note that read simply, "Gone for a walk." That brief message marked the beginning of a mystery that has endured for over a decade, leaving his family in a state of suspended grief with unanswered questions. David had taken the day off work, telling his wife Shona, also a GP, that he felt unwell. After driving their children to school, he returned home and left the note on the kitchen table. What made the situation more alarming was what he left behind: his mobile phone, wallet, passport, credit cards, car, and even his cherished Leatherman tool and Tag Heuer watch. All he took were his house keys. The absence of any digital or financial activity following his disappearance deepened the mystery. Despite extensive police searches, poster campaigns and appeals, no trace of David was found. In 2018, he was legally declared dead by the High Court. David's wife and their children, Ruth, Tom and Arthur, have lived with the emotional weight of his absence. His wife Shona has spoken openly about the trauma of becoming a single parent overnight and the profound loss of her partner. David is a huge loss to our lives, still and always will be. He left a massive gap that can't be filled. Yet, in a twist that reignited hope, she began receiving mysterious messages in 2018 from someone claiming to be David. One text read, "You will see me again soon," and another voice message said, "I'm on my way home, been delayed in Australia, have a newspaper from me, D." The messages contained personal details and writing styles that felt familiar, though police were unable to verify their origin beyond a London location. She has continued to believe in her heart that David may still be alive, somewhere, having chosen to walk away from a life he no longer wanted. She has made emotional appeals, travelled to Leicester, where David studied medicine and supported the local rugby team, and distributed posters and belongings at shelters, hoping for a breakthrough. On the 13th of August 1998, 35-year-old Lorraine Freeman vanished from her home in Purfleet, Essex. She was last seen waving goodbye to her partner as he left in a taxi for a trip abroad. When he returned, Lorraine was gone. No note, no sign of struggle, just silence. More than 25 years later, her family is still searching for answers, and her sister, Toni Freeman, continues to fight for visibility, justice and closure. Lorraine was the eldest of 3 siblings raised in Glasgow. The Freeman family of Jamaican heritage were one of the few families of colour in the area. Despite occasional racism, their upbringing was filled with warmth, games and strong family bonds. Lorraine, described as shy and gentle, struggled with dyslexia but blossomed after leaving school and entering the workforce. She worked at the Holiday Inn and later moved to London in her 20s, eventually settling in Essex with her partner Philip. She was learning to read and write more confidently and seemed to be coming into her own. Her sister Toni recalls their weekly landline calls and how close they had become as adults, like 2 peas in a pod. Lorraine's disappearance was sudden and deeply out of character. She had no known mental health issues, no history of going missing, and no reason to leave without telling anyone. Her partner reported her missing, and police opened an investigation, but no significant leads emerged. Over the years, the case faded from public attention, leaving her family to carry the emotional burden largely alone. Toni Freeman has described the pain as like living with a cut that will never heal. Lorraine has missed out on weddings, births and decades of family life. The absence is not just physical, it's emotional, generational and deeply scarring. Toni has become a powerful advocate for her sister and for other families of the missing. She has spoken publicly about the racial disparities in media coverage and police response, noting that Lorraine's case received little attention compared to others. She said, "We were just left to get on with it." She continues to share Lorraine's story through interviews, social media and partnerships with the charity Missing People. Their message to Lorraine remains, "We are here for you whenever you are ready." On October 26, 1994, 50-year-old Jean Jervis vanished from Yarmouth. Her disappearance, now over 3 decades old, remains one of the longest-standing unresolved cases in the region, with no confirmed sightings, no recovered belongings, and no known reason for her departure. Jean's absence continues to haunt those who knew her and highlights the enduring pain of families left without answers. Little is known publicly about her personal life. She was 50 years old and living in Yarmouth. There were no reports of mental health issues, no indications of foul play, and no clear reason why she might have chosen to leave. Her case was registered with Missing People, and despite the passage of time, she remains listed as missing. The lack of detail surrounding Jean's life and disappearance reflects a broader issue in missing person cases. The quiet ones often receive less attention. When there is no dramatic circumstances, no media coverage and no immediate leads, cases can fade from public view, leaving families to grieve in silence. In the early hours of Boxing Day 2017, 21-year-old Sophie Smith left her home in Gorleston, Norfolk, wearing only a vest and shorts. She was last seen on CCTV running towards the beach. That brief, haunting image marked the beginning of a desperate search and a deeply painful chapter for her family, friends and community. Sophie was a student at the University of East Anglia, described by loved ones as bright, caring and deeply loved, but beneath the surface she was battling severe anxiety and depression. Her family later revealed that she had been receiving treatment and had openly discussed suicidal thoughts, including a desire to end her life in the sea. On the morning of her disappearance, Sophie left behind a note and messages for her loved ones, outlining her intentions. She did not take her phone, wallet or any belongings. Her sudden departure and the circumstances surrounding it triggered immediate concern and a large-scale search. Police, Coast Guard teams, lifeboat crews and volunteers mobilised quickly. Search efforts focused on the coastline near her home, and a Facebook group dedicated to finding Sophie drew over 28,000 members. Her mother, Lynn Shaw, made emotional public appeals, urging Sophie to come home and encouraging others struggling with mental health to seek help. Despite extensive efforts, no confirmed sightings or physical evidence emerged. Sophie's bank and social media accounts remained untouched, and her disappearance became one of the most heartbreaking cases in Norfolk's recent history. In the year following her disappearance, Sophie's father, Martin, planned a seaside tribute, releasing a single rose into the waves to mark the anniversary. He spoke of the daily pain of not knowing, the triggers that reignite grief, and the absence of closure that continues to haunt the family. Sophie's sister Sarah and aunt Rebecca also joined in the search and remembrance efforts, sharing memories and urging anyone with information to come forward. The family held a vigil at Norwich Cathedral, a solemn moment of reflection and hope. On June 1st, 2014, 46-year-old Sean Hutchings vanished from Watton, Norfolk. His disappearance, now over a decade old, remains unsolved, with no confirmed sightings, no recovered belongings and no known reason for his departure. Sean's case was one of a quiet tragedy. Little is publicly known about Sean's personal life, which makes his disappearance all the more mysterious. At the time he went missing, Sean was 46 years old. There were no public records of mental health concerns, criminal involvement or known vulnerabilities. There has been no movement in his disappearance. On May 27, 2012, 27-year-old Anthony Stammers left his family home in Colchester, Essex, carrying a record-style bag and telling his mother he planned to stay overnight with a friend. He sent a text an hour later asking her to make sure his trousers were ready for his grandfather's funeral the next day, but Anthony never arrived at the service and he has not been seen since. More than a decade later, his family continues to live in the shadow of uncertainty, searching for answers and holding on to hope. Anthony was a gifted musician with a distinctive personality. His brother James described him as a completely unique person, someone who lived life by his own sheet of music. He had a close relationship with his family, especially his siblings Kathy and James, and was known for his emotional maturity. On the day he disappeared, Anthony withdrew money from a nearby petrol station, his last known financial activity. There was no CCTV footage of him doing this transaction, but police believe it was likely him. Since then, there have been no confirmed sightings, no further bank activity and no digital trace. Anthony's disappearance has left his family living with what his father Rob calls a dual existence, trying to maintain a normal life while carrying the constant weight of his absence. His mother Julie has spoken of the emotional toll. There were and still are days when you feel like you don't want to get up, but today could be the day we find him. His brother James, who ran 100 miles from Kingston upon Thames to Colchester to raise awareness, described the early days as filled with confusion, panic and concern, which slowly gave way to a deeper, more enduring grief. Essex police have followed up on potential sightings in Colchester, Birmingham, Doncaster and London, but none have led to significant breakthroughs. In 2023, Anthony's case was featured on Channel 5's Vanished, the search for Britain's missing people, bringing renewed attention to his story. Detective Superintendent Stephen Jennings emphasised that the police continue to keep an open mind. It is really difficult to know what's actually happened, but we do absolutely keep an open mind. On April 12, 2013, 76-year-old Dulcie Brewster vanished from her home in Boston. Her disappearance sparked concern across the community and prompted a police investigation that included underwater searches and public appeals. More than a decade later, she remains missing. Dulcie was last seen at her home and her disappearance was reported shortly after. She was known locally and described as a quiet elderly woman. There were no immediate signs of foul play, but her age and the sudden nature of her disappearance raised the alarm. Police launched a search operation, including an underwater sweep of a nearby canal, but no trace of her was found. She was registered with the charity Missing People, which continues to host her profile and appeal for information. Despite the passage of time, her name remains on the register, a symbol of the enduring hope that she might one day be found. On the 11th of May 2017, 64-year-old Patricia Finney vanished from Southend-on-Sea after visiting a friend on the Riviera Drive. She was last seen around midday in Bellevue area. A mother and a grandmother, Patricia's sudden disappearance sparked concern and confusion. Despite years of investigation, including a murder inquiry and multiple searches, her whereabouts remain unknown, and her family continues to live with the pain of not knowing. Patricia's disappearance was initially treated as a missing persons case. She had been visiting a friend and was expected to return home, but she never arrived. There were no signs of a struggle, no confirmed sightings beyond Bellevue, and no communication from Patricia after that day. In 2022, following a review by Essex Police's Serious Crime Unit, her case was reclassified as a homicide. This shift reflected growing concern that Patricia may have come to harm, though no body has ever been found. In June 2023, a man in his 70s was arrested on suspicion of murder. Police conducted searches in Hockley Woods and a property in Shoebury, hoping to uncover evidence. However, in September 2025, Essex Police announced that the Crown Prosecution Service had determined there was insufficient evidence to proceed, and the man was released with no further action. Detective Inspector Stuart Eastbrook stated, "We have carried out a thorough investigation and exhausted all lines of inquiry available to us. However, no case is ever closed. My thoughts are with Pat's family, who are still looking for answers about what happened to her." On the 20th of July 2018, 17-year-old Bladar Ismailaj vanished from Kings Lynn, Norfolk. His disappearance, quiet and largely unpublicised, remains unsolved more than 7 years later, with no confirmed sightings, no public updates and few known details. He was just 17 when he went missing, at an age when most young people are navigating school, friendships and the dreams for the future. His life took a sudden and unexplained turn. His disappearance without a trace, and little was publicly known about the circumstances surrounding his life or the case. His profile remains active on the Missing People charity website, which continues to appeal for information and offers support to those affected. In January 1996, 24-year-old Kevin Mills vanished from his parents' home in Peterborough. His disappearance, now nearly 3 decades old, remains unresolved. Kevin was a white British man, 6'1" tall, with thinning hair, brown eyes and a tattoo of Popeye on his upper arm. At the time of his disappearance, he was reported as being depressed and unemployed, having previously served in the Navy and travelled to Europe. His family described him as someone who had disappeared before during periods of emotional distress, once turning up in Greece and another time needing to be collected from Blackpool. When Kevin vanished in 1996, he left behind his passport and did not appear to use his national insurance number for employment, suggesting he may have lived off the grid or worked cash in hand. He was last seen wearing a baseball cap and blue jacket. Kevin's case was classified as endangered missing due to his mental health history and the circumstances of a disappearance. Despite efforts to locate him, including appeals for missing people and listing on international databases like the Doe Network, no confirmed sighting or leads have emerged. His previous disappearances complicate the narrative, raising questions about whether he chose to leave or met with harm. Investigators have noted that Kevin tended to avoid crowded areas and may have sought solitude. Yet the complete lack of contact since 1996 suggests something more permanent and troubling. On January 13, 2025, 17-year-old Mustafa Sabah was reported missing from Bedford. His disappearance is one of the most recent cases listed by the charity Missing People. The circumstances of his disappearance have not been made public, and there are no confirmed sightings or updates since the day he went missing. His profile remains active on the Missing People website, where the charity continues to appeal for information and offers support to anyone affected by his absence. The lack of public details surrounding Mustafa's case is not unusual. Many missing teenagers, particularly those from minority or migrant backgrounds, receive limited media coverage, which can hinder public awareness and delay vital leads. On the 25th of June 2013, 45-year-old Stephen Thompson vanished from Norfolk. His disappearance, quiet and largely unpublicised, remains unresolved more than a decade later, with no confirmed sightings, no recovered belongings and no known reason for his departure. Stephen was 45 at the time he went missing. Public details about his personal life are not there, but his profile remains active on the Missing People charity website. On October 3, 2017, 15-year-old Alan Rasour was last seen at an address on Lyndhurst Road in Suffolk. He was reported missing the following morning, sparking concern among police and the local community. Despite appeals and public outreach, Alan's whereabouts remain unknown. Alan was described as white, 5 foot tall with black hair. At the time of his disappearance, he was wearing a black puffer-style jacket, a grey and black striped top, black shiny trousers with 2 gold stripes down the sides, and white trainers. Suffolk police noted that Alan was not fluent in English, which may have added to his vulnerability and complicated efforts to locate him. His age, language barrier and the sudden nature of his disappearance raised immediate concerns. Police issued appeals for sightings and information, urging anyone who may have seen Alan or knew of his whereabouts to contact the duty sergeant at Lowestoft Police Station. Despite initial efforts, no confirmed sightings or leads have ever emerged. On December 8, 2018, 34-year-old Camille Bick was last seen in the early hours of the morning on Shaftesbury Road in Bury Park area of Luton. A former professional footballer from Poland, Camille's sudden disappearance sparked concern and confusion. Despite years of investigation, including a murder inquiry and public appeals, his whereabouts remain unknown, and his family continue to live with the pain of not knowing. Camille was a professional footballer in Poland before moving to the UK in 2016. He settled in Luton, where he was known to have links to Milton Keynes and Scotland. Though he had once lived a disciplined life as an athlete, police later revealed that he may have become involved in drug-related activity and had accumulated gambling debts. His estranged wife, still in Poland, reported him missing 6 days after he was last seen. There was no contact, no banking activity and no trace of his movements after December 8th. In 2019, the case was reclassified as a murder investigation. Detective Inspector Lee Martin, leading the investigation, has repeatedly appealed to the public, stating, "I have no doubt there are people in our community who know what happened to him. His loved ones deserve answers." On the morning of the 3rd of January 1978, Jill Brown, a 19-year-old woman from Essex, left her home for work at a local laundrette on Brooklyn Road. It was the first day back after the Christmas holidays. She never arrived. Jill vanished without a trace, and nearly 5 decades later, her disappearance remains one of the UK's longest-standing unresolved cases. Jill was described as 5 foot 2 inches tall, with shoulder-length brown hair, brown eyes and a slim build. She wore a blue Mac that morning and carried no belongings, suggesting she intended to leave home. Most concerning was that she suffered from a rare illness requiring regular medication she left behind. Her disappearance was deeply out of character. Jill was close to her family, and her sudden absence devastated her sisters Janet and Elizabeth. They have never stopped searching for answers. They continue to appeal to the public and to Jill herself, saying, "We want to make some more wonderful memories with you. There's not enough We need more. On the morning of the 9th of June 2025, Darren Willis, a 53-year-old father of 3 and long-serving postman, left his home on Duck Lane. He was last seen just before 7 a.m. on a pathway connecting Willow Bridge and Shakespeare Road. That brief moment, captured on CCTV, remains the last confirmed sighting of him. Since then, Darren has vanished without a trace. Darren was well known and deeply loved in St Notes. Having worked as a postman for 38 years, his disappearance has shocked the community. Described as white, 6'1" in tall, with short brown hair and a medium build, he was last seen wearing a dark blue hoodie, jeans, a baseball cap and white trainers. His wife Sarah Willis has spoken movingly about the pain of not knowing. We're living a nightmare right now and just want him back home with us where he belongs. We all love him so much, he is our world. Cambridgeshire Police launched extensive searches supported by the Search and Rescue and Midshire's Search and Rescue. These efforts have included drones, sonar equipment and combing green spaces and open water areas. Unconfirmed sightings in Willington, Bedfordshire prompted further investigations, but no breakthrough has emerged. Detective Inspector Emma Garwood, leading the search, stated, "We grow more concerned the longer Darren is missing, but we haven't given up hope of finding him alive." On Tuesday, the 19th of August 2025, Alexander James Flanagan, a 45-year-old man from Feckenham, vanished from his home. His sudden disappearance has left his family, friends and local community in confusion, with police and volunteers continuing to search for answers. Alexander was described as white, around 5'7" tall, of slim build, with shoulder-length dark brown hair and a beard. His life in Feckenham was quiet and largely private, making his disappearance all the more unsettling. He was last seen at his home, and there have been no confirmed sightings since. The police launched a public appeal for information, urging anyone who may have seen Alexander or knows of his whereabouts to please come forward. On the night of the 2nd of October 1998, Andrew Cappan, a 37-year-old father of 3 from Grantham, vanished during a weekend trip to the Skegness. What began as a routine night out with friends ended in a mystery that has haunted his family and baffled investigators for over 25 years. Andrew had travelled with 3 friends up to his family caravan for the season. That Friday night, the group went out to the Street Complex nightclub in Skegness. According to reports, an argument broke out between Andrew and one of his friends over drinks. CCTV footage shows bouncers ejecting Andrew and his friends around 1 a.m. Outside, Andrew was seen helping a friend up after a scuffle, and the two walked off together, crossing Scarborough Avenue near the clock tower. It was the last confirmed sighting of him. His friend was later seen alone at a cash point and took a taxi back home. The other 2 men returned to the caravan, breaking in through a window. Andrew's wallet and passport were left behind. Despite extensive searches of the seafront and nearby lakes, no trace of him has ever been found. Andrew's disappearance devastated his family. His daughter Tessa, then 15, was expecting him to pick her up that weekend. Instead, she was taken to her grandparents' house and told he was missing. She said, "It's like he just disappeared off the face of the earth." His wife Sue, to whom he had been married for 17 years, said there had been no signs of distress or plans to leave. "I'm sure that if he'd wanted to leave his family, he'd have had the guts to tell me. Maybe he had a bang on the head and doesn't know who he is." Tragically, Andrew's father died of a heart attack just 12 days after his son vanished. His mother passed away years later, never knowing what happened to him. Andrew was 6'2" tall, with blonde hair, multiple tattoos and a missing middle finger on his left hand. He wore a silver St. Christopher pendant and had both ears pierced. Despite these distinctive features, no confirmed sightings have ever emerged. The case remains open. The police continue to appeal for information, and Missing People UK maintains his profile. On the 14th of January 2018, Jamal Sultan, a 16-year-old boy from Luton, vanished from his home on Alma Link. His sudden disappearance sparked concern across the community and led to appeals from both Bedfordshire Police and the charity Missing People UK. Yet years later, Jamal remains missing, and his family continues to live in the shadow of uncertainty. Jamal was last seen around 2 p.m. on that Saturday afternoon. He is described as black, 5 foot 7 inches tall, slim, with short black afro-style hair. At the time of his disappearance, he was wearing a white t-shirt with a motif on the front and a black leather look waistcoat. His disappearance was deeply distressing for those who knew him. Police issued appeals urging anyone with information to come forward, stating they were becoming increasingly concerned for his welfare. On the morning of the 28th of October 2015, Gerard Keane, an 81-year-old man from Lowestoft, Suffolk, left his home on Conrad Road for one of his regular short walks. He never returned. What followed was one of the most extensive missing person searches in Suffolk's recent history, yet despite the efforts of police, Coast Guard, fire services and volunteers, he was never found. He was last seen at 11:45 that Wednesday. He was described as white, 5 foot 10 inches tall, with white hair, clean shaven and wearing a black jacket, dark trousers and possibly a tweed cap. His walk was part of his familiar routine, and his failure to return home sparked immediate concern. Police launched a multi-agency search across Colton Colville Marshes, Rookery Park Golf Club and the coastline between Lowestoft, Kensingland and Alton Broad. Helicopters, dog units and search and rescue teams combed the area. Leaflets were distributed, urging residents to check sheds, gardens and outbuildings, yet no trace of him was ever found. He was considered vulnerable due to his age, and his disappearance triggered a wave of compassion and urgency. Despite these efforts, the trail went cold. In April 2023, a legal notice was published in the High Court of Justice seeking a declaration of presumed death, marking a painful milestone for those who had held onto hope. In 2005, Edward vanished from his sheltered accommodation in Sidmouth, Devon, leaving behind no trace and countless unanswered questions. At 41 years old, Edward was known as a hard-working man with an active social life, but he also battled clinical depression and had undergone extensive psychiatric treatment. His disappearance marked the beginning of a long and painful chapter for his family, one that would stretch over a decade before the courts declared him presumed dead. Edward left behind all his personal belongings, his wallet, passport, bank cards, mobile phone and even his glasses. In the icy conditions of that winter, it was unlikely he could have travelled far on foot. Despite extensive searches involving family members, Beer Coast Guard and police helicopters, no trace of him was ever found. His bank account remains untouched and no sightings were ever confirmed. The emotional toll on Edward's family was immense. His father, Peter, eventually sought a legal declaration of presumed death under the Presumption of Death Act in 2013. In 2017, Judge Paul Matthews ruled that it was more likely than not that Edward died shortly after his disappearance. The judge acknowledged the heartbreak of such a decision, stating, "It cannot be easy for any parent, hoping against hope that a long-lost child will one day be found safe and alive, to ask the court to in fact snuff out that hope." On the 24th of February 2006, Andrew Steeds vanished from Bristol at the age of 34. His disappearance, quiet and unexplained, left behind a ripple of grief and uncertainty that continues to affect those who knew and loved him. There is little public detail about the circumstances surrounding his disappearance, which only deepens the mystery and the pain. For families like Andrew's, the lack of answers can be as devastating as the loss itself. Each passing year brings renewed hope and renewed heartbreak. On the 2nd of February 2008, Michael Thomas disappeared from Trafalgar, a remote coastal village in North Cornwall. He was 32 years old. His absence was sudden. Michael's case is marked by its quietness. There are no dramatic headlines, no confirmed sightings, no known circumstances that explain his disappearance. What remains is the date, the place, and the enduring uncertainty. Where he went missing, it is lined with rugged cliffs, as well as isolated beauty, but this became the last known point of contact, a place where Michael was and then was not. On the 13th of March 2010, Timothy Foote disappeared from Wiltshire at the age of 38. His case, like so many others across the southwest of England, remains unsolved. It was a quiet vanishing that left behind a family searching for answers and a community grappling with this disappearance. Despite the passing years, Timothy's name endures on the UK's long-term missing persons register, a stark reminder of life's interrupted and stories left unfinished. Little was publicly known about the circumstances of Timothy's disappearance. There were no major headlines, no confirmed sightings, and no clear leads. On April 1st, 2012, Sarah Fenton vanished from a Condor high-speed car boat travelling from Guernsey to Poole. She was last seen by her husband Andrew around 4:30 p.m. that afternoon. What followed was a desperate and wide-reaching search effort. Coast Guard helicopters, RNLI lifeboats, French military aircraft and local fishing vessels scoured the channel. Yet no trace of Sarah was ever found. Sarah, a 39-year-old woman from Bristol, had been enjoying a routine journey with her husband. There were no known signs of distress or conflict. Her sudden disappearance from a secure vessel in daylight hours raised troubling questions. How could someone vanish from a boat without anyone noticing? Was it an accident, a deliberate act, or something more sinister? The emotional toll on Sarah's family has been profound. In the years since, they've issued repeated appeals for information, urging anyone who may have been on the boat that day to come forward. Their messages to Sarah are heartbreaking. We miss you so much and just want to know you are okay. Hung Van Vu was last seen on March 21st, 2018 in Bournemouth. His name appears quietly among the many missing persons listed by the charity Missing People. There were no major news reports, no widespread appeals and no confirmed sightings after that date. On June 15, 2019, Rocky Parkin vanished from North Devon. He was 31 years old at the time, described as white, 5 feet 10 inches tall, slim, with dark brown hair and glasses. He was last seen wearing a black top, camouflage trousers, and carrying a large black and blue rucksack. Despite the passage of time, Rocky's disappearance remains unsolved. There have been no confirmed sightings, no public updates, and no closure for those who knew and loved him. Gavin Rose, aged 42 at the time, was reported missing from his home in Penzance, Cornwall, on the 2nd of November 2019. He is described as around 6 feet tall, slim build with dark brown-grey and short hair and light stubble. When last seen, Gavin was wearing blue jeans, white Nike Air trainers and a black coat bearing white writings on the back of the collar. No confirmed sightings have been reported since that afternoon in early November 2019. On the 19th of December 2018, Mark Keedle vanished from Poole, leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions and a family gripped by fear and longing. At 50 years old, Mark was described as white, 5 foot 7 inches tall, of average slim build, with short grey hair and grey-blue eyes. His disappearance just days before Christmas was deeply out of character and sparked urgent concern from both his loved ones and the Dorset police. Mark's family quickly issued a heartfelt statement. They urged the public to come forward with any information, no matter how small, and emphasised the importance of ensuring Mark's safety. Dorset police echoed these concerns, noting that Mark may have not had access to vital medication, heightening the urgency of the search. Despite appeals and media coverage, Mark's whereabouts remain unknown. On the 5th of February 2016, Amran Hassan vanished from Bristol, leaving behind a community stunned and a family desperate for answers. At 34 years old, Amran's sudden disappearance marked the beginning of a long and painful search, one that continues to this day. He was known to those around him as thoughtful and quiet presence. His absence was deeply felt, not only by his loved ones but by the wider Bristol community. There has been no movement in his case. On the 21st of April 2010, Charlotte Adams and her partner Jake Adams disappeared without a trace from their home in Plymouth. Their abrupt vanishing left behind an 11-year-old daughter and a community desperate for answers. Charlotte Adams, aged 30, was known for her vibrant red hair, tribal tattoos on her neck and calf, and nose piercings. Jake Adams, also known as Amy Rose, aged 38 and undergoing gender reassignment, stood at 5'11" with a heavy build, shoulder-length hair and distinct forearm tattoos. They had strong ties to Whitby, North Yorkshire, and were described as loving parents with a creative spark. Their sudden disappearance shattered the sense of safety for their daughter and those that knew them. On the day of the disappearance, there were no signs of forced entry or struggle at the home, no farewell note or indication of planned departure. Their daughter found alone in the house, unharmed but distressed. Immediate missing person appeals were launched by Devon and Cornwall police. Despite reported sightings across the southwest, none have been confirmed as Charlotte or Jake. Devon and Cornwall police coordinated searches, witness interviews, and a tip line monitoring. Missing People UK offered family liaison support and public appeals, yet the case remains unsolved. On the 6th of June 2008, 78-year-old Charles Barkwell vanished from Cornwall. His known struggles with diabetes and dementia heightened concerns for his safety, as days turned into weeks without a confirmed sighting. Charles lived a quiet and routine life, known to neighbours as polite, who often strolled into town each morning. He managed chronic health conditions, including diabetes and memory loss, which made his disappearance especially alarming for those who knew him. He was last seen near the Arch in the town centre. He is described as 5'2" tall, short grey hair with a speech impediment due to a medical condition. He was wearing a brown coat and tweed cap. Despite an extensive search effort, no verified sightings have followed from that morning. Devon and Cornwall police immediately launched ground search, with the Cornwall Search and Rescue Team deploying a search helicopter and urging residents to check gardens and outbuildings. Missing People UK issued public appeals, set up a confidential hotline, and offered support to Charles' family and the wider community, yet the case has remained unsolved. Simon Baker, aged 33, was reported missing from Bristol on the 1st of March 2009, leaving behind loved ones desperate for answers. His sudden vanishing transformed a routine day into a long-running mystery. Simon lived and worked in the vibrant streets of Bristol, known among friends for his warmth and reliability. He maintained close relationships with families and colleagues, making his disappearance all the more bewildering. Bristol police coordinated local searches and witness interviews following initial reports. No confirmed sightings have emerged since that day. On the 13th of November 2000, 31-year-old Catherine Nee disappeared from Devon, leaving a grieving family in Reading and no explanation for her sudden vanishing. Catherine, also known affectionately as Cathy, grew up in Reading and left home after a difference of opinion with relatives. Brief letters exchanged around 2002 were the last contact her family received, deepening the uncertainty surrounding her fate. In 2012, Catherine's family formally reported her missing to the Thames Valley Police. Detective Inspector Kevin Mahoon took the lead, emphasising an open-minded approach to piece together her movements since 2000. In December 2014, specialist police divers conducted underwater searches in 2 woodland ponds in Berkshire, acting on a fresh tip. Officers hoped to recover items that might shed light on her disappearance, though visibility challenges and unconfirmed findings limited breakthroughs. A 48-year-old man was arrested on suspicion of Catherine's murder during the investigation, but was released without charge, leaving more questions than answers. On the 8th of July 2017, 17-year-old Finn Leyland Stratfield vanished from Tintagel, Cornwall, sparking widespread concern and an enduring search by family, friends and the community. Finn is described as white European, 5'9" tall, with a slim build, blue eyes and dark brown collar-length hair. He was clean-shaven with a fair complexion. Distinctive tattoos included Noah 2005 on his inner left forearm and a salamander on his upper right back. At the time of his disappearance, he wore a blue hooded jacket which had Superdry on the front and ripped grey-black jeans. He was last seen near a youth hostel by a lone walker on the evening of the 8th of July 2017. The following evening, his rucksack was discovered on a cliff above Hull Beach at around 5:30 p.m. No confirmed sightings or communications have followed since these last known moments. Finn's mother, Beck Stratfield, has led grassroots search efforts ever since, organising multiple charity walks to keep his name and story in the public eye. Finn's father has voiced fears that his son may have taken his own life. Beck remains resolute that he is still alive and deserving of support and safety. On the 11th of April 2019, 65-year-old Leslie Stewart disappeared from Fairford during a short holiday, leaving her family alarmed when she failed to return as expected and had no communication for days afterwards. Leslie was described as a slim woman, approximately 5 foot 6 inches tall, with shoulder-length brown hair and a fair complexion. At the time she went missing, she wore a red ski jacket, black trousers and off-white boots, details repeatedly highlighted in public appeals to aid her safe return. Leslie was last seen on the 11th of April 2019 as she left the country for what was meant to be a brief holiday. She was due to return within a few days, but her family lost all contact after the 12th of April, an absence noted as highly uncharacteristic of her. The police launched an appeal for information, urging anyone with knowledge of Leslie's whereabouts to call 101. On the 7th of July 2020, 37-year-old Stephen Burke vanished from Bristol without a trace. Stephen, who was also known as Stephen Tiger, was reported missing from the Avon and Somerset police area. It was said that he also had links to North Wales. He was last seen leaving the city. No confirmed sightings or communications have followed since that day. The police immediately launched an inquiry and issued public appeals, urging anyone with information to call 101. On the 31st of March 1993, 39-year-old Sean Durkin disappeared from Bradstock in Dorset without a trace, leaving behind the pub he managed and a wife desperate for answers. Sean and his wife Glenda ran the Dove Inn at Burton Bradstock. In 1987, severe storms destroyed a bar he had invested in, pushing the couple towards bankruptcy, a struggle Glenda only fully understood when Sean vanished. Prior to his disappearance, financial pressures had mounted in secret, casting his sudden departure in a new troubling light. That morning, Sean left home headed for a court appearance, but took none of his personal belongings or spare clothes. Later discoveries revealed 3 bin liners of unopened bills hidden in the attic, and his passport missing. In July 1993, his Volvo was found abandoned at Heathrow Airport with an out-of-date tax disc, suggesting an overseas departure that remains unconfirmed. Glenda turned to voluntary agencies when official records offered little help. The Salvation Army's Family Tracing Service and National Missing Persons Helpline, now known as Missing People UK, provided emotional support and investigative assistance. In December 2005, the BBC aired the documentary series Missing, featuring Glenda's story, in hopes Sean might see it and come forward. Unfortunately, he didn't come forward, and his case remains in the same way as it was the day he left. On the 25th of May 2019, Andrew, aged 60, vanished without warning, leaving behind loved ones and a community that are still searching for closure. Andrew was known for his quiet strength and gentle nature, living in a region famed for its dramatic cliffs and tranquil moorland. He embodied the spirit of the place, resilient, reflective and deeply connected to the natural world. His sudden absence sent ripples through the community, where he was a familiar face and valued friend in Linton in North Devon. Details surrounding Andrew's disappearance are scarce. He was last seen in Linton, a town perched on the edge of Exmoor National Park. No confirmed sightings have emerged since, and despite appeals and searches, no trace of him has ever been found. On the morning of the 4th of March 2018, Gerald Turner left his home in Church Hill, Swanage, and vanished. Despite extensive searches and public appeals, no trace of him was ever found. Gerald Turner was 67 years old, a popular landscape gardener, known for his warmth, dedication and gentle spirit. He lived with his wife Jane in the seaside town of Swanage, where he had built a life rooted in nature and community. But behind the scenes, he was battling Lewy body dementia, a complex and distressing condition that causes hallucinations, anxiety and compulsive behaviour. In the days leading up to his disappearance, Swanage was blanketed in snow. Gerald and Jane had been unable to leave their home for 3 days, and the isolation had heightened his anxiety. At around 5:30 a.m. on the 4th of March, Gerald left the house without his vital diabetes medication. CCTV later captured him near the British Legion on the High Street, the last confirmed sighting. Jane, upon discovering he was gone, slipped on ice while searching the garden and suffered injuries. Emergency services launched a massive search involving police, Coast Guards, RNLI and Dorset Search and Rescue. Over 300 homes were canvassed and dozens of CCTV systems reviewed, yet no further evidence emerged. In 2019, an inquest concluded that Gerald likely died within 48 hours due to the absence of his diabetes medication. However, the coroner returned an open verdict, citing a lack of evidence about the cause, location or exact time of death. On the evening of Friday, the 29th of March 2013, 54-year-old Meryl Cameron disappeared from her home in Cannerstown in Cornwall. Known for her calm, collected nature and zest for life, it was entirely out of character for her to lose contact with family and friends over the Easter weekend. Early on Saturday, the 30th of March, Meryl's distinctive white soft-top Renault Megane was located at Hell's Mouth, a dramatic cliffside beauty spot. The discovery prompted an immediate police appeal, but despite extensive searches along the coastal cliffs and local lanes, no further trace of Meryl was found. Devon and Cornwall police launched extensive searches and detailed inquiries, focusing on Meryl's movements between Thursday the 28th and Good Friday, which was on the 29th of March. Officers appealed to anyone who saw her or her vehicle during that period to come forward with information. Multiple media outlets and social media channels carried appeals under her incident number 357, yet no leads have ever emerged. On December 4, 2009, 35-year-old Selena MacDonald left her home on Phoenix Way in Portsea Head, Somerset, telling her partner she was going for a walk to the beach. She was last captured on CCTV in the High Street, heading towards the beach, and never returned. The following afternoon, on December 5th, items belonging to Selena, her mobile phone, purse and some medication were found on the sand near the Royal Hotel Beach access point. Despite an extensive land and sea search that included Coast Guard boats and shoreline teams, no further trace of Selena was uncovered. Avon and Somerset police launched a full-scale investigation. Officers went through CCTV footage again, tracked phone records and appealed for anyone who saw or spoke to her between the evening of December 4th and the morning of the 5th of December. To date, these efforts have yielded no concrete leads. Linda Millard, a 48-year-old mother from Swanage, disappeared on the 1st of March 1996 after telling friends and police about her partner's alleged links to the notorious Essex Boys gangland murders. Her case remains one of Avon and Somerset's longest unresolved missing person inquiries, with her fate still unknown. Linda was described as a white woman, 5'2" tall, slim build, with blue eyes and chestnut brown hair cut in a bob. At the time of her disappearance, she was wearing a navy and white checked shirt, black jeans and a black anorak trimmed with vivid pink. Her family remember her as a devoted mother and a friend whose sudden disappearance shattered their sense of safety and closure. In early December 1995, 3 Essex drug dealers, Craig Rolfe, Tony Tucker and Pat Tate, were executed. On December 7th, minutes after watching a news report about the slayings, Linda's partner began receiving mysterious phone calls and locked her out of the sitting room for 4 hours. Believing him to be involved in funding drugs, counterfeit perfume and video, she left him and later fled to her friends in Portsea Head for safety. Linda was last seen at around 9:30 p.m. on the 1st of March 1996 at her friend's home. Shortly afterwards, Avon and Somerset police found her white Austin Mini Metro locked on a Battery Point Cliffs with her shoes, handbag and car keys secured inside the boot. No body was ever recovered, and the circumstances of her disappearance remain perplexing. A police intelligence report dated March 3, 1996 explicitly linked Linda's disappearance to the Essex Boys murders. According to close friends interviewed by police, Linda had told them she believed her partner possessed knowledge of or involvement in the gangland slaying. He was noted to own multiple properties in Essex and Dorset and to travel frequently to Portugal for business. He would exhibit a flashy lifestyle inconsistent with any declared income. Not a day goes by without Linda's children questioning what happened to their mother. In 2019, her daughter Yvonne and two brothers launched a 23-year anniversary appeal, urging anyone with information, no matter how minor, to come forward and help bring the family closure. Avon and Somerset Police has kept the case open and continues to welcome new leads under her reference. No arrests have ever been made in connection with Linda's disappearance. A 51-year-old man was interviewed early in the investigation and again during later reviews, but no evidence of wrongdoing was found. The police maintain an open mind on foul play, yet critical questions about her partner's precise role, the timing of her vanishing and location of her body remain unanswered. On June 12, 2021, 16-year-old Kong Tan vanished from Martock, a quiet village in South Somerset. His disappearance left a ripple of heartbreak and unanswered questions across his community, and to this day, he remains missing. No confirmed sightings, no known reasons, and no closure. On June 25, 1997, Anne Myring, a 45-year-old clerical worker from Bristol, left her job at Hewlett-Packard and was never seen again. Her disappearance remains one of the most haunting unresolved cases in the UK, marked by suspicion, heartbreak and a painful lack of closure. Anne's car was later found in the driveway of her home in Chavenue Close. Her husband initially claimed she had gone to the health farm for the weekend, but later changed his story, saying she had left him. These conflicting accounts raised immediate concerns. Anne's mother, devastated and unconvinced, insisted that Anne would never abandon her family, especially her children and her elderly mother, whom she visited weekly. Her bank account remained untouched and she left behind all personal belongings. In October 1997, Anne's husband and his lover, whom he met through the local scout groups, were arrested. While the lover was released, her husband was charged with murder. Prosecutors alleged he killed Anne to begin a new life with his lover, yet after a 3-week trial in 1999, he was acquitted due to a lack of forensic evidence. The jury took less than 3 hours to reach a verdict. Despite the acquittal, suspicion lingered. The community, and especially Anne's family, struggled to accept the outcome. Her sons Stephen and David have never stopped searching for answers. Her mother's grief was compounded by the absence of justice. Her children were left with questions that time has never answered. And there has been no movement in her case. On the night of March 2nd, 2024, 23-year-old Jack O'Sullivan stepped out into the cold Bristol air after a house party in the Hotwells. A law conversion student and University of Exeter graduate, Jack had texted his mother at 1:52 a.m. to say he was safe and planned to get a taxi home, but he never made it back. What followed was not just a disappearance, it was the beginning of a harrowing journey for his family, marked by unanswered questions, institutional frustration, and a relentless campaign to keep Jack's name alive. Jack was last seen on CCTV at 3:40 a.m. walking up Bennett Way Slip Road, heading back towards Hotwells. Earlier footage showed him wandering near the Cumberland Basin and Plimsoll Swing Bridge. His phone remained active until 6:44 a.m, pinging at a property in the Granbury Hill area. Despite extensive searches by police, volunteers and even oceanographers, no trace of Jack has been found. Jack's parents, Catherine and Alan, and his brother Ben have lived through what Catherine described as their worst possible nightmare. From combing through CCTV footage themselves to hiring a private investigator, the family has taken on investigative roles that should have been led by authorities. Catherine discovered key footage of Jack that police had initially missed, raising serious concerns about the thoroughness of the investigation. The family's frustrations were concluded in a formal complaint against Avon and Somerset police, citing early errors and a lack of urgency. They were initially told it was too soon to file a missing person report, despite Jack's disappearance being completely out of character. Despite over £59,000 raised for search efforts and a £100,000 reward offered for information, Jack's whereabouts remain unknown. The Find Jack campaign has rallied over 100,000 supporters, but public momentum can only do so much without institutional accountability. On the 7th of July 2024, Craig Roberts, a 52-year-old man, vanished from the grounds of Loo Bay Holiday Park. His last known movements were captured on CCTV at around 5:45 p.m. He was seen walking past the Loo Caravan and Motorhome Club. He was wearing a camouflage jacket, blue jeans and black and white trainers. He has limited mobility, stands 5'8" tall and is known to wear a flat cap. Since that moment, Craig has not been seen again. Craig's case was quickly classified as high risk by Devon and Cornwall police, triggering a multi-agency response. Coast Guard search and rescue, police air support, drones and mountain rescue teams joined the effort. Despite extensive searches of the surrounding countryside and coastline, no trace of Craig has ever been found. On the evening of the 3rd of August 2022, 44-year-old Denise Jarvis walked away from her family home in Kingswood, Bristol, after a heated argument with her father. She told her parents she was going to camp in nearby Southie Park to get her head sorted. She took 5 bags with her. Only 2 were ever found. Since that day, Denise has not been seen again. Her disappearance has left a painful void in the lives of her family and raised troubling questions about how missing person cases are handled in the UK. Denise was a mother to a young son, Lucas, and had recently separated from her husband, Richard. She had moved back in with her parents Bernadette and Dave Lake following a bitter split and was navigating the emotional fallout of divorce, mental health struggles and family tension. Her family had tried to get her help, but Denise didn't believe she was unwell. Days before she vanished, police had been called to the house over another argument. She was last seen wearing a navy floral dress, white shoes and a distinctive sleeveless puffer-style jacket. CCTV footage released months later showed her shopping in the same coat, but no footage captured her movements after she entered Southie Park. Denise's family initially believed she was cooling off and would return in a few days, but as weeks turned into months, their hope became desperation. Her mother, Bernadette, described the torment of facing another Christmas without her darling daughter, saying, "We long for her to walk back inside our home and for everything to be okay again." Her sister, Rachel Graham, has been vocal about the emotional toll, saying Denise's disappearance has left a gap in their family. Posters have been displayed as far away as Thailand in a bid to raise awareness. The family has criticised Avon and Somerset police for their slow response. It took 3 months before officers began to treat the case with urgency. Detective Inspector Ben Lavender later admitted that with hindsight, things could have been done differently, acknowledging that early CCTV footage might have helped the investigation. This delay is not unique. Across the UK, families of missing persons often report feeling dismissed or unsupported in the critical early hours and days. The lack of coordinated response, limited resources and inconsistent communication can compound trauma and hinder investigations. There has been no movement in her case. On July 26, 2021, 53-year-old Mark Owen left his home in Bristol and vanished. His van was later found in Tiddenham near the Forest of Dean, but Mark himself was never seen again. Described by his family as one of a kind, Mark's disappearance has left a deep emotional scar on those who love him. Mark was last seen wearing grey work shorts and a dark top. He is 5 foot 9 inches tall, of medium build, with muscular shoulders, tan skin, short dark hair and tattoos on both arms. His van's discovery in a remote area sparked searches by the police, the Severn Area Rescue Association, local residents and even a police helicopter. Despite these efforts, no trace of Mark has been found. His family have continued to appeal for information. His partner Kirsty, children Chloe and Ollie, grandson Leo and mother Brenda have described him as a loving father, devoted partner and irreplaceable presence in their lives. Even the family dogs Sunny and Elvis are said to be lost without him. Mo is unique, they said. If you met him, you would definitely not forget him, with his witty personality and bad dad jokes. Recently, he has not been his usual bubbly and loud self, and we are really concerned he is struggling more than we know. Please come home, Dad. We love you so much. On the night of the 27th of February 1997, 30-year-old Laura Haynes walked out of her home in Redland, Bristol, and disappeared. She left behind 2 young children, a note expressing sorrow, and a family who would spend decades searching for answers. Laura was born and raised on the Wirral and had lived in London and York before settling in Bristol. She had recently separated from her husband and was navigating the emotional fallout of a turbulent relationship. Her father, Peter Wright, had spoken to her the day before she vanished, offering financial support to help her find stability. But by the next morning, Laura was gone. She left her home fully clothed without luggage in the middle of the night. Her partner found a note suggesting she felt she had let her children down. But those who knew Laura found this deeply out of character. She was described as fiercely protective of her children. She fought like a tigress for them. Despite efforts by Avon and Somerset Police and the National Missing Persons Helpline, no trace of Laura has ever been found. Her family feared she may have taken her own life, and searches were conducted around the River Severn. But no body was ever recovered. The lack of evidence has left her loved ones in a state of suspended grief, a limbo where mourning is impossible and hope is painful. Her children, Lauren and Adam, were raised by their father and have grown into adulthood without their mother. Her father, now elderly, still holds on to the possibility that Laura might one day reach out. On the 23rd of April 1985, 25-year-old Neil Dryden vanished from Swanage. He left behind no clear trail, no explanation and no goodbye. Decades later, Neil remains missing, his name quietly etched into the records of the Missing People charity. Neil's disappearance came at a time when public awareness of missing adults was limited and institutional responses were often slow or fragmented. He was young, just beginning the prime of his life, and his vanishing left loved ones with a void that time has not filled. There is little publicly available details about Neil's personal life or the circumstances surrounding his disappearance. On the 18th of November 1992, 35-year-old Rebecca Tyler vanished from Devon. More than 3 decades have passed since that day, and yet no trace of her has ever been found. Little was publicly known about her disappearance or her personal life. Whether she left voluntarily, experienced a crisis or met with harm remains unclear. There has been no changes in her case. On the 14th of January 1999, 29-year-old Matthew Riley walked out of his family home in Barnstaple, Devon, and disappeared. He left without a word, without a plan, and without a trace. More than 2 decades later, his family continues to search for answers, clinging to hope in the face of silence. Matthew, who preferred to be known as O'Reilly, was a self-employed abstract artist. He had studied in Bath and dreamed of establishing a studio there, but after struggling to secure a property, he returned to live with his parents in Barnstaple. He is recovering from a viral infection and had been feeling stressed about his work, which had been plagued by cancelled exhibitions and poor sales. On the morning he vanished, his parents, Tim and Jacqueline, were having breakfast when they heard the door open and close. It wasn't unusual. Matthew often went for walks without saying goodbye, but this time he never came back. Matthew's disappearance was reported the following day. A £400 withdrawal from his bank account led his father to wonder if he had taken a break to escape the stress. There were unconfirmed sightings, including one at the services on the M5 near Bristol within a year of his disappearance. A national campaign in 2006 saw his photograph displayed at hundreds of railway stations across the UK, but no leads emerged. His sister has continued to appeal for information, sharing heartfelt messages. "There are people who would love to meet you. I've been married for 20 years, and you have a niece who is amazing. At least just let me know that you are well." Jacqueline sent over 2,000 letters and posters to organisations and businesses, hoping someone might recognise him. Her motto became, "Be patient and endure." Unfortunately, no new leads have emerged. On the 21st of January 2021, 57-year-old Alan Stolz left his home in Bedminster Down, Bristol, and vanished. A first bus driver based at the Hengrove depot, Alan was well known to colleagues and friends. He had not responded to messages since January 19th, and when friends visited his home 2 days later, they found he had left without any personal belongings. He was officially reported missing on the 23rd of January. Police believe Alan caught a bus to Wells before walking to Glastonbury, where he was last seen on Fisher's Hill on the afternoon of the 21st of January. He was carrying a rucksack and may have been wild camping in the area. Despite appeals to farmers, dog walkers and visitors to open spaces and woodland, no confirmed sightings have emerged. Alan is described as white, 5 foot 10 inches tall, stocky, with short grey hair and a goatee beard. His appearance may have changed over time, but the concern for his well-being remains constant. On July 9th, 1987, 23-year-old Richard Locker vanished from Devon. Little is publicly known about the circumstances surrounding his disappearance, all about his personal life. There has been no movement in his case. On the 19th of December 2015, 32-year-old Chad Gibson walked out of the Central pub in Newquay, Cornwall, and disappeared. It was just days before Christmas. CCTV captured him checking his reflection in a shop window and jogging across a mini roundabout towards Beacon Road. This was the last confirmed sighting. Chad has never been seen again. Chad was raised in West London before moving to Cornwall at 17 to live with his father. He embraced a coastal lifestyle, surfing, nature walks and the outdoors. He was known for his warmth, charm and devotion to his daughter. Though his relationship with his daughter's mother didn't last, Chad remained a hands-on father and a true gentleman with a heart of gold. On the night he vanished, Chad had a confrontation with a group of men over a woman he had recently met. He left the pub at around 6 p.m. and was last seen on CCTV heading towards Tower Road. Despite extensive searches and appeals, no trace of him has ever been found. Chad's mother, Sharon, launched tireless appeals for information. She spoke on the Missing podcast, sharing her heartbreak. "This is my child, somebody I carried, taught to do his shoelaces. I need to know because nothing has changed since that day he walked out the door." Sharon tragically passed away in 2021, never knowing what happened to her son. On the 25th of January 2001, 34-year-old Philip Elliott vanished from Bath. More than 2 decades have passed since that day, and yet no trace of him has ever been found. Little is known about the circumstances surrounding Philip's disappearance. He was 34 at the time, living in Bath, a city known for its historic architecture. Whether he left by his own admission, experienced a crisis or met with harm remains unclear. On the 27th of March 2024, 72-year-old Alvin Diaz left his home in Brental, Devon, and disappeared. It's believed he travelled by train to West Cornwall, with CCTV capturing a man matching his description at a railway station. Since that day, Alvin has not been seen or heard from since. His disappearance has sparked widespread concern and a growing search effort across Cornwall and beyond. He was last seen wearing a jacket, navy blue trousers, a blue jumper and possibly a black woolly hat and Merrill trekking shoes. He may have also been wearing blue-rimmed glasses. Despite extensive searches and appeals from Devon and Cornwall police, no confirmed sightings have emerged. Darren Tunstall was 20 years old when he disappeared from London on the 3rd of December 1992. Relatives were the last people to see him. Darren was described as being quite shy and loved his own company. He had been living with his parents and sister, but he didn't return home after he said he would be spending the weekend visiting friends. The police launched an investigation but found no suspicious circumstances surrounded him vanishing. In 2017, police issued a 25th anniversary missing person appeal with an artist's image of what he may look like now. In 2017, he would have been 45 years old. Darren's mother Anne said in 2017, Darren was very studious, quite shy and loved his own company. Last time I actually saw Darren was Wednesday, the 2nd of December, but I was admitted to hospital. That evening, Darren and his dad and his sister came to visit. On the Thursday evening, his dad and sister came to visit, but Darren wasn't there, and from that day to this day, we haven't seen him again. We miss him and love him so much. I would like to hear his voice. It's not important as long as I know he's okay. Please let me know you are okay because we love and miss you so much. It's gone on too long. Darren is 6'4" with size 15 feet. He loves spending time outdoors and was content in his own company. His dad Colin has said his son spent family holidays in Cornwall and Ireland and was familiar with that country and that area of the UK as well as London where he disappeared. Lana Parcell was 27 years old when she disappeared from Camden in North London in January 2011. She had a daughter called Megan, who was just 6 years old when her mother disappeared. Lana was reported missing to the police 5 days after she vanished. The investigation has followed up on a number of sightings from people who claim to have seen her in North London. At the time of her disappearance, she was involved in substances and worked as a lady of the night. The last confirmed sighting of her is believed to have been in or around the 17th of January 2011, and officers believe she may have been heading to the Soho area. Her father John said, "It's been awful. Every day I wake up with a knot in my belly and I struggle to get out of bed. Sometimes it's terrible. It's absolute hell." Jarrell Cooper was 25 years old when he went missing on the 6th of July 2003 from Barnet in London. A few weeks earlier, he had told his mother he planned to disappear on his 26th birthday, warning her that he would disappear for 3, maybe 4 years, and that she wouldn't see or hear from him. He disappeared with nothing more than £430 in his savings, a passport in his back pocket, nothing else. He lived up to his word and walked out of his home and has never been seen since. He was renowned for his adventurous spirit. His mother said, "Having a missing son, I am out here on my own. I didn't know anyone else. You have to learn to love enough to accept the not knowing. That's the hardest part." She also said that her son travelled a lot. He had lived in Sydney and South Africa and became the UK snakeboard champion and 3rd in the world when he was about 19. She said it was very much a freelance life. He did a lot of modelling and tombstoning, diving into cliffs in the Channel Islands. He used to practice breakdancing on a stage with his friends. He was a high flyer, very outward, very good looking. Things started to get a little unstuck at the beginning of 2002. He suddenly started hallucinating. He had boundless energy and he couldn't sleep. One night he ran for miles looking for me. He was in a manic state and he'd got into his head that I had been harmed. He was sent to the hospital. In retrospect, we think his lifestyle had suddenly led to a condition known as bipolar. When he came out of hospital, he took out his savings and disappeared to Hawaii. 2 weeks later, he called his mother from San Francisco with no money, but he was all right. He was then brought back home. That Christmas, he vanished again. 3 weeks later, his mother got a phone call from a doctor in Paris. He had been found on a bridge dangerously close to falling or jumping. French doctors were concerned for his welfare, but he was adamant he had just been performing a stunt. His mom is cautious about blaming substances for his condition, but admits that they may have played a part. She said, "Because you have to be so physically fit with his sport, he was very clean living, but having said that, I think it could have been brought on by smoking something. He was never interested in substances. His condition might have happened anyway, but it might have been triggered by that." She also stated he was reluctant to take medication he was prescribed following what doctors described as a psychotic episode. She said there was no way he would take his medication unless he was in hospital. It would build up over a period of time and he would start to behave in a manic way. When he disappeared, it was his stepsister's 15th birthday. He left poetry, drawings and stories behind. His mum said that he was on a spiritual quest. He used to say the search for God is everything. What he did is very biblical in a way. You take your rod and your staff and you go out there. If you read about manic depression, the highs are fantastic, but you have visions. He wanted space. He found built-up areas very claustrophobic. He just wanted to get out of the country. She believes he could be in Hawaii, as he often spoke about it, or he could be in a religious cult being very looked after. She said that India is the most likely place. Nobody would question him or expect anything of him, and he wouldn't have to take his medication. The family also said that him taking his own life was not on his agenda. He really wanted to live. A lot of his issues was that he wanted to live too much. The police have said there is nothing they can do. As he's an adult, he can come and go as he pleases. The last contact, they believe, is some emails that were sent home in 2012-2013, which are believed to have been sent from him. He's described as 5'10", stocky build with short blonde hair and blue eyes. The last thing his mother said is she just wants to know he's still on this planet. Iwona Kimisak was a Polish student who travelled to London to study and went missing just 4 days later. She had arrived in London on the 9th of July 2000 in order to see friends and improve her English. Despite it being her first time visiting the capital, she found a job very quickly at a Polish-owned business on King Street in Hammersmith. She began to lodge with a friend near the Arndale Centre in Wandsworth. On the 13th of July 2000, she was last seen on CCTV leaving for work, where she then spent the day packing drinking glasses before leaving at 5 p.m. She was due to meet her friend in Wandsworth at 7 p.m, and it's thought that her route home would have taken her from her workplace from the Hammersmith bus station, then to Wandsworth. Police had seen that in previous days she had taken the 220 bus to the Arndale Centre and was last seen wearing dark-coloured trousers, black shoes and a dark green knee-length jacket. She was also carrying a small leather handbag containing only £20 in cash. She was described as white, 5'2", slim, with light brown shoulder-length hair. Her friend Monica, who was due to meet her to go shopping, contacted the police after she failed to appear. Met police officers made numerous appeals for information and went through 200 hours of CCTV footage, but failed to identify a suspect or a motive for her disappearance. In the days after she vanished, her father Jan, who was a rural farmer in Poland, flew to London to assist detectives with their inquiries. In an emotional plea, he said, "Please, if you can, let us know where you are. We are very worried about you. I came to England just to take you home." In 2016, a fresh appeal was launched for information on what would have been her 36th birthday, with Scotland Yard offering a £10,000 reward. Detectives revealed that they feared she had been kidnapped and had her life taken as she walked home. Neil Northrop was born in Devon and was a fisherman and a father of 2. Neil was last seen in London on the 10th of June 2003. He had travelled to different areas of London to visit friends. His mum Pam last heard from her son, who was 32 at the time, in a phone call the following day. At the time of his disappearance, he was described as 5'11" with a muscular build, cropped fair hair, blue eyes, and diamond studs in his teeth. He had several tattoos and a scar under his left eye. He was last seen driving a blue Ford Mondeo with a registration W568XBD. Christina Gouda has been missing from the Islington area of London since the 20th of February 2001. She was just 26 years old. At the time of her disappearance, she was thought to have no personal belongings with her. She was born in Kenya and had been living in the UK since 1996. She is described as 5'6" tall, slim build, dark eyes, and wears her hair in a brushback, shoulder-length style. Before her disappearance, she was working as a waitress, and she worked in several West End hotels. Ewan Bellingham went missing on the 30th of April 1993 when he was 27 years old. He was 5'10" with short brown hair and a slim build. He was last seen in Tooting. Raymond Scott went missing on the 16th of November 2001. He was 47 years old. He was a handyman from Stanmore, and he has never been found. He left behind his wife Sandra and 4 children, Alan, Dean, Grant, and Stacey. His work van was found 2 weeks later behind shops in Field End Road. His brother made an appeal to police to release CCTV footage that he believed was connected to his brother's disappearance. The fuzzy images were captured on CCTV at South Harrow tube station several months after Raymond vanished. His brother claims that they show a man making a menacing call to him several months after Raymond disappeared. The caller says either, "You're nicked" or "You're next." The last reported sighting of Raymond was at 3 p.m. on the 16th of November 2001 by his brother Kenny at the house. This was Kenny's house that Raymond was working on. This next case is one that has literally zero information. There will be a few of these cases in this video, as there are in some of my previous videos. It's still important to highlight their cases, but there's no media presence and little to no information that the police has given. Louise Wanjiku disappeared when she was 63 years old from Greenwich in London on the 27th of February 2010, and this is literally all the information that is available. Jude Joseph was 34 years old when he went missing from Croydon on the 17th of January 2004. There has been no further information or updates. Louise Toome went missing in June 2005 when she was 18 years old. She was reported missing after leaving the care system and being set up in a flat in Darlington, Islington in London. Louise grew up in a very bad household where there was abuse from her father. She had 2 siblings, a brother with additional needs and a younger sister called Rebecca. As their mum became unable to look after the children, they ended up staying with their father before Louise was put into foster care. Just a year later, her 2 siblings were also taken into care. All 3 siblings were placed in different placements. Louise didn't like the care system and didn't have a positive experience. She would run away from group homes all the time. Every time she ran away, it was to see her mother. It's reported that on one occasion she confronted her father about the way he treated them. The siblings would sometimes see each other with their mother, but not very often. The last known contact from Louise was a call from a payphone to her younger sister Rebecca, who was at that point staying with foster family. On the call, Louise told her sister, "Becky, it's me. I'm okay." Rebecca didn't realise how important that call would be, as she wasn't aware that her sister Louise was even missing, as social services hadn't told her. Rebecca, Louise's younger sister, told a local newspaper, "The police said to me she was among the wrong sort of crowd and not very nice people. She was involved with different groups of dangerous, high-risk people. I think she has passed or was being held." On a podcast, Rebecca revealed that she had been given a suitcase belonging to Louise that had been found in Louise's flat. In it was a letter from Lee James. The letter was addressed to Louise and had been sent from Wormwood Scrubs in West London. It read, "I hope you are doing well and that you are staying away from London. I do not want you having anything to do with your old way of life. Rebecca also found a contact book in Louisa's suitcase where the number for a restaurant had been written down. She said years ago when she was living at this flat, her family support worker had come out to see her and she had taken her to this restaurant. These guys were particularly not good men. Social services had told my family support worker they think they were trafficking young girls. Francisco Fernandez was 44 years old when he went missing from London on the 1st of March 2009. This is all the information released at this time. Simon Hickson was last seen cycling from his flat to his printing business in Red Lion Business Park in Tolworth on Thursday, the 9th of April 2009. Police told his family the 42-year-old used his passport to board a boat from Dover to France 3 weeks later, and his family have a hunch he may have gone to Italy, which he often visited. His younger sister, Annie Cook, said, "We wonder if he's even alive. It's not uncommon for middle-aged blokes to disappear, but actually we are a pretty normal family, and as far as we know there was no real reason to run from anything. It is out of character. He has an unbelievable network of friends, family, and is a very popular guy. If he has chosen a life somewhere else and he is happy, we just want to know that he is okay." May Ho was just 20 years old when she went missing from London on the 26th of January 2010. There is no further information. Alina Zagarova was 38 years old when she went missing from London on the 21st of May 2008. She was born in Latvia on the 31st of January 1970 and relocated to London in 1991 in search of a better job. She is described as 5'5" with shoulder-length fair hair, and she could speak English very well. She had been working in the UK for 17 years by the time she disappeared. It was reported that she had returned to work at the beginning of May 2008 following a serious depression, and her return to employment had set off another spiral. The day before she went missing on the 21st of May, she had attended a doctor's appointment with her partner, which had not gone well. The following morning, she texted her partner to say, "All fine, darling. Look out for new things. Love, A. Kiss, kiss," which was the last time she would have contact with her loved ones. She had also travelled from her home in Tottenham into central London to collect her passport. At the time she arrived, she was told it wasn't ready and to come back in 3 hours, but she never returned. Her last known movements on that day is a friend spoke to her on the phone shortly afterwards and invited her round for dinner later that evening. At the time, she was walking around Hyde Park whilst waiting for her passport and said she'd consider the evening plan. She then took a tube back to Highgate Station, arriving at around 1:30 p.m. Police were able to detect that her last time she consulted her mobile phone was at 4:30 p.m. That's when the trail ended. She was near her doctor's surgery and near an allotment that she shared with her flatmates. After becoming concerned for her welfare, her partner contacted her friends in the morning of the 22nd of May after failing to receive a response to any text messages or phone calls. An investigation was launched and searches were undertaken of nearby woods and lakes, but her friends and family were unable to uncover more information about her final whereabouts. There were a few false sightings a few weeks later, but she has remained missing ever since. George Davis was 46 years old when he went missing from London on the 5th of July 2003. This is all the information that has been released to the public. Dilys Donnelly was 59 years old when she went missing from Stoke Newington in March 1986. She is described as 5'2", a white female, dark hair and green eyes. She has a tattoo on her arm and a scar on her nose. She's also known as Dee Dee, and she may have been using the surname Crawford. At the time she disappeared, she was living in Hackney in North London. Florian Richardson was 24 years old when he went missing from London on the 31st of December 2005. Unfortunately, there is no further information like many others in this video. Barry Walsh was 31 years old when he was last seen on the 11th of April 2004 in Homerton. Recently, after he disappeared, There were two possible sightings of Barry, one in Buckinghamshire and the other by the Big Will in Manchester. He was described as 5'10", of slim build with brown hair. He also has a tattoo of a heart on his lower right arm. He was reported missing by his sister, and it is said that his sister and daughter miss him very, very much. Another case now with little to no information. David Venables was 68 years old when he went missing from London on the 29th of June 2007. Annette Frances Chiridy disappeared from her home on December 28, 2008. She was a mum of 2 and grandma of 3. Her disappearance was described as out of character, and despite numerous public appeals, she still remained missing. The 55-year-old disappeared after enjoying a few busy days of socialising with her friends and family over the Christmas holidays. She had recently spent some time on holiday also in Spain. She was due to move into a new property in New Malden with her husband, but she vanished without a trace. She was last seen by her husband at 10 a.m. on the 28th of December at a property on Vernon Avenue. She was wearing grey jogging bottoms and a fleece jacket. When he returned home from running errands 2 hours later, she had disappeared, taking only her handbag with her. Her mobile phone, clothes and toiletries were all left behind. Her family told the press at the time that it was out of character for her to run away and to leave all her belongings at home. Her daughter said that her mum had been quieter than usual over the Christmas period, but she would never intentionally bring stress upon her family. Over the previous year, Annette had been struggling to deal with an illness of a close family member. Her daughter said at the time she was maybe a little bit depressed after everything that has happened this year, but there have been other times that have been worse than this. I don't believe it's intentional because I don't think she would bring this stress on us. She just vanished into thin air. Following a new appeal by missing people, Annette's picture was featured on the side of milk cartons sold in local branches of Iceland. Despite this, the police and the charity failed to gather enough leads to determine what had happened. She remains missing. The next few cases are those that don't have a lot of information. Friday Ignamoba was 33 years old when he went missing from London on the 29th of June 2007. Clifford Bell was 42 years old when he went missing from London on the 18th of September 2006. Haida Koyonku was 37 when he went missing on the 4th of September 2007 from Middlesex, London. And Suresh Chanda was 52 years old when he went missing from Hendon in London on the 15th of January 2007. Lisa Paul was 40 years old when she went missing on the 15th of January 2013. She was a mother of 3. The 40-year-old was last seen by her probation officer in Willesden Green in northwest London. She was reported missing the next week. Soon after her disappearance, the police literally had little to no leads. They knew that she would frequent the Camden and Brent areas and was staying in a flat in High Road near Kilburn, which was known to be frequented by substance users. After 10 years, the police changed her case from missing to a murder investigation, as there was literally no new leads and she never contacted her family and the children that she adored again. A reward of up to £20,000 is being offered for information that leads to the conviction of those responsible for her death. Peter McCaffrey went missing on the 1st of January 1981. He was 20 years old. He is described as white male with dark and wavy hair. The image was released by police and its age progressed to what Peter may look like at the age of 57. He went missing from Cricklewood. No one has ever seen or heard from him again. Sean Jones disappeared on the 27th of June 2017 at a medical appointment in Eltham. At the time of his disappearance, the father and grandfather were suffering from severe mental health difficulties. The family made a statement saying, "We as his family have become concerned for his safety and would love to know he's safe and well. Sean or anyone that may have seen him, we just want to know that you are okay. We love you and we miss you, and we are here if you need us. If anyone has any information, no matter how small, please make contact in confidence. He is described as around 5'6" to 5'8", slightly larger build and covered in tattoos. He wears glasses and has severe scarring on his back. Akeem Fashagabon disappeared on the 1st of September 1998 from Fulham in London. He was 32 years old and has never been heard from or seen again. Robert Duff has been missing since the 12th of January 2013. He failed to attend his daughter's 18th birthday party. He was last seen on CCTV footage which showed him at an ATM outside Sainsbury's in Holloway Road on the 12th of January 2013. After family reported him missing, officers forced entry into his flat but couldn't find him. The police believe he may have got into an altercation on his way to his daughter's party. After 10 years, they changed the investigation from missing into a murder investigation. In May 2018, 2 men aged 70 and 51 were arrested on suspicion of murder in Archway and then questioned. They were later released with no further action to be taken. There hasn't been any movement in the case. The police had searched a local pond and conducted lots of investigations over the last few years, but the police said, sadly, it failed to provide any results. Fabio Fiera was 27 years old when he disappeared from northwest London on the 22nd of August 2015. Ian Bashar was 21 years old when he went missing from Thamesmead on the 20th of January 1988. Wilton, his father, was the last one to see him. He visited his son's flat just weeks later on the 16th of February, but no one answered the door to let him inside, so he let himself in. All of his son's possessions, including clothes, wallet and keys, were in the house, but the 21-year-old could not be found. His father immediately reported him missing, but despite numerous appeals for information, he has never been found. Police believe that he had been upset about something when he was last visited by his father, but it's unknown what was troubling him. 2 unconfirmed sightings have been reported in northeast London, the most recent being in 2007. This sighting gave no movement to the case. The South East Missing Person Unit said, Ian's family have not seen him since the late 1980s, but time has not lessened their pain and worry. His parents sadly died without finding out what had happened to their son, and we are now trying our best to get answers for his sister. Thomas Ogunmayiwa was 55 years old when he disappeared from Camden on the 22nd of July 2016. Sandeep Sharma was last seen on the 9th of March 2018 at 9 p.m. at his home address in Hounslow in West London. His disappearance was very out of character and left his wife and family devastated. His wife said, "I miss him. Since my husband went missing, I feel very lonely." Unfortunately, there has been no further updates to his case. Jamie Staten went missing when he was 36 years old from London. He has been missing since the 30th of April 2014. Stefania Milanici has not been seen by her family or friends since she left her home in Beccles Drive in Barking, East London on the 6th of September 2017. She was 37 years old and was working as a cleaner in the capital. The last sighting of her was on CCTV when she went into a shop on Green Lane in Ilford on the 9th of September 2017. Police believe she may have got on a bus at 10:14 p.m. from Wood Lane in Dagenham the next day on the 10th of September. Since then, the police have been unable to trace her. Her daughters said, "It has now been years without our mother. We have grown up without her and miss her every day. She would always bring support and love for anyone who needs it, even strangers, and she always tries to cheer people up. We appeal to the public for anyone to come forward if they know anything about her or her whereabouts." The Romanian mother is classed as vulnerable. She has not made any contact with her husband or children. She was last seen wearing a black top with dark tight jeans or leggings tucked into flat dark mid-calf length boots and a dark coloured 3/4 length fitted jacket. She also had reddish hair in a bob style at the time. Marek Kirka went missing in July 2014. It's known that he travelled by bicycle from Thornton Heath to Dover between the 1st of July and the 2nd. He was last seen in the Dover town centre on the 2nd of July. He is believed to be wearing yellow cycling shorts and a yellow jacket. He is of medium build, 5'10" with receding, greying hair. Jean Lamar went missing on the 5th of July 2012 from Balham in London. She was 57 years old at the time of her disappearance. Augustine St. Helen has been missing since the 5th of September 2014. He was 81 years old when he vanished. He arrived in the UK from St. Lucia at Gatwick Airport. On the 5th of September, he asked the friends he was travelling with to drop him near Lea Bridge Road in Leighton. He told friends he had made plans to be picked up near to Hackney border and has never been seen since. His family said that he hadn't even phoned home to say that he arrived safely in the UK. Inquiries were made by officers and indicated that he hasn't travelled beyond the UK. He is also known as Sydney. Detective Sergeant Jim Cross of the Hackney Missing Persons Unit said, Mr. St. Helen's disappearance is completely out of character and has come as a huge shock to his family and friends. There have been no sightings of him since he disappeared. Jatinder Singh Nahar went missing on the 1st of June 2015 from Southall and was never seen again by his family. He is described as being of Asian appearance, 5'8", of medium build with greying black hair and a beard. His cousin said that he would usually wear a woolly hat. Carl Hodges was 33 years old when he went missing from Northwood on the 3rd of February 2016. His family released a statement saying, "Why and where are two frustrating questions for all in these troubled times. Maybe someone can answer them with facts. However, time is moving on for us all, and Carl's son needs to know answers to his inquisitive awareness." He's described as being white, 6 foot, and of medium build. He had blonde, short, straight hair when he was last seen. He was last seen wearing a black and burgundy fleece, grey trousers, a red baseball cap, and white trainers, but he may have had a change of clothes with him at the time. Mohammed Hamouda was 37 years old when he disappeared from Mitcham in London on the 27th of May 2015. Babtundi Adeyemi was 54 when he disappeared from Newham on the 7th of December 2016. He had been taken to hospital earlier that day after he was found collapsed in Fenchurch Street, central London. Doctors had diagnosed that he had a neurological problem but were unable to let him know, as when they went in to tell him he had left the hospital and has never been seen again. Keith Crawford went missing at the age of 38 from Peckham in London on the 13th of February 1993. Aaron Cato was 28 years old when he was last seen on the 18th of April 2019. He was seen being bundled into a dark-coloured BMW in Leigh Street in Ilford, East London, shortly after 4:30 a.m. His partner and mother to his 3 children and son said that he was a genuine family man. 7 men aged 25 to 39 were arrested on suspicion of kidnap, but were released under investigation. Police have also released the CCTV footage showing him being pushed to the ground by an unidentified man. He had left home to meet friends on the evening he vanished before calling his partner at midnight to tell her he loved them and he was coming home. She said the next morning she knew something was wrong when his phone was going to voicemail and he never came home and his family hadn't seen him either. There has been no movement in his case. Yan Wang went missing when she was 17 years old from Leighton in London on the 18th of February 2020. Nigel Griffiths was 42 years old when he went missing from Uxbridge, Greater London on the 12th of Feb 2009. He was born in Uxbridge and knew the area well. He worked as a courier driver. He had taken a 3-day holiday from work but did not return to work as expected. A few months before his disappearance, he had suffered a lot of financial problems. Days after his disappearance, Nigel's van was discovered at a car park in Cowley. His bank accounts have not been touched since he had gone missing. Akon Lawan Abalaji was 61 years old when he went missing from Bromley on the 13th of September 2018. Ioannis Okin Mopopoulos disappeared on the 18th of February 2020 at the age of 33. The Greek national left his flat with his phone and without saying goodbye to his girlfriend. The last footage of him showed him walking near shops in East London wearing just one shoe. When he didn't return home that evening, his girlfriend reported his disappearance to the police, who alerted their missing persons unit. After years of police work supported by the Missing People charity, the case still remains cold. Before he disappeared, it is said that he was struggling to adapt to life in the capital. His family and friends in Greece have not heard from him either. Matthew Grosvenor has been missing from Camden since the 16th of May 2019. He was 52 years old when he was last seen. Bernadette, originally from Ireland, vanished from a pub in Tooting on the 10th of January, and she has not been heard from since. She was visiting London to finalise her divorce and raise funds for her Irish bar called Molly Malone's near Malaga. Her bar was closed at the time as it was the Spanish Recession. She was 49 when she went missing, and she went into the Horse and Groom pub to make a call to the Irish Bar Owners Association in Malaga before she vanished. She was updating them on her financial situation after asking her family to put money into the bar. Despite her family members declining to help her, Bernadette told the association, "I've got the money." This was the last time Bernadette would be heard from, and for years investigators hoped she had gone back to Spain or had simply run away. Her nephew, Leon, said he believes his most favourite aunt had her life taken and it should have never been treated as a missing persons case. He said, "Any proof of life has been exhausted. The more I discover, the darker this has become. It is definitely the case she has been murdered. We are trying to pin down who did it." He said after no one had heard from her in a year, one of her sisters flew out to Malaga. When they arrived, they found that her bar had been taken over by new owners, and Bernadette's belongings were left to gather dust. There has been no further movement in her case. Hang Tai Tran went missing when they were 28 years old from Thornton Heath on the 29th of May 2020. There has been no movement in the case. Jacqueline O'Loughlin went missing when she was 23 years old from Islington in London on the 30th of June 1985. Thomas Jerry Redmond went missing in Tooting, London in 1979. His parents, originally from Ireland, moved to the UK. He lived with his mum and siblings in Tooting in London, and his father was living across back in Ireland. He was a tattoo artist by trade and worked at Barry Levain Tattoo Studio in Earlsfield in London. His brother Darren said before he disappeared he had a few problems. He got into substances through his girlfriend. He tried to get her off substances but he couldn't. Then he had a breakdown. He then was sent to Ireland to live with his dad so he could fix his own problems. He found it too slow-paced and quiet and returned to the family home in London. Darren then said it was around this time that his brother started having flashbacks and became convinced people were after him. His sister Maggie was quoted saying, "He kept saying, 'They're coming to get me, they're coming to get me.' We thought he was talking about aliens or something. He really hadn't been himself. I thought he was going a bit mad." His brother Darren said that he recounts that his brother kept a black suitcase containing substances under his bed, which his mum handed over to a man that knocked on the door asking for it. He was last seen in the hallway of his family home by his sister Maggie in the summer of 1979. He was packing things into black bin bags and told Maggie he was going to see a friend in the country. That was the last confirmed sighting of him. A witness claimed to have seen him at Clapham Junction train station around the time he went missing. He was 25 years old when he went missing and 5'8". He's described as a white male with brown eyes, dark brown, collar-length wavy hair and a stocky build. He had tattooed arms and chest. On his left arm he had 2 birds, a rose, a horse, head and the words Jerry and Darren. On his right arm an eagle, pirate and rose and the words Rob tattoo. Kathleen Andrews disappeared when she was 25 years old from Acton in London on the 1st of February 1994. Anthony Donnellan, also known as Tony, was living in London when he disappeared on the 11th of October 1995. He was 29 years old when he went missing and the second youngest of 7 siblings who grew up in Clare, Ireland. His younger sister, Dolores, has made plenty of appeals. She said, "We feel as a family he's no longer with us, but if we could find out what happened and give him a decent burial, we want to put his name on my parents' headstone. We're going to do that in a couple of years anyway, as he'll be 30 years missing. We're all getting older. I'm 55 now, and I'm the youngest." At the time that he disappeared, Tony had been living with his ex-partner and his boyfriend in an apartment in Camberwell, South London, and was working in the 5th floor bar in Harvey Nichols. He had come out as gay to his siblings, but not his parents. Dolores was with her brother before he disappeared. She said, "I was with him the Saturday night before he went missing on the Thursday. I met him in Leicester Square and we went to see the movie Braveheart, and I'll never forget it as long as I live. And then we went for dinner, a cheap and cheerful restaurant. The Thursday is when Tony was last seen by his flatmates, and by Sunday he was reported missing." Dolores said she found it strange that she got the call from them, as Tony was known to visit friends for the weekend. She said, "I got a call then from his flatmates saying, 'Dolores, we've been to the police station in Peckham. They said Tony's been declared missing.' I couldn't understand that. That Monday I left work early to go down to his flat and ask the guys what had happened, and they said they didn't know. He literally walked out the door without any of his belongings. It was like he was just going to get a newspaper. His passport, everything was left." When Tony's flat was searched, an envelope was found with £1,000 inside, which said, "Give this to Dolores," something she said was very unusual. James Harmon, known as Jimmy, was 30 years old when he went missing on the 24th of January 1998. He was a pub doorman and was last seen at 3 p.m. on that Saturday at his girlfriend's home in Romford in East London. He left a short time later after receiving a phone call on his mobile phone and told his girlfriend he had to go and see a friend in Rainham and would be back at 8 p.m. His Mercedes car was found in Bexley Gardens off Barley Lane near King's George Hospital. The police investigation was unable to establish his whereabouts and thought that he had his life taken. In 2008, a 45-year-old suspect was arrested in Dagenham before being released on bail, but nobody has ever been charged with his murder. Detectives offered a £20,000 reward for information leading to the prosecution of those responsible. The police said the investigation has focused on Jimmy Harmon's lifestyle, and in 1998 he was a well-known doorman at a number of East London clubs and pubs. There are very strong grounds for believing that he was murdered very soon after he disappeared on the 24th of January 1998. I know he was involved in criminal activity in East London, and I believe the key to this investigation is likely to come from within that criminal world or their associates. In the years, loyalties and alliances may have changed, and I would appeal to anyone with new information to come forward and speak to us. He was last seen wearing a blue Budweiser t-shirt, tracksuit bottoms and trainers. He worked as a mechanic and also part-time as a doorman at the Robin Hood Public House in Longbridge Road in Dagenham. He's described as white, 5'7", stocky, with short cropped brown hair. Philip Morrissey was 26 years old when he vanished from Earl's Court on the 8th of September 1999. Harry Pollitt was 73 years old when he went missing from Sutton in London on the 1st of June 2020. There has been no further movement in his case. Catherine Maguire went to Bangor University in Wales. She had no known mental health issues and was just 22 years old when she went missing in November 2021. She bought a return ticket to Holyhead and then vanished. The way the police handled this investigation was horrendous. North Wales Police produced a damning report on its own work on the case, finding 6 unacceptable failings. Some were over poor communication, which included a lack of a family liaison officer, the performance of a call handler who gave false information, and 3 officers showing an unprofessional attitude and disrespect to the family. The Assistant Chief Constable, Gareth Evans, appeared on a TV programme, and the family said that this actually made their faith in the force even more damaged. On the episode, he said, "We are looking to relaunch the appeal to try to get more information out of the community. This is a real significant shift in what the police force had told the family. It had previously said it had no way of progressing its investigation and would only review the case if further information came to light." Catherine's parents, Jerry and Wendy, only learned the news when they read an article which was previewing the TV show. They said, "We are livid at the police for not communicating with us what they intended to do yet again. There is nothing worse than having to read it online. Communication is the key thing they said they've now addressed in cases like this, and we're thinking, no you haven't. We're finding things out secondhand and it's upset to the family again." They feel like this renewed appeal that they talked about on this TV show was just a token gesture, driven by the media pressure. Her dad, Jerry, said, "They have to be seen to be doing something, but I think if it wasn't for us bringing their failings into the open through the programme and to other media, this would not have happened." In response, North Wales Police spokesman said, "Whilst no ongoing missing person case is ever closed, a renewed appeal is something the force will often consider and is in no way out of the ordinary." Unfortunately, in many other missing person videos that we've had a look at, police failings are a huge part of them. The information that we have at the moment is that Catherine was last seen in the afternoon of the 15th of November 2021 walking near the South Stack Cliffs, which is a nature reserve. Her exact movements are a little unclear, but on the 15th of November she bought a train ticket to Holyhead early in the morning. This indicated that she would return back to her flat. She arrived in Holyhead at 11:30 a.m. and a camera placed her walking past a secondary school at around 12:20 p.m. Her last confirmed sighting was at 1:18 p.m. by a cafe in South Stack. Her friend messaged her at 2 p.m. to remind her that they had a meeting with their letting agent at 4 p.m. and to sign the contract to their flat. Catherine did not respond to this text message. Her friend then contacted Catherine's parents to see if they have seen or heard from her, which they hadn't. At this point, she had been unaccounted for over 28 hours and her parents reported her missing to the police. There were extensive searches of land and sea by the police and other volunteers, but there was no evidence to see where she had gone. She had simply vanished. Some other factors were there was no known mental health issues with her. She also had a really close-knit group of friends. She was studying health and social care and she had made plans that she would take a gap year and travel after completing her degree and then enroll at a university in Birmingham to pursue a master's. In the August of the same year that she disappeared, she actually attempted to file a police report for verbal assault and harassment against the letting agent of a flat that she shared with her friend. She had emailed the letting agent to inform her that there was an odd smell in the corner of her bedroom, her mattress was broken and there was a bee's nest outside her friend's bedroom window. The letting agent turned up shortly after she received the email. The letting agent was then verbally abusive to such an extent that her business partner had to take her outside. By this point, the letting agent was so angry she smashed her own phone. Catherine had tried several times to report this incident to the police, but the police turned her away. It was only after she disappeared that the incident was investigated. No charges were brought against the letting agent on the basis that she did not have any previous criminal charges. At this point, Katrin moved back in with her parents. After she disappeared, her friends said that around this time they began to grow concerned for her and noticed that she wasn't acting like her usual self. Her parents, Jerry and Wendy, believed that all was fine, but were not aware of the full extent to which she had been harassed by her letting agent and the business partner. Katrin soon found another flat to rent with her friend. It had been arranged with the letting agent that they were to meet to sign a contract at 4 p.m. on the 15th of November, but she didn't arrive. Her family still pushed for more information and appeal relentlessly. So like I said in the intro, if you have any information on her missing person case, all the contact details are in the description. But now we move on to our second missing person. Tony Hay was 50 years old when he disappeared on the 23rd of February 2018 from the area he lived in Anglesey. Earlier on that Friday during the day, he travelled to Morrison's to buy food in preparation for his son's regular weekend visit. He dropped home by his mother at around 12:15. Later, Tony is seen on CCTV pushing his bike along and arguing with a man he bumps into. Tony then goes to the dentist where he has his teeth whitened and books a second appointment for September. Later on, Tony is seen going to the same local estate 3 times that evening and night. He is spotted walking with his bike on Lower Baptist Street at 20 to 10. The last known sighting of Tony on CCTV was at Tan Altron Close, Richmond Hill, which was not far from his flat. He is not seen on the CCTV cameras walking his normal route to his house, which included a shortcut he would often take through an alley. CCTV did capture 2 men near his property around the same time that his neighbours reported hearing people standing outside shouting Tony's name. Tony was reported missing by family after they realised he hadn't been seeing text messages, and then they searched his flat. The only thing missing was Tony's tablet, which could only be used with Wi-Fi. The charger was also missing and his bedroom drawers had been rummaged through. Like Katrin's family, Tony's family have spoken about how they also feel let down by the initial police response to his disappearance. They believe Tony may have been a victim of murder, but the police said it found no evidence to support that theory, and that the most likely hypothesis is that Tony took his own life by jumping off the breakwater into the Irish Sea. An internal review of the case upheld allegations of unacceptable performance by North Wales Police, including a failure to keep the family updated and no consistent reporting officer. After learning of the failings in the Katrin Maguire case, Tony's son Zach told a TV programme, "Holyhead is a small town, and how can this happen twice in the space of a few years? How can they mess up that bad? It's quite shocking because it's a few years later and very similar findings. I just don't understand how that can happen after all the complaints and reports." There has been no movement in Tony's case. Mark Kinson was 52 years old when he was last seen on the 31st of January 2025 in Uphill Road, Llanrumney in Wales. It's thought that he turned into Clevedon Road and went around to Captain's Walk and down towards Fishpond Wood. Since he disappeared, his wife Angela, his 4 sons, siblings, extended family and friends have been looking everywhere for him. There have been searches, posters around the city, and appeals have reached far and wide, but there has been no further information since he was last seen at 10:20 p.m. on that Friday evening. Police have said that the father, Mark, is around 5'7" tall and was wearing a dark grey-blue tracksuit and white shoes at the time of his disappearance. The police have said they are urgently seeking any dashcam footage from Sunday, the 2nd of February between 7:45 p.m. and 9 p.m. along the route from the Texaco garage in St Mellons to the Esso garage in Marshfield. They are also requesting footage from Cypress Drive in St Mellons between 8 p.m. and 9 p.m. on the same day. His wife Angela said, "Every morning I wake up to a living nightmare. There is just no trail. It's heartbreaking and so out of character for Mark. The not knowing is horrendous for his family and children. They just want their dad home." Now we move on to the longest missing persons case in Wales. James Nutley was 25 years old when he disappeared while on a golfing trip in Pembrokeshire on the 24th of October 2004, and to this day no one knows what happened and has never seen him. James from Caldecott had visited a few pubs that evening when he was last seen. The last recording of him on CCTV was near the Gilter Hotel at 3 minutes to midnight where he was staying, but what happened after that no one knows. James' driving licence and other cards were later found on the seaside town's South Beach, but his parents don't believe he would have taken his own life, as he was happy and enjoying his dream job demonstrating at golf clubs. His dad Jeffrey told BBC News that what happened to James is still a mystery, but insisted they haven't given up. It is hanging over you all the time. We were thinking he'll turn up in a day or two. 20 years later, we're still thinking, where is he? There was one person that was arrested in the case. Pembroke dockman Richard Fairbrass confessed, telling police how he and his girlfriend took James's life and placed him in the sea at Stack Rocks. However, he later said he'd made up the whole story and was jailed for 2 years in 2006 for attempting to pervert the course of justice. A new image was released in 2024 to mark 2 decades of his disappearance and what he may look like now. His parents said, "There is no evidence to suggest that he's dead. How did those cards get out of his wallet and lie on the beach like that? Were they put there deliberately? The seawall was high. He'd have a hell of a job falling into the sea by accident. There was no evidence of him anywhere other than the wallet and cards. There is someone somewhere that knows what happened." At the time of his disappearance, James was described as white, 6'2" with blue eyes and brown hair. He was last seen wearing a white top with blue sleeves and blue jeans. The image reconstruction, unfortunately, has not given any new leads of inquiry into his disappearance. And now we move to Swansea, where James Beer, who was 29 years old, was last seen at 8:30 p.m. on the 17th of May 2023. James was described as 5'8" tall with a slim build, light brown short hair and possibly a goatee. James logged out of his computer around 4:30 a.m. on the 18th of May 2023, and his family believe that he then went to a remote part of mid-Wales, known as the Desert of Wales. He liked the area in the east called Tregaron. The family added that James could be anywhere and they would appreciate if people in all areas keep an eye out for him. They said a few family members have gone to look for him through the night. He doesn't drive, so he would be on foot or using public transport. He's not really a city person, so we're looking at more rural areas. When James talked to his mum on the Wednesday, he did not speak about any plans to go on a trip. It's very out of character and not like him at all. His family said he always lets us know where he's going and when, and he will plan it out. The family believe that James is in a vulnerable state of mind, are urging anyone who sees him to call the police. They believe he would have a rucksack and James may be wearing a bottle green light jacket and navy baseball cap. He has a forearm tattoo of a bird. And now to the mountains of Wales. Martin Clatworthy was 57 years old when he went missing on the 7th of March 2023. He was last seen at 11 a.m. on the Tuesday in Blackham, Rhondda. He was 57 years old. Members of the Central Beacons Mountain Rescue were called in by South Wales Police in the early hours of Thursday morning to help with a search amid snow, ice and heavy rain conditions. They were assisted by members of the Western Beacons Mountain Rescue Team throughout the Thursday, who helped carry out a search in which was described as challenging conditions. A statement said they had been searching in numerous areas of mountain sides. The search was stood down late on the Thursday evening. A statement said, as darkness fell, sadly nothing had been found and we were stood down for the day. Police have said that Martin is 5'7", has brown eyes and short dark hair. He was last seen wearing black jeans and a fleece. Like many other cases we have covered, there is little to no information for this case. Mark Harris has been missing since the 13th of June 2022. He was 64 at the time of his disappearance and went missing from Cardigan. And now a case from the same year. Roger Simmons was 78 years old when he went missing on the 18th of May 2022 from his home in Neath Valley. Police said at the time he was well known for wearing a high-vis jacket, but officers said despite extensive inquiries, their search had drawn a blank and they were renewing an appeal for help. Detectives said they were particularly keen to hear from anyone who knew him and who could help them piece together details of his life and activities, but unfortunately there has been no new leads in the inquiries. Now on to the case of Glyn Griffiths, who was 60 years old. He was last seen on the evening of Sunday the 20th of June 2021. Earlier in that day, between midday and 12:45 p.m, CCTV footage showed him outside Asda in Caerphilly. On the 26th of June, police issued an appeal to locate his car, a black Suzuki. This car was later found on the 28th of July, but Glyn was nowhere to be found. Despite extensive searching by his family, Gwent Police and the Central Beacons Mountain Rescue Team, his whereabouts are still unknown. His cousin, Kathleen Robinson, said he had been a carer for his mum, who has had dementia since 2016. She said he idolised his mum and that it was out of character for him to stop visiting her. A Gwent Police spokesperson said this is still a live, ongoing investigation and specialist officers continue to look for any information that we receive in relation to this inquiry. We encourage anyone to come forward with information relating to his disappearance. He is described as 5'9" of small build with grey hair. There has been no movement in his case. This case takes us out of the 2000s and into the 90s. Roger Evans was last seen on the 16th of January 1996. When he went missing, he was a mature student at Aberystwyth University. Police found his parked car close to a dangerous estuary near the seaside village of Borth. The divorced father of one was a fan of the outdoor life, and despite an extensive search by police on both sides of the Irish Sea, he has never been found. David Hugh Jones was 54 when he disappeared from Treador on the 15th of November 2019. CCTV shows that he left his home around noon. Inspector Ashley Bryce said, "We know that David enjoyed walking along the country paths around his home village. However, since the November there have been no further sightings of him. In that time we have worked very closely with the Coast Guard, search and rescue teams, bus and rail providers, as well as the public, and did extensive searches and had inquiries conducted. We hope people see appeals and it jogs someone's memory. If you have seen David since November or know anything that could help our investigation, please contact us. Despite all these searches and inquiries, he has simply vanished. His family and friends have never heard or seen him again." The next case takes us to a small town in Wales called Aberdare, where Jordan Marie disappeared when he was 32 years old on the 24th of July 2019. He was a former boxer, and when he disappeared, the door to his flat was left open, with his games console still running and his mobile phone left charging. Despite huge efforts and searches, South Wales Police said there have been no signs of life, no financial transactions, nor any contact with anyone else. On a TV show, the police revealed that they received a handwritten letter just 3 months into their investigation of Jordan's disappearance. In this TV episode, South Wales Police Sergeant Gareth Davies explained that the letter was from an individual who wrote that they felt they had information on his disappearance. Part of the letter said, "I should have come forward a little bit sooner. Jordan has been on my mind for weeks." Sergeant Davies said the person wrote that they had been walking their dog along the road in the early hours of the morning after Jordan was last seen, when they saw a Land Rover parked up on the curb by the school. They wrote that they had heard rustling and someone shouting out, "Is anyone out there? Please help me." Sergeant Davies also said the person who wrote the letter suggested some possible leads which the police force had explored, but that others mentioned in that letter could still be examined. He believes there are a number of possible scenarios. He was taken by a third party, that he left of his own accord to take his life, that he had gone up the mountains and had been injured or in an accident and unable to call for help, or that he was living off the grid either alone or with someone else. Jordan's mother, Debbie, said, "I picked Jordan up to go shopping on the day I last saw him. I dropped him off and he said he would see me tomorrow." She informed Jordan that she was on an early shift at work, but he told her he would still see her, and that was it. She said Jordan enjoyed boxing and was the Welsh champion for 3 years. He was very quiet, kept himself to himself, a bit of a loner. Jordan enjoyed the outdoors and would often walk up the mountains and cook for himself there. Debbie still goes out walking 3 times a day looking for Jordan. Our next case places us back in Swansea, and it's a more well-known case. Tapiwa Matui was 21 years old when he was last seen on CCTV near Swansea Marina at 7 in the morning on the 7th of February 2019. He had been out with friends at the Fiction nightclub on the city's Wind Street. His father said he could not understand how no one could have seen him on the busy street. Police have renewed their appeals, and his family said, "It is like our son just vanished and no one seems to know anything. We are scarred forever. We have an important part of our family missing." The IT graduate, known as Tappy to his friends, was spotted on CCTV at Castle Gardens, the St David student accommodation, and finally near the marina on the night he disappeared, but since then no evidence has been found, and there has been numerous appeals, but no one has contacted the police or family with information about what happened. His father says, "It is a case that we are stuck. There are no leads, you can only imagine. There is CCTV and then no information. It is like a wild goose chase. I know somebody knows something or saw something, but no one is saying anything." The whereabouts on the night he disappeared are as follows. He had been to a local nightclub called Fiction. He was seen later on CCTV at a nearby fast food restaurant with friends at 4:40 a.m. After 8 minutes in the restaurant, which he seemed happier and joking, he was spotted leaving the restaurant on his own in a light jog. CCTV then captured him returning to his student accommodation, and then at 5:10, less than a minute later, he leaves again walking in the same direction from which he arrived. 20 minutes later at 5:30 a.m, he is seen on CCTV outside a local supermarket. The last time he is seen on CCTV is him arriving on foot at Swansea Yacht Club at 7:06 a.m. in the local marina. His WhatsApp account was last active 2.5 hours before his final sighting. His phone or his bank card have never been used since. At the time of his disappearance, he was wearing a black baseball cap, a bright red jacket with white lettering, a white hoodie and blue jeans. He is 6 foot tall and had distinct hair at the time of his disappearance, with the tips dyed orange. Unfortunately, there has been no movements. This case is of a very popular man from his local town Llandudno in Wales. Tim Evans was 59 years old when he went missing on the 29th of March 2018. His wife Maria Evans said the joy in life has gone. Her husband was with her for 30 years. Tim left their home on the 29th of March and has not been seen since. Despite issuing several heartbreaking appeals pleading for the 59-year-old dad of 2 to return, the family are no less closer to getting answers. He's described as 5'5" tall and of large build. He left behind a note as well as his coat, wallet and phone. He was suffering with a spinal condition which caused him chronic pain as well as depression. Police, sniffer dogs and search and rescue teams as well as a helicopter were involved in the hunt, and the family rounded up a search party in the weeks after his disappearance. Speaking to North Wales Live to mark a year since his wife had last seen him, she said, "Every day is painful and leaves her feeling hollow. I have got through the last 12 months because of the amazing support I had from my family and friends. I have also had counselling through the Missing People charity, which is still so helpful." Unfortunately, there have been no new leads in his disappearance and he has never been found. Now this next case is in a small village in Wales, Acre Fair, where David Davies went missing on the 3rd of April 2013. His disappearance was said to be out of character and he was 69 years old. In 2023, North Wales Police said in respect of Mr Davies' case it remains open. The 69-year-old was due to meet a neighbour for an appointment on this date, but he failed to turn up. It was described by police as out of character and led officers to conduct house-to-house inquiries after the neighbour raised concerns. At the time he went missing, he was described as 5'11" tall, heavy build with a thick beard. He usually wore jeans, a fleece top and woolly hat and was well known in the local community. He disappeared in the days after he received a ban from keeping horses by Wrexham magistrates in April 2013. The horse breeder had pleaded guilty to 6 charges of causing unnecessary suffering under the Animal Welfare Act. 21 horses owned by him on the 120 acres of land were relocated by the RSPCA. The day before he went missing, he was seen by 2 people in the local area, but no one knows where he was going. He didn't go to the bank or Tesco's as he usually would, and he would have been very distinctive on his blue Ford tractor. Despite this information, he has still never been seen or heard from since. Now on to our second female case in this video. Christine Bracken was 39 years old when she went missing from Swansea on the 19th of May 1979. She was known as Sister Jacqueline Bracken and was based at the Stella Maris Convent in Swansea. She disappeared while shopping for a pair of stockings for her mother. She was originally from Ireland and was last seen near the city's multi-storey car park by 2 children that she taught. Her handbag was found on the foreshore the day after she disappeared by a local boatman, about 30 feet from the West Pier, but nothing was found in a police search of the area. It was first thought she had returned to Ireland, but this theory was ruled out when all her belongings, including her sailing ticket and cash, were found where she lived. Another theory involved the nun getting sucked into a hole in the wall of Swansea's docklands. Police said at the time she would often walk along the sand and mud banks of the old docklands on her way back from work from shopping in the city centre. At the far end of the dock there was a large hole in the wall which police say had a lot of suction. There were plenty of theories at the time and even now. Detective Andy Hughes, who was overseeing the case for South Wales Police, said other theories involved her falling into the dock, deliberately throwing herself into the water, or the involvement of a third party, but because she was Catholic it's unlikely that she took her own life. The other theory is that she is alive and well, living a new life in another part of the world. He said, "My own gut feeling, having done the 6-monthly review of the case, is that she went into the water. Whether it was harming herself or whether a third party was involved was pure speculation. No passport has been issued or a death registered under her name since she has been missing." He said, "Unfortunately, we are still unable to find her after all these years. We are keeping this case open and will be conducting further investigations shortly. Hopefully, we can get an answer to it." As of right now, the case still remains like it did in 1979. A mother, grandmother and wife disappeared suddenly on the 31st of January 2016 from her home in Cardiff. Lorraine Rideout went to visit a friend in a nearby street but never made it to her destination, and what happened to her remains unknown. There were extensive searches in the area which involved South Wales Police, the National Crime Agency, British Transport Police and the National Police Air Service, but nothing has been found. While life has continued for her family and friends, it is a constant pain to her children, her husband and all of them of what happened. Lorraine's daughter Christine said, "All she and the family could hope for is closure. It's not normal to have someone in your family go missing, and I think every time another year passes it feels worse. I hope one day she is found, but we could end up having to live with this for the rest of our lives and left in limbo." She has never been seen or heard from since. She hasn't used her bank cards, and there is simply no sign of life. Although the police investigation remains open, the police said it appears all that can be done at present has been done. And now back to Cardigan in Wales, where Owen Roberts, who was 36 years old, went missing in March 2012. On the 10th of March, he sent a loving text to his girlfriend, and he has not been seen or heard from since. Lisa, his girlfriend, said, "I had texted him that morning to ask where he was. What came back almost an hour later was a picture and a kiss. He was due to meet his father but failed to show up." In the weeks that followed, Lisa and Owen's family searched desperately for him. He is described as 5'10" of medium build with blue-grey eyes. When he disappeared, he was wearing a black v-neck jumper and jeans. He was carrying a hooded top and rucksack. His hair is short and grey on the sides, while his front left tooth has a chip. He has 4 earrings in his left ear. Despite searches and appeals, there has been no movement in his case. A usual night at the pub turned into a missing persons case. Justin Mathis, who was 29, went missing shortly after having a row with someone else in a pub over a clash of quiz nights. Justin, who was a licensee of the Bridge Hotel in Conwy, had been drinking with colleagues in the nearby George and Dragon. He was arguing with Graham Roberts about a clash of quiz nights at their pubs when Coronation Street star Bruce Jones, who had been drinking in the bar, walked by. At the inquest, Mr. Jones, who played Les Battersby in the soap, said Justin was loud and argumentative and shouted insults at him before staggering around the bar. The actor said he got in the middle when Justin took a swing at an elderly customer. Justin was asked to leave, but the following morning, on the 4th of February 2011, his partner Gareth Williams reported him missing as he had not returned home. He has never been found. CCTV footage showed Justin entering the quayside area shortly before midnight but not leaving again. Anthony Carr, who lives in nearby Castle Street, told police that as he drove along the quayside he saw a man sitting or crouching against a wall. A massive search operation was launched involving the North Wales Police helicopter and underwater search teams, but he has never been found. A few days later, one of his boots was discovered near the River Conwy. Recording an open conclusion, the coroner said he could not speculate, but it was likely that Justin had fallen into the water. And still at the time of this recording, he has never been found. Although in the inquest it was conducted as an open conclusion, he is still classed as a missing person. This next case is a case of a missing child. Robert Williams went missing from Neath Port, Talbot on the 22nd of March 2002. He was just 15 years old. He went to a party nearby, but despite multiple police appeals, he has never been found. His mother Cheryl said she believed her son was never coming home. She said, "I just want his body back so I can bury him. He deserves that." Detective inspectors of the South Wales Police said the police were committed to finding out what happened to Robert. He said he believed the community held key information that could help them to understand what happened. If you were at the party or have any information regarding Robert's movements or disappearance, we would really like to speak to you. He said it may seem challenging to record details from years ago, but no matter how small or insignificant you think the information you hold is, it could prove vital to our investigation and could help provide Robert's family with much needed closure. In 2023, a 59-year-old woman and a 35-year-old man were arrested but had been bailed. The Detective Inspector David Butt said Robert's mum Cheryl has been updated on these arrests and our thoughts are very much with Robert's family. Despite this movement in his case by these arrests, no one has been charged and he has not been seen or heard from since. And our final case is of another missing child. Jerome Thomas was 15 years old when he disappeared from his hometown of Goobert on New Year's Day in 2001. At the time, he was supposed to be studying for his mock GCSE exams, and he was feeling under pressure and getting into arguments with his parents because of it. At around 1:30 p.m. on New Year's Day, Thomas resolved to go for a walk along the cliff tops near his home and left the house wearing a dark coloured fleece top, navy blue tracksuit bottoms with a stripe, but he never returned home. Yet the next day, Thomas's mother found a dark coloured fleece top and navy blue tracksuit bottoms with a stripe, both soaking wet and in the laundry basket of the house. They seemed to be the exact pieces of clothing Thomas had been wearing when he left the house. A boy matching his description was seen hitchhiking in the area he disappeared from, and there was another sighting of Thomas reported in Portugal. Another source says that Thomas may have also tried to contact his aunt in Crawley, but there has been no movement in the case and no further leads. On the 23rd of April 1976, 3-year-old Sandy Davidson vanished from the garden of his grandparents' home in the Bawtry Hillhausen estate in Irvine. Playing with his sister Donna and the family dog, Sandy chased after the pet when it escaped through an open gate, a gate that allowed Sandy to slip away from the home. Police Scotland launched an extensive search immediately, coordinating officers and community volunteers while pausing nearby construction work to look at the estate. High-profile media campaigns amplified public awareness, yet despite thorough door-to-door inquiries and follow-up searches, no concrete leads or physical evidence have emerged. Investigators have explored various scenarios, one being an accidental drowning in a nearby river. The second was a possible abduction by a leaflet distributor seen in the neighbourhood. In 2013, a DNA test on a man born around the same time proved inconclusive. In September 2014, the Broomlands Primary School, which was constructed around the time of Sandy's disappearance, was demolished. The police and council refused to excavate the land to search for Sandy. In February 2015, a surprise new witness emerged who had made contact via the social networking website Facebook, claiming to have been abducted and tortured by a teenage girl around the same time that Sandy disappeared. To this day, Police Scotland continues to treat Sandy's case as open, urging anyone with information to call Crime Stoppers or Missing People. For his sister Donna and the extended family, each passing year deepens the emotional void left by Sandy's absence. Donna's tireless advocacy, organising campaigns, sharing age progression images, and maintaining public appeals on social media reflects both her enduring hope and the anguish of unanswered questions. The community's collective memory honours Sandy, yet also prolongs the grief of not knowing what became of him. The new lead in 2015 led to nowhere significant. On the 19th of December 2001, 41-year-old Doreen Jameson vanished from the Royal Cornhill Hospital in Aberdeen while undergoing treatment for mental health complications. Despite extensive searches and public appeals, her whereabouts remain unknown more than 2 decades later. Doreen had a history of depression and was admitted to the Royal Cornhill Hospital for specialist care. She was described as a quiet individual who maintained daily telephone contact with her mother, Anna. Her partner, Alan Mitchell, remained hopeful of her safe return, expressing confidence that she was still alive and might respond to police efforts. On the day she disappeared, Doreen was wearing beige jeans, a brown floral patterned coat and white trainers, and was believed to be carrying a black bag. She left from the hospital grounds, leaving no clear indication of direction or intent. Police Scotland launched an immediate search, focusing on the grounds of the former Kingseat Hospital. Detective Constable Graham Reid followed up on sightings near Doreen's favourite walking routes, but found no concrete evidence of her presence there. Over the years, both local officers and the charity Missing People have maintained appeals. 2 decades on, the fate of Doreen remains unresolved. More than 2 decades have passed since Richard, known as Ricky Doolan, vanished from his home in Croy. His disappearance on the night of the 24th of March 2001 transformed a routine Saturday into a family's lifelong quest for answers. Richard, then 27, was last seen around 1 a.m. walking away from his home. He stood 5'5", had green eyes, short black hair and a stocky build. Despite extensive searches and public appeals, no confirmed sightings or credible leads have emerged since that night. Richard's mother, Jean, records an uneasy feeling as he left home that evening, an instinct she says she'll never forget. His elder sister, Julie, still pictures him walking down the road, never turning back. Their parents kept their 3-bedroom home in Croy just in case he returned, even as many family members moved away. Police Scotland reviewed and refollowed significant evidence gathered over the past 2 decades. Multiple appeals have been issued urging anyone with information to come forward. Richard's family remains supported by officers determined to uncover the truth. The uncertainty of Richard's fate has created an endless circle of grief, with a bit of hope thrown in now and again, is what his mother Jean said. Jean once took a job in Ireland's Department of Social Protection to check whether Richard had claimed benefits under a new identity, only to discover his benefits had stopped when he became a missing person. Unfortunately, there's been no movement in Richard's case. The disappearance of 88-year-old Mary Ferns from Livingston remains one of Scotland's most perplexing unsolved cases. Despite CCTV sightings and extensive searches, no conclusive evidence has ever surfaced to explain her fate. Mary Ferns was a frail, elderly woman living with her husband on Vancouver Avenue in Livingston. On the 17th of June 2008, she left her home to buy some new tights, armed with a distinctive floral patterned walking stick, and never returned. On the morning of her disappearance, Mary told her husband she was going to purchase tights, put on her brown jacket, collected her bag and walking stick, and set out from her house at around 9:30 a.m. That's the last time her family saw her alive. Concern grew as Mary failed to return. Her family and friends were contacted without success. In the evening, her husband reported her missing. Later, on the 17th of June 2008, CCTV footage captures Mary walking along Princes Street in Edinburgh. She appears relaxed and continues on without further trace. In April 2010, human remains discovered at the edge of the River Almond in Livingston raised hope, but are forensically identified as a man missing since the mid-90s and not Mary Ferns. The police conducted thorough searches of both Livingston and Edinburgh, including underwater dives in the River Almond, shortly after her disappearance. Despite revisiting search parameters and following new information to undergrowth areas along the riverbank, no evidence linked to Mary has ever been found. Sean Ritchie was born on the 16th of May 1994 in Scotland. He was 20 years old and of British nationality when he vanished. His family described him as a sociable young man with a close-knit circle of friends and relatives. On the evening of the 31st of October 2014, Sean travelled with 7 friends to a remote farmhouse near Greenburn, between Strichen and the A98 road, to celebrate Halloween. At some point that night, he became separated from the group and was witnessed running from the farmhouse towards the surrounding woodland. 2 emergency calls were placed from the area, one requesting police assistance and a second cancelling that request, but the originators remain unidentified. Police Scotland launched one of the largest coordinated missing person investigations in the country's history. Over 200 officers, RAF mountain rescue teams, a dive unit, dog handlers and air support combed more than 15 miles of boggy terrain, ditches and woodland. Forensic soil scientists and geoscientists also assisted in mapping search zones, while specialist human remains detection dogs from Glasgow were deployed, though they failed to pick up a scent. 5 days after Sean's last confirmed sighting, search teams recovered a belt, trainers and a grey hooded top from a nearby bog. No other belongings or remains were found in the area, and despite repeated searches over the years, no additional physical evidence has emerged. The limited nature of the finds deepened the mystery of what happened that night. Sean's father, Charlie Reid, has publicly maintained that his son was murdered, possibly over a debt, and is offering a £5,000 reward for information. Police Scotland, however, state there is no evidence indicating criminal foul play. Renowned forensic expert Professor Dave Barclay suggests the case is likely being treated unofficially as a no-body murder, due to the exhaustive efforts to locate Sean's body without success. Some medical commentators have speculated that Sean may have succumbed to hypothermia or accidental injury after becoming lost in the dark and wet conditions, though no remains support this theory. In August 2016, Sean's mother, Carol Ann, was charged with wasting police time in relation to anonymous messages sent to friends and family, underscoring the emotional toll on his loved ones. To mark 7 years without closure, the Press and Journal released a documentary, Missing from the Broch, the disappearance of Sean Ritchie, on the 31st of October 2021, featuring interviews with investigators, forensic scientists and family members still searching for answers. More than a decade after he vanished, Sean Ritchie remains missing, and his disappearance continues to haunt the police, family and local community. Despite extensive searches, forensic analysis and public appeals, the case stands unresolved. 13 years have passed since the 69-year-old grandfather, David Finlay, vanished without a trace, leaving behind a family desperate for answers. David was a resident of Gardenald, a suburb of Glasgow. Known as a keen walker, he left his home around 3 p.m. on Monday the 5th of May 2008, intending to go for a walk. That simple act marked the beginning of a mystery that has yet to be solved. Diagnosed with early onset dementia just months prior, David's condition added a layer of urgency and concern to the search efforts. The last confirmed sighting of David was at around 6 p.m. on the same day. It was at West Nile Street in Glasgow. CCTV footage captured him in Morrison's earlier that day. Despite extensive police efforts, including following up on unconfirmed sightings in certain areas, no credible leads emerged. Police Scotland has kept the investigation open, continuing to appeal to the public for any information. Chief Inspector Simon Geacock emphasised that the case remains active and urged anyone with knowledge of David's whereabouts to come forward. Peter Edwards, a 65-year-old pastor, originally from New York who lived in Scone, went missing on the 1st of November 2016 after boarding buses that day and being recorded on CCTV in multiple towns in eastern Scotland. Police and the family launched an appeal when he failed to return home, and no confirmed sightings followed his last known movements. Peter Edwards was seen on CCTV leaving a bus in Perth early on the 1st of November, and later recorded getting off a bus in Stonehaven at around 3:20 the same day. Police established he had also been on a bus in Aberdeen earlier that afternoon, but there have been no positive confirmed sightings since he left the X7 bus in Stonehaven. Edwards is described as 5 foot 9 inches tall, slim with no hair, with a full grey beard. He speaks with an American accent. He commonly wore gold-rimmed glasses and was reported to have tremors affecting his hands. At the time he was last seen, he was wearing dark or grey trousers, a long-sleeved grey shirt with a black waist-length jacket and a grey beanie in some reports, or a tie and black leather shoes in others. Police Scotland treated the disappearance with concern and carried out CCTV reviews and door-to-door inquiries while appealing for anyone with information to contact them. The force worked alongside missing person charities and urged the public to come forward with any leads. Despite the efforts, his family and the community are still seeking answers. Patricia Duncan, aged 51, vanished from her family home in Buckie on the night of the 15th or 16th of November 2002 after walking out into stormy weather wearing a sheepskin jacket and carrying only a packet of cigarettes and a lighter. A major multi-agency search at the time, involving dozens of officers, underwater teams, tracker dogs and the Coast Guard, found no trace of her. Patricia was a mother of 7 and a well-known member of the Bucky community. Her disappearance left a large, close-knit family who continued to campaign and appeal for information. The night before she went missing, she spent time with her family watching a film. When the family awoke the next morning, she was gone, and her personal items such as her purse and spare clothes remained at the home. On the night of the 15th of November 2002, she left her home sometime between midnight and 7 a.m. and walked into heavy wind and rain wearing a sheepskin jacket and carrying a cigarette and a lighter. Early on the 16th of November, she was reported missing, which triggered a huge search. No body, footprints or other decisive evidence was ever recovered. Police treated the case as a missing person inquiry and investigated possible sightings over the years. The family and police followed up multiple leads, including claimed sightings as far afield as Essex, London and even Malta, but none produced conclusive evidence of Patricia's whereabouts. Matthew Dyer, then aged 58, was last seen on the 17th of February 2009 in Eyemouth, leaving a cost-cutter supermarket on the High Street on CCTV with his cross-collie dog and has not been traced since. He was a well-known local busker who performed in Eyemouth. He was described as about 5'9" in tall, with long grey hair and was wearing a blue jacket or grey or beige jumper and faded jeans when last seen. He was captured on CCTV at 5 p.m. on Tuesday the 17th of February 2009, leaving the cost-cutter store. The following day his dog was found alone in the back garden of his home address, but he himself made no contact with relatives or friends after that sighting. Police Scotland treated the disappearance as an active missing person inquiry and issued public appeals for information, urging anyone with knowledge of his whereabouts to contact local officers. Unfortunately, his fate remains unknown. Alexander Clark, also known as Sandy, a 37-year-old father from Fife, Scotland, was last seen in the early hours of the 4th of June 2013 after leaving Victoria Hospital and walking east along Hayfield Road. He has not been traced since. Clark, known as Sandy, was described as 5'10" of slim to average build, with short, slightly receding brown hair and brown-green eyes. He had tattoos on both arms and a tattoo on his neck of a woman's name. When last seen, he was carrying 2 Sports Direct shopping bags containing clothing. At 2 a.m. on the 4th of June 2013, he was observed leaving the Victoria Hospital and walking along Hayfield Road. This is the last confirmed sighting of him. In the weeks and years, extensive local inquiries and repeated public appeals were made by police and family, but no conclusive sighting or evidence has established his whereabouts. Police Scotland treated his disappearance as a missing person inquiry and appealed for information from anyone who may have seen him or had contact with him, urging people to contact local police officers on 101. There has been no movement in his case. Paul Harley, aged 53 when he went missing, was reported missing from his home in Whitefield Avenue, Dumbarton, on the 28th of September 2014 and has not been traced since. Paul worked as a welder for Network Rail and was described as a family man who enjoyed football, gardening and hill walking. He was last seen on the 28th of September 2014 and has failed to make contact with family and friends since. Police and family followed multiple lines of inquiry over the following years and issued repeated public appeals for information. In 2019, an image emerged of a man outside Glasgow Central Station, who the family believed looked like Paul, which renewed their hope but did not produce a confirmed identification. There have been no new leads in his case. Paul Booth, a 45-year-old man, vanished from Seafar on the 25th of October 2016. He was last seen around 2 p.m. on a footbridge between McGregor Road and Hillcrest Road. His sudden disappearance sparked concern among family, friends and local authorities. Paul was known to struggle with drug addiction and had a support worker who he spoke to often. On the day of his disappearance, his support worker found his home door wide open, his beloved bull terrier left behind, and all his personal belongings, including keys, wallet, bus pass, and phone, untouched. This deeply alarmed his family, who described the situation as completely out of character. Despite extensive police searches, media appeals and community efforts, no trace of Paul has ever been found. Samuel Townsley went missing on the 19th of October 2016. Samuel, known as Sammy, vanished from Glasgow city centre, leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions. Samuel, who was 28 at the time of his disappearance, was last seen around 9:30 a.m. on Union Street. He entered the Rebel barber shop, asking to use the toilet, and staff, alarmed by his appearance, contacted the police. He was wearing shorts and trainers with no socks on a cold autumn day, a stark contrast to his usual habit of layering up to stay warm. Samuel's life had been marked by instability. He struggled with drug addiction and had spent some time in prison, which his father, William, believed exposed him to dangerous influences. Despite these challenges, Samuel was known for his selflessness and desire to help others. His father described him as someone who would shriek to do something, but rarely followed through with self-harm, suggesting his actions were cries for help rather than intent. The emotional toll on Samuel's family has been profound. His sister, Anne Margaret Allen, described their experience as a roller coaster of grief and uncertainty. She spoke of sleepless nights and reoccurring nightmares, saying, "We will never be at peace until he is found." On the 17th of January 2016, Stuart Clark walked out of a friend's house in Park Road, Clydebank, and was never seen again. Stuart Clark was 59 years old at the time he vanished, standing 6 foot 2 inches tall with ginger hair, a beard and a distinctive stilted walk. He was a recognisable figure in his community. He wore glasses and was last seen carrying a black and grey rucksack, dressed in dark waterproof jacket, clothing suited for cold January weather. Though Stuart had gone missing before, his absence had never lasted this long. Friends and family grew increasingly alarmed as days turned into weeks. Police Scotland launched an extensive search, releasing CCTV footage of Stuart on a train between Cardross and Dalmuir around 9:45 a.m. on the day he disappeared. There were also unconfirmed sightings of him at Macintosh Spa in Dalmuir the following day, prompting appeals for anyone who might have seen him to come forward. Despite widespread media coverage and public appeals, no concrete leads have emerged. Inspector David Quinn of Clydebank Police Station emphasised that the investigation remains open, stating, "Although he has been known to go missing before, he has never been gone for this length of time without contacting his family or friends." On October 11, 2013, Antonin McCann, a 32-year-old Czech national living in Scotland, vanished from Gardens Town Harbour aboard his yacht, the Swallow Tail. Antonin was last seen on the evening of the 11th of October, preparing to sail his vessel, a 22-foot blue and white Jaguar 22 with a single outboard engine, which was his only known mode of transport. Police believe he may have intended to sail to Wick, a coastal town further north. Despite extensive searches and public appeals, no trace of Antonin or his yacht have ever been found. Posters were distributed along the northeast coastline, and Police Scotland partnered with the charity Missing People to raise awareness and gather leads. Detective Inspector Norman Stevenson, who led the investigation, expressed growing concern that Antonin may have encountered trouble at sea. On March 3, 2010, Edward Dallas left his home in Linwood and vanished without a trace. Edward, aged 38 at the time, was last seen leaving a house on the Bridge of Ware Road at around 7 a.m. He withdrew cash from the Paisley High Street later that day, and then nothing. No further sightings, no phone calls, and no clues. Despite extensive police investigation and public appeals, Edward has never been found. Described as 5'8" tall, with a stocky build, dark hair, blue eyes and a beard, Edward had a passion for photography and Buddhism. Police believe he may have travelled across the UK to pursue these interests, likely visiting religious sites or remote locations. Police Scotland has never closed Edward's case. They continue to appeal for information, urging anyone who may have seen him or knows his whereabouts to come forward. On the morning of the 15th of May 2004, Ellen MacDougall left the grounds of New Craig's Hospital in Inverness for a walk. She was last seen around 10:30 a.m. on nearby Leachkin Road. The brief sighting would be the final trace of Ellen. No further contact and no confirmed sightings and no answers in the years since. Ellen was 61 years old at the time of her disappearance. She was described as very quiet, walking with her hands clasped in front of her. She stood 5'2" tall, of slim build, with light brown hair cut in a bob style and blue eyes. Her family and hospital staff were deeply concerned for her well-being. Ellen had been unwell at the time, and her sudden disappearance raised fears that she may have become lost or vulnerable to harm. Despite extensive searches in the surrounding area and appeals to the public, no trace of her has ever been found. On Sunday, the 12th of August 2007, Ian Mowat left his flat in North Grimsby and was never seen again. His sudden disappearance sparked concerns across the Angus community and launched a police investigation that to this day has yielded no definitive answers. Ian was 32 years old at the time he vanished. He was described as 6'4", of heavy build with brown hair and blue eyes. He had several distinctive tattoos, including a panther on his right arm and a tribal design on his back. On the day he went missing, he was wearing a light grey hooded top, a green and white hooped Celtic football shirt, combat trousers and white trainers. His departure was uncharacteristic. Though he had faced personal challenges, there was no indication that he planned to leave or disappear from his family and friends. Police Scotland quickly launched a public appeal for information. Despite extensive efforts including media coverage, community outreach and collaboration with the charity Missing People, no confirmed sightings or leads have ever emerged. On the 25th of February 2010, Paul Cameron vanished from Dingwall, a small town nestled in the Scottish Highlands. He was 60 years old at the time, and despite the passage of more than a decade, no trace of him has ever been found. His disappearance remains one of Scotland's enduring mysteries, marked by silence, and a family's unrelenting hope for answers. Little was publicly known about the circumstances surrounding Paul's disappearance. All we know is he was last seen in Dingwall, and there have been no confirmed sightings or communications since that day. On the night of the 2nd of November 2013, Alan Bryant Jr., a 23-year-old from Fife, vanished without a trace. What began as a typical evening out with friends quickly spiraled into one of Scotland's most enduring missing person cases. Despite extensive investigations, public appeals and tireless efforts by his family, Alan's whereabouts remain unknown more than a decade later. Alan left his home on Ednam Drive around 8 p.m. to attend an engagement party at Leslie Golf Club. After enjoying the celebration, he and a group of friends travelled by minibus to Styx nightclub, arriving shortly after midnight. CCTV footage captured Alan leaving the club alone at 2:02 a.m, appearing intoxicated and heading towards Tanshaw roundabout. That was the last confirmed sighting of him. From that moment, Alan was reported missing. His family and Police Scotland launched an extensive search. Divers combed ponds, rivers, wells and woodlands. Posters were distributed, media campaigns were launched and appeals were made across the country. Yet no credible leads emerged. Alan's father, Alan Sr., has remained a relentless advocate, believing that a small group of individuals may hold the key to what happened that night, but are too afraid to speak out. The emotional toll on the Bryant family has been immense. Alan's mother, Marie, has described the past 10 years as a living hell, expressing the agony of not knowing what happened to her son. "All we want to know is the truth and get Alan home," she said, acknowledging the painful possibility that closure may mean laying him to rest. based on rumours in the local area and things that have been told to Alan's family. His family believe that he was murdered. People know who this murderer is. He had threatened Alan before, but because it is a family member, they are unwilling to come forward. On the 1st of May 2009, John Coleman, a 51-year-old man known for his transient lifestyle and multiple names, disappeared from Edinburgh. His last known location was the Access Point Homeless Hostel on Leaf Street, where he was denied entry due to suspicions of intoxication. That moment marked the beginning of his disappearance. John Coleman was no stranger to life on the margins. Known also as Daniel O'Connell and Sean O'Connell, he had lived rough and travelled extensively across the UK and Ireland. He had a Glasgow accent, brown eyes and medium-length brown hair. His left arm bore two distinctive tattoos, one of the name John and another featuring a rose dagger and Irish harp. Despite his lifestyle, John maintained contact with his family. He had left home at 16 after a dispute with his stepfather, but relatives say he would have attended his mother's funeral had he known about it. On the day he vanished, John phoned his support worker from a payphone, explaining that hostel staff had mistaken his slurred speech, possibly a result of a previous stroke, for drunkenness. The support worker arranged to call him back, but John never answered. That was the last time anyone heard from him. Since that day, John has not claimed any benefits and there have been no confirmed sightings. His family suspects foul play, though no evidence has surfaced to confirm this. On October 22, 2009, 2-year-old Holly Bringan vanished from Irvine in Scotland alongside her mother, Selena Dingwall. Holly was born into a family with deep ties to law enforcement. Her father, Douglas, was a police officer, and her mother, Selena, had also worked in the police force, including in an anti-corruption unit. The couple divorced in 2007, with Douglas retaining visitation rights. However, tensions between them escalated and communication broke down in the months leading up to Holly's disappearance. Douglas reported Holly missing after repeated attempts to contact Holly's mother. What followed was a baffling investigation that suggested that the mother may have used her professional knowledge and IT skills to forge new identities and vanish without a trace. Authorities speculated that Selena, leveraging her experience in law enforcement and technology, could have orchestrated a complete disappearance. Superintendent Jim Carabra noted that the mother had a strong grasp of finances and digital systems, which may have enabled her to create a new life undetected, a feat described as quite unusual in modern times. Despite extensive searches and appeals, no confirmed sightings of Holly or her mother have ever surfaced. On the 27th of January 1993, 21-year-old Peter McGuire left his home in Valleyfield. He was last seen that day at Carnegie swimming pool. His car was later found near the Forth Road Bridge. Peter was described as a young man with medium build, green eyes and brown, slightly wavy hair. He had distinctive tattoos, a Popeye on his upper right arm, and a cross on his hand, and a cross on his knuckle. He was known to suffer from depression. An extensive search was immediately launched. Despite this, there was no trace of him. In 2016, a potential breakthrough emerged. Police received information that a man using the name Peter and the same date of birth had presented at a homeless shelter in Hastings. The individual reportedly moved on quickly, possibly to West London, before authorities could ever confirm that it was him. There have been no further leads. On the night of September 15, 2021, 74-year-old Paul Johnson left his home on Hay Fleming Avenue in St Andrews for what appeared to be a routine evening walk. He was last seen at around 10:45 p.m. in Hepburn Gardens, walking calmly. What followed was a disappearance that stunned his family. Paul Johnson was described as fit, healthy and a keen walker. His disappearance was deeply out of character, and there were no signs of distress or confusion in the CCTV footage that captured his final known movements. He was wearing a blue rain jacket and light-coloured walking trousers and stood 5'9" tall with grey hair. Despite extensive searches by Police Scotland, including door-to-door inquiries and CCTV reviews, no further trace of Paul was found. Officers retraced his steps and spoke to over 100 people, but the trail went cold. On May 8, 2022, 71-year-old Neil Skinner vanished while on a walking holiday in the remote wilderness of Argyll, Scotland. A seasoned hiker from Doncaster, Neil was last seen camping near a loch close to Bridge of Orkney. His disappearance sparked a massive search effort and left his family desperate for answers. Neil had travelled with friends to Scotland for a hiking trip. CCTV footage captured him at Green Welly Stop on the 7th of May. The group then parked at Victoria Bridge and hiked 6 miles to the loch, where they camped overnight. The next morning they set off towards another loch, but Neil turned back, saying the hike was too hard for him. When his friends returned to the campsite on the 9th of May, they found Neil's tent, walking poles and food, but no sign of Neil himself. Police Scotland launched an extensive search, deploying mountain rescue teams, the Air Support Unit and the Marine Unit. Despite those efforts, Neil was never found. The terrain around the loch is notoriously difficult, with rugged hills, dense forests and deep waters complicating the search. Specialist divers from beneath the surface offered to assist using sonar equipment, describing the area as the most challenging place to be. Neil's daughter, Kate Armitage, made a heartfelt public appeal, expressing the family's anguish and fear. "My dad is out there in the middle of nowhere with no cover. He must be so scared. It's horrendous to realise there is no hope for him now. He's got no food, he's got no water." The family didn't even know Neil had travelled to Scotland until police contacted them. Their grief was compounded by the uncertainty and lack of closure. On the morning of the 18th of November 2024, 16-year-old Alexandra Spenga was last seen near the waterwheel in the grounds of Lewes Castle on the Isle of Lewis. His sudden disappearance sparked an extensive search operation and widespread public concern as authorities and locals rallied to find the missing teenager. He was described as 6'2" of slim build with short brown hair. At the time he was last seen, he wore a beige jumper, black jeans and carried a yellow beanie hat. He may also have had a red jacket with him. His disappearance was deeply out of character and there were no immediate signs of distress or intent to run away. Police Scotland launched a search operation involving local officers, national specialist resources and partner agencies. Officers from Inverness and Aberdeen joined the effort, combing the grounds of Lewes Castle and surrounding areas. Authorities urged residents to check out buildings and review private CCTV, dashcam and doorbell footage. The winter weather added urgency to the search, but unfortunately there has been no movement in his case. On Father's Day, June 15, 2025, 64-year-old Mark Featherspill vanished while travelling aboard MV Sound boat between Garrock and Dunoon, Scotland. A former US Navy diver, Mark was returning home with his wife Annette after visiting their daughter Lara, which began as a routine journey across the Clyde, quickly turned into a heartbreaking mystery. Mark had been receiving treatment for a rare form of leukemia, which often left him dizzy and unsteady on his feet. According to Annette, he was relaxed and cheerful during the trip, even reacting warmly to a Father's Day message Lara had posted online. Moments later, he excused himself to use the bathroom and was never seen again. Annette raised the alarm within minutes, but there were no eyewitnesses and no cameras on the side of the boat to capture what happened. She later told reporters, "All I know for sure is that I came onto the boat with Mark, but I came off it without him." Emergency services including the RNLI, Coast Guard and Police Scotland launched extensive searches of the water and shoreline. All 4 Western ships and privately owned vessels joined the effort. Despite these coordinated operations, no trace of Mark was found and the search was suspended the following day. An oceanographer was later brought in to assist, analysing tides and Mark's weight to predict where his body might surface. The working assumption was that he may drift towards the area of Helensburgh, though the family feared they might never recover him. Annette, Mark's wife of nearly 40 years, expressed her devastation and disbelief. She rejected any suggestion that Mark had intentionally gone overboard, citing his love for his family and his physical condition. In September 2023, 74-year-old Robert Gibson, known as Bob, vanished from the Aberdeen area in Scotland. A quiet man with a love for fishing and long walks, Bob's disappearance sparked widespread concern and a prolonged search effort that more than a year later has yet to yield answers. Bob was well known in the local community, often seen walking near Duff House and along the River Deveron. He had a reputation for returning lost golf balls to local golfers and was described as someone who keeps himself to himself, but was nonetheless a familiar and friendly face. Physically, Bob was around 5'7" tall, of slim build with thinning grey hair. Due to the lack of a confirmed last sighting, police were unable to determine what clothes he may have been wearing at the time he went missing. Robert was officially reported missing on October 23, 2023, though it's believed he was last seen in September. Police Scotland launched extensive land and water searches, particularly along the river, his usual walking route. Despite those efforts, no trace of Bob was ever found. On the 16th of October 2022, 56-year-old Susan Ford, originally from County Kerry, was last seen in the remote village of Borv on the Isle of Lewis. Susan had left Ireland in March 2022 and had been living in France. She kept in touch with her family. In mid-October, her loved ones believed she was still in Montpellier region until CCTV footage revealed she had travelled to Scotland. She checked out of the Inn Hotel in Stonaway at 5:10 p.m. on October 16th and took a taxi 15 miles north to the Borv Country House Hotel. She was dropped off in the car park but never entered the building and has not been seen since. Police Scotland, supported by the Coast Guard, the RNLI and the Mountain Rescue Team, launched a large-scale search operation. Crews combed villages, moorland and coastal areas around that area for days. The search was suspended on the 13th of November, pending further investigations. Susan was last seen wearing an orange top, dark jacket with white lining, blue jeans, walking boots and a cream grey tammy hat and black glasses. She was also carrying a backpack. Authorities urged residents to check sheds and outbuildings, fearing she may have sought shelter. Sergeant Donald McLeod of Stornoway Police Station expressed growing concern. There have been no sightings or contact from Susan since she was dropped off. I am asking anyone who may have seen her or knows where she is to get in touch. Susan's family, unaware she had travelled to Scotland, were left shocked and deeply worried. Her disappearance remains unexplained, and the lack of digital or physical traces has made the investigation very difficult. On May 14, 1983, 27-year-old Michael Bell vanished while on a camping holiday in the Scottish Highlands. Originally from Birmingham, Michael had been staying on the Isle of Skye when he abruptly decided to cut his trip short. Michael was described as slim-built, white male with green eyes and auburn hair, standing at 5'9" tall. He travelled alone to Skye, but after becoming unhappy during the trip, he phoned his father to say that he was going to return home the next day. That call was the last time anyone heard from him. Strangely, Michael left all his luggage behind at the campsite, suggesting he may have intended to return or was in distress. His family noted that he was a loner and had been struggling with depression, which added difficulty to the investigation. Despite efforts by local authorities and missing person organisations, no trace of Michael was ever found. On September 21, 2017, 42-year-old Brian McGowan vanished from the village of Plean in the Forth Valley region of Scotland. His sudden disappearance sparked a widespread search and ongoing appeals for information, yet no trace of him has ever been found. Brian was last seen in a terrace area of Plean on the afternoon of Thursday, the 21st of September. CCTV footage later showed Brian outside the Eurospices takeaway in Carry Court at around 11 p.m. on the night he went missing. He was described as white, 5'10" tall, of slim build, with short brown hair, blue eyes and tattoos on his fingers. At the time, he was wearing light grey tracksuit bottoms with black stripes, a black Nike baseball cap, black and grey trainers and a black G-Star jacket. Police Scotland conducted extensive inquiries, including door-to-door investigations and CCTV reviews. Despite these efforts, no new sightings or leads emerged. On October 27, 2018, 30-year-old Tom Graham vanished from the Torry Glen area of Glasgow. His sudden disappearance sparked a search, but despite this, no trace of him has ever been found. Years later, his family and investigators remain desperate for answers. Tom was last seen in the early hours of October 27th in Edinburgh Place. He was described as 6 foot tall, of medium athletic build with short dark hair. He had several distinctive tattoos, including the name Sophie on the right side of his neck, a knife on his lower right arm and a black panther on his calf. Tom was known to frequent many areas across Glasgow, including Govan and Drumchapel, where his friends and family lived. His disappearance was classified as high risk, and police issued multiple appeals for information. Tom's sister, Sarah Graham, has been a vocal advocate in the search for her brother. On the anniversary of his disappearance, she posted a heartfelt message. "Still missing a full year ago today. Was the last time anyone saw you. I miss you more than ever. Just wish you would let me know you're okay." In July 2020, a possible sighting of Tom in Glasgow's city centre reignited hope. A woman reported seeing someone matching his description, wearing a white jacket, dark trousers and dark trainers, with longer hair and facial hair. Police were informed, but the sighting remains unconfirmed. Despite all the efforts, no confirmed sightings or leads have emerged. On the night of November 2nd, 1998, 18-year-old Kenneth Jones vanished from his family home in Glenrothes. More than 2 decades later, his disappearance remains unsolved, and his family continues to search for answers. Kenneth was last seen around 10:30 p.m. in the Ancram Court area. According to his mother, Mary Ann Jones, he had gone to bed as usual, but by morning he was gone. He left behind his clothes and had no money with him, making his disappearance all the more baffling. As Mary Ann described it, it was just like he disappeared into thin air. Kenneth was described as white, 6 foot 2 inches tall with short dark brown hair. At the time he went missing, he was wearing a black leather zip-up jacket, black jeans and yellow and green trainers. Despite extensive searches and inquiries, no trace of Kenneth has ever been found. In 2016, Police Scotland released an age-progressed image showing what Kenneth might look like as an adult, hoping to spark recognition and new leads. In 2024, detectives reopened the case, acknowledging that there have always been unanswered questions surrounding Kenneth's disappearance. Detective Inspector Chris Mill urged anyone who knew Kenneth or his social circle to come forward, emphasising the importance of bringing closure to his family. On March 25, 2022, 32-year-old Finn Creaney set off on a solo walk in the Scottish Highlands and was never seen again. A passionate environmentalist and bushcraft expert, Finn's vanishing sparked an extensive search. Finn was dropped off near Loch Naver. He intended to walk south towards Gulspie. Known for his deep connection to nature and survivalist lifestyle, he carried minimal gear and was dressed in a black t-shirt, knee-length brown leather jacket and dark trousers, brown waterproof boots and a green rucksack. His plan was to spend the weekend immersed in the wild, a routine he had followed many times before. When Finn failed to return, his family raised the alarm. Police Scotland launched a major search operation, supported by mountain rescue teams, the Air Support Unit and Coast Guard services. Despite extensive efforts, no trace of Finn was found for over a year. In October 2023, a breakthrough came when deer stalkers discovered Finn's rucksack near the edge of Loch Naver. His father, Mark Creaney, speculated that Finn may have attempted to swim across the loch to shorten his journey. Though Finn was a strong wild swimmer, the family feared he may not have made it. Police divers searched the area but found no further evidence. Finn's wife Lucy was 31 weeks pregnant when he disappeared. She later spoke publicly about the emotional toll, saying, "You either crumble or you rise." Her greatest wish had been for Finn to meet their son, Bran. On January 19, 1994, 27-year-old Heather Thompson walked out of Craig Dunnan Psychiatric Hospital in Inverness and was never seen again. Heather had checked herself into hospital the day before, seeking help after experiencing a period of emotional distress. She had recently given birth and was believed to be suffering from postnatal depression. Despite her struggles, Heather had spent a joyful Christmas with her family just weeks earlier, and her decision to seek treatment was seen as a hopeful step forward in recovery. Heather was a trained hairdresser and lived in Inverness, though she had connections to Edinburgh and London. Her parents described her as a loving mother and daughter, and her disappearance was deeply out of character. Heather's departure from the hospital was her choice, but she left without informing anyone and vanished without a trace. No confirmed sightings have ever been reported, and the investigation stalled with no significant leads. Her case remains open, but there has been little public progress. Years later, Heather's son, who was only a few months old at the time, would go on to accuse his father, Gerald Salvadori, of being involved in her disappearance. Despite the inquiries, there has been no movement in her case. On Sunday, March 30th, 2003, 31-year-old David McCallum vanished on the eastern shore of Loch Lomond in Scotland. A father of two from Clydebank, David's disappearance sparked a major investigation and years of appeals, yet his whereabouts remain unknown. David was last seen in the area, a popular destination for hikers and campers. His black Ford Focus was found parked nearby, suggesting he may have gone walking or wild camping in the surrounding hills. Despite extensive searches of the rugged terrain, no trace of David was ever found. He was described as 5'9", of slim build with dark brown hair. At the time of his disappearance, he was wearing outdoor clothing suitable for hiking. There have been two reported sightings of David, one in Sussex in 2017 and another at Tower Hill Underground Station in London in 2019, but neither could be confirmed. On August 4, 2025, 25-year-old Lewis Cuthbert was last seen at around 4 p.m. in the area of Strathaven. Known for his passion for music and street performance, Lewis's sudden disappearance has sparked widespread concern and a multi-agency search effort that continues years later. Lewis was a well-known busker who regularly performed in Glasgow and Edinburgh city centres. Described as 5 foot 10 inches tall, slim build, with short brown hair, he may have grown facial hair since he was last seen. At the time of his disappearance, he was believed to be wearing a brown cord jacket with a sheepskin collar and carrying a backpack containing a Bluetooth speaker and microphone, tools of his trade. His presence in public spaces made his vanishing all the more puzzling. Over 100 homes in the area were visited as part of door-to-door inquiries. CCTV footage was reviewed and specialist teams, including drone units, quad bike patrols and search dogs were deployed to comb the surrounding areas. Chief Inspector Paul Doyle, the local area commander, stated, "It has now been almost 6 weeks since Lewis was reported missing. We continue to work hard to trace him, using every resource at our disposal, no matter how small it may seem. It may be key to helping us find him." The police have urged anyone with information to come forward, emphasising that even the smallest detail could be crucial. On Sunday, the 25th of February 2024, 42-year-old Anestus Dagies, a resident of Middlesbrough, England, is believed to have travelled to the Mole of Galloway in southwest Scotland. 2 days later, on the 27th of February, his car was found in the Mole of Galloway car park, sparking a major search operation and a public appeal for information. As weeks passed with no sightings or contact, concern was raised for his welfare. He was described as white, around 5'8" tall, slim build with short brown hair. When last seen, he was wearing a black jacket, grey tracksuit bottoms and black trainers. His decision to travel to the remote coastal area of Mole of Galloway, Scotland's southernmost point, remains unexplained. The discovery of his car so close to the sea raised fear that he may have entered the water, either intentionally or accidentally. However, no definitive evidence has been found to confirm this. Police Scotland launched an extensive search operation, supported by specialist resources. Despite thorough searches of the coastline and surrounding terrain, no trace of him was ever found. On October 1st, 2022, 29-year-old Kevin Campbell was last seen on Mount Rose High Street in Angus. Originally from Stonehaven, Kevin's sudden disappearance sparked concern. Despite extensive inquiries, no confirmed sightings have emerged since that day. Kevin was known to travel between Stonehaven and Montrose, where he had friends and family. He was described as white, 5'8" tall, of medium build, with short brown hair and a beard. At the time of his disappearance, he was wearing a black short-sleeved t-shirt, black trousers, and black trainers. His family reported that Kevin was usually in daily contact with them, making his prolonged silence especially alarming. Police Scotland classified his case as high concern due to the sudden break in communication and lack of sightings. In the weeks following Kevin's disappearance, Police Scotland issued multiple public appeals. Sergeant Paul Kenny stated, "It's almost 3 weeks now since Kevin was last seen. He is usually in daily contact with his family, and for him not to have been in touch for so long now is very concerning." There has been no movement in his case. On the evening of Friday, the 18th of September 2020, 54-year-old Vincent Barr, known as Vinny or Bardo, was last seen crossing the Tradeston footbridge, locally known as the Squiggly Bridge, in Glasgow. He then walked into the wider Tradestone area and vanished without a trace. More than 5 years later, his whereabouts remain unknown, and his family continues to search for answers. Vincent was described as white, 5'6" tall, of medium build, with short light brown hair and blue eyes. He walked with a noticeable limp and was last seen wearing a grey Nike hoodie, black jogging bottoms and grey trainers. He had lived in homeless accommodation in Govan and was known to frequent areas such as the Glasgow city centre. At the time of his disappearance, Vincent was in recovery from drug addiction and had been making efforts to rebuild his life. His sudden vanishing was deeply out of character and left his family devastated. There have been no confirmed sightings and no new leads have ever emerged. On Christmas Eve 2018, 47-year-old Alan Morrison was last seen by his family in Buckie. Alan was described as around 5'9" tall, of medium build, with short dark and grey receding hair and a beard. He was believed to be wearing a navy padded jacket, a long sleeved dark t-shirt, dark Adidas Samba trainers and possibly a beanie hat and gloves. A heavy smoker, Alan was known to walk familiar routes around Buckie, including paths towards the cemetery and the harbour. His family reported him missing in early January 2019 after weeks of no contact. The emotional toll was immediate and profound. In a public statement, his loved ones said, "It becomes harder each day to deal with the fact we don't know where he has gone or what has happened to him." Police Scotland launched a major search operation focusing on the burn of Buckie, the coastline and other routes Alan was known to walk. Specialist teams including the dive unit, dog unit and helicopter support were deployed. Detective Inspector Norman Stevenson emphasised the urgency of the case. "We continue to carry out inquiries and searches. I would urge anyone with information to get in touch." The case we look at is that of Rebecca Carr. She also went by the surname Simmons. She was last seen when her grandparents dropped her off near Gillingham railway station in 2002 on the 25th of November. She had not told them that she had planned to meet with friends. The disappearance of Rebecca was very out of character for her. At the time she disappeared, she was 5'8", slim and had mousy brown curly hair. Detective Chief Inspector Neil Kimber of Kent Police said, "We have remained in contact with Rebecca's family over the years and they are desperate to know what happened to her and if she is still alive. Whilst we have investigated reported sightings of Rebecca in the past, these unfortunately did not result in her being found. We do, however, remain committed to helping our family achieve closure and ask anyone with information about what happened to Rebecca or where she might be today to please come forward." Our next case is Dean Hill. He was 34 years old when he went missing. He was last seen at the Starting Gate pub in Speen on the 11th of November 2023 at around 9 p.m. A spokesman for Hampshire Police said, "Both we and Dean's family are concerned for his welfare and we are turning to you for assistance today." Dean was described as white, 5 foot 7 inches tall and slim build. He has a patterned black sleeve tattoo on his right arm and a large rose tattoo on his chest. He was wearing a blue hoodie and jeans. Police said Dean has links to Hampshire, Berkshire and the Isle of Man. Superintendent Helen Kenny, based at Newbury Police Station, said, "We are growing more and more concerned for Dean's welfare. Officers have been working over the past few weeks following the disappearance of Dean to establish his location. From CCTV inquiries, we believe that Dean walked from the Starting Gate pub to Northcroft Leisure Centre. Due to the direction of travel, we believe he may have continued to walk towards his home. We are asking anyone in the area of Newton Road, the A39 or roundabouts by Tesco and Newbury College at around 9:30 p.m. on the 11th of November to check your dashcam or CCTV footage. We would also ask people in the local area to check your sheds, garages and gardens." Despite the appeals for dashcam footage and the inquiries that the police have done, Dean has never been seen or heard from again. This is a case now with little to no information. Daniel Birch was 70 years old when he disappeared. He was known as Danny. He has been missing from his home in Dover, Kent, since the 22nd of August 2000. There has been no news since and his whereabouts remain unknown. Danny's family and friends are desperately worried about his sudden disappearance. They said at the time, "We love you lot, please come home." Danny is retired, 5 foot 11 inches, of a medium build with short silver grey hair. He wears bifocal glasses. The last time Danny was seen, it was thought he was wearing a checkered shirt, vest with blue or grey trousers. Now a case from the 80s. Louise Kay has been missing since 1988 and was last seen dropping off a friend in her dad's distinctive Ford Fiesta after a night out in Sussex. She lived in Polegate in Eastbourne and went missing when she was 18 years old in June 1988. She was driving towards Beachy Head with her best friend Sarah Emerson. Louise dropped off Emerson after returning home to Eastbourne from a night out and was never seen again. Sarah, her best friend, said, "It's the biggest regret of my life. She didn't want to come in and wanted to sleep at Beachy Head. I do feel guilty. If I could have done something different, we wouldn't be sitting here now." Louise's dad's car, which was gold in colour with one white door, has also never been found. Peter Tobin is a suspect. The notorious serial killer was questioned about Louise when he was arrested in 2010 in connection with a series of Scottish SAs. He was 71 years old and was serving life in jail for taking the lives of 3 women, Angelica Cluck, Vicky Hamilton and Dina McNichol. At the time of Louise's disappearance, he was living in Brighton, but working as a hotel handyman 24 miles along the coast in Eastbourne, a mile or so from where Louise went missing. He died in 2022 and there has been no movement in her case. Next, another case from the 80s. James Stone was 67 years old when he disappeared. He was last seen by his family at his home on the 28th of March 1988 and was reported missing when he failed to contact any of his 9 children in Gosport. Officers began the task of digging up the garden of James Stone in the hunt for clues surrounding his disappearance in May 1988, but they drew a blank. A scene of crime team led by Detective Inspector Lyndon Dawson started a room-by-room search of his 4-bedroom house in Avery Lane in Gosport, and they continued to use radar equipment in the back garden of the property to detect whether any soil has been recently disturbed. They gathered no significant information. In 2001, they reopened the case, and Detective Inspector Dawson said that although more than a decade had passed since the former bus conductor had been seen, evidence could still be found. She said, "We wouldn't be here unless we thought we could possibly find something. This is a piece of the jigsaw that has to be investigated." A Gosport couple were quizzed at Alton Police Station after being arrested on suspicion of his murder. Police didn't release the identities. They said it was a 56-year-old man and a 33-year-old woman, but there have been no charges, and despite reopening his case, there is no new information. Walter Roof was 65 years old when he went missing from Leigh-on-Sea on the 6th of February 2005. Walter suffered from Alzheimer's disease. He was last seen by his wife walking into the toilets in the Cliffs Pavilion in Westcliff at about 1:30 p.m. on the 6th of February. He then wandered outside and made his way to Canvey. He popped into Madson's Wine Bar in Long Road, where he played a few games of snooker between 5 p.m. and 7:30 p.m. The last confirmed sighting was by a fisherman at Canvey Point at 11 p.m. A search was launched which involved 70 police officers and volunteers, including a team from Essex Lowland Rescue. The Coast Guard also helped with the search of the coastline, and Essex Police's helicopter used thermal imaging equipment to look for Walter, who was known to his friends and family as Wally. He was last seen wearing a dark knee-length jacket, brown walking boots and blue jeans. He's 5'10" and has dark hair with flecks of grey. The police said that he is presumed dead, although his body has never been found. His wife said, "I don't know what happened to him. It seems he disappeared off the face of the earth. I think he may have fallen in the water at Canvey Point at high tide, but I just don't know. If he was still here, he would have been in a terrible condition by now. He was really happy when he was walking. If he has died, then at least he was doing something he loved." Now a case from the 90s. James Moody was 30 years old and he has been missing since the 17th of May from Faversham in Kent. He was last seen at his family home shortly after lunch on the 17th of May and he hasn't been heard from since. Despite numerous appeals in newspapers and on television over the past few years and various possible sightings across the south of England from Hastings to Brighton, James remains missing. When James went missing, he was working as a technician on a farm in East Malling, so it's possible that he may have done some casual farm work since. He's described as having short dark brown hair, blue eyes, and he's a white male of slim build. He often wore a gold hoop in his left ear. He was also known as Jim. There have been no movements in his case. Now on to another disappearance of a James. James Funnell was 50 years old when he went missing from Hastings on the 13th of November 2005. He was last seen by his wife just before midnight. He is described as 6'3" with a stocky build and grey curly hair. He was last seen wearing green jeans, a yellow shirt, a cardigan and a grey overcoat. There is no more information on his disappearance. Now on to a mother who simply vanished. Fatima Muhammad Ali was 52 and was last seen walking down a street near her family home in New Haven, East Sussex on the morning of the 12th of February 2016. Her husband Mohammed returned home from work to find the house empty and immediately knew something was wrong. He said, "As I entered the home there was no noise. She would usually be in the kitchen cooking, or there would be the TV playing or music playing." He called through the house and searched upstairs. When he came back down, he realised that she had left her phone, car keys and purse behind and left no sign as to where she had gone. She was a grandmother and mother of 3 and she has not been seen since. Her husband Mohammed shared the last possible sighting of her, taken from CCTV near a Brighton bus stop in August 2017, in the hope it might help the search. He said, "It's not very clear, but I looked time and time again, and there are certain features that I think look like her. It's probably me thinking it is her because I want it to be her, but there is no shot of the face, so it could probably be anyone." Mohammed and Fatima first met as children in Tanzania. They lost contact in 1975 when Mohammed moved to the UK to study. 7 years later, on a trip back to home to see his parents, they were reintroduced and the pair married. They returned to the UK and settled in Hove, near Mohammed's brother in Brighton, and went on to welcome 3 children. He said, "We were the only Asians in the village and everybody loved us. People used to admire her because she always used to walk out in traditional dress. She looked beautiful." He said she enjoyed cooking for friends, family and guests. Fatima was a very strong person. I wouldn't be where I am without her. She was very tough, a very loving lady. Considering she was only 5'2", she was a gusty lady. The morning of the 12th of February 2016 was normal. Fatima woke up first, did her morning prayer and woke her husband to tell him to come down for the breakfast that she had prepared. She worked as an electronics assembler at Brightwell Dispensers from Monday to Thursday, but did not work on a Friday, so it was her day off. Mohammed left for work early, making a detour to the local post office en route to pick up a Valentine's gift he had ordered for his wife. At 1 p.m, Mohammed returned home and expected to find his wife busy in the kitchen. He phoned his daughter and she suggested he try the local hair salon in case Fatima had booked in for a last-minute appointment, but they hadn't seen her. Mohammed then went straight to the police. Within 24 hours, Sussex Police had launched an extensive search involving helicopters and taken in nearby towns and coastlines. Detectives also searched the property and looked into Mr. Muhammad Ali's movements to verify his story. A fingerprint of an unknown man was found at the family home, but it did not match anyone in the police database. A breakthrough came 3 days later when police found CCTV footage of Fatima walking down a residential street 15 minutes away. She walked past the camera around 8 a.m. on the 12th of February, just minutes after Mohammed had left for work. The road she was on led to the sea, but turning left and right would have taken Fatima to another coastal town. Mohammed and the rest of her family have been forced to contemplate the prospect that she might have continued down that road to the sea and had taken her own life. Mohammed said, "Did she go to the sea? Did she jump off a cliff? Being the way she was, being so religious, she knew it was against all religion to take your own life. She showed no signs of stress." Mohammed, her husband, said there was nothing unusual in the days and weeks leading up to her disappearance. The CCTV was the only breakthrough in the case. There has been no movement. The last thing anyone heard from Malcolm Leaves was a note left at his home which said, "I'm going out." This was on the 22nd of June at 8 p.m. in 2016. He went missing from his home in Bexhill. His friends and family said his disappearance is out of character and they think he might be unwell. They are extremely worried about him and just want to know he is okay. Malcolm was 42 years old when he went missing, 5'9", slim with cropped dark brown hair and blue eyes. Joyce Wells is another person who went missing from Bexhill in 2008 from her home when her daughter visited her. The 73-year-old pensioner was due to see her daughter again on Friday evening but was not at home when she arrived. She had left personal items including her handbag and her disappearance is very out of character. She was described as white, 5'2" with short wavy grey hair. Paul Carter was 22 years old when he disappeared during an overnight boat crossing from Portsmouth to Brittany in April 2007. It wasn't Paul's first time making the trip. He had made the journey several times before for work reasons. He was travelling with 3 colleagues on the night he disappeared. He was last seen at around midnight. By the time the boat docked the following morning, he had vanished without a trace. His family have not seen or heard from him since he disappeared. Paul might have fallen overboard was one of the theories, but Coast Guards later disputed this, claiming he would have been spotted as waters were calm on the night of April 21st. He was last seen on board trying to find somewhere to sleep after setting off from Portsmouth. The police said his disappearance was still being treated as unexplained. They said regular reviews are carried out. Paul has never accessed his bank account or made contact with his family. His mum, Teresa Humphreys, said that she has never given up hope that she might be reunited with her son one day. After he disappeared, the immediate thought was that he had gone overboard. It was my biggest fear, but we spoke to the Coast Guard and they said his body would have been found if that were the case. It was a calm stretch of water and he would have been seen. In 2020, a woman told Paul's family she believed he was living homeless in Slough. His mum, Teresa, was shown a picture of the man who was going by the name of Paul and admitted there was a resemblance, but the trail went cold, with the homeless shelters in the area unable to say if Paul had been there. This was the only potential lead they had ever had since Paul disappeared, and there has been no movement. Elaine Taggart was 49 years old when she disappeared from her home in Ferringham Lane on the 3rd of January 2008. The following day, her red Fiat Punto was found in Goring Street off Goring Way, a short distance from Goring railway station and 5 minutes drive from her home. Police and family members issued numerous appeals for information in the weeks and months following her disappearance. Flyers with her photograph were circulated around Goring railway station, and a 5-day search of nearby countryside was conducted as police said they had begun to fear the worst. A decade after her disappearance, a spokesman from Sussex Police said, "There are no recent developments to report on the disappearance of Elaine from Ferring in 2008, and there are no current lines of inquiry." At this time, her disappearance remains a mystery. Although there have been no recent developments, we remain convinced, as previously stated, that she either met with an accident or became the victim of a serious crime. We will always examine and, wherever possible, follow up any information that may lead to new lines of inquiry. Next, we move on to another person who went missing from Kent. Richard Lambert has not been seen since the early hours of Saturday the 13th of June 2009 after a night out in Maidstone in Kent. Despite an extensive police investigation and appeals by his family, his disappearance remains unsolved. Speaking shortly after the second anniversary of Richard's disappearance, his dad said, "There is no change in the position. There have been no sightings and no news at all. We still have visits from the police, but they have exhausted every avenue open to them. The support they have given us has gone beyond the call of duty. We are still waiting for a breakthrough in some form or another, but it has not materialised." He revealed that Richard's room is still waiting for him if he was to return. His accounts have not been touched except for the direct debits which came out directly after he disappeared. His family said, whatever he has done, he has clearly decided to do it off his own bat. David Southwood has been missing from Stantonbury since the 5th of January 2010. He is described as 6 foot tall, thin build with brown eyes and dark brown hair. He has a scar on his neck, a scar on the base of his throat and a scar on his leg. There has been no further information given. Now a case from this year. Stephen Mayle, aged 53, was reported missing on the 20th of April 2025, having not been heard from since the 30th of March. His car, a blue Mazda 3, was found by a field near Ridgeway near Southfields, Aldworth in West Berkshire. It's thought to have been there since the 31st of March. He is described as 5'11" of slim build and may be wearing blue jeans, an open neck top, striped cardigan, walking boots and glasses. He is known to carry a backpack with him. Stephen has links to Littlehampton in West Sussex. Detective Inspector George Atkinsons, based at Oxford Police Station, said, "We are growing more and more concerned for Stephen's welfare, who has now been missing for over a month. We have been working hard to find him since he was reported missing. We have been searching the Ridgeway where his car was left and support from Berkshire's Lowland Search and Rescue. We are appealing for the public to help locate him, so if you see Stephen, please call us." Ahmed Dabur was 21 years old when he went missing on Thursday the 22nd of December 2022. He was from Colchester in Essex and was due to fly to Jordan, but he never arrived. Following initial inquiries, officers believe Ahmed was last in the Dover area and there are growing concerns for his welfare. There has been no further movements in his case. He is described as a medium build and as a Middle Eastern appearance with short black brown hair and brown eyes, a beard or stubble. It's believed that he was wearing a khaki jacket, blue jeans, black trainers with white soles at the time of his disappearance. Michael Nightingale disappeared from his home in Magham Down, Beachy Head on the 7th of April 2022. He was 60 years old at the time of his disappearance. His van, a Silvo Peugeot, was found parked on Beachy Head Road by the lighthouse that evening. There has been no other information given and there has been no movement in his disappearance. Now we move on to some cases with little to no information. Anne Vaux was 16 years old when he disappeared from Bognor Regis in West Sussex in July 2021. William Lavenue was 33 years old when he vanished from East Cowes on the Isle of Wight on December 2nd, 1986. Hassan Hamoudi was 17 when he went missing from Sussex on the 1st of April 2022. Edward Monaghan went missing on the 1st of November 1989 from Boreham Wood. He was 50 years old. He's described as white, 5'3", with grey to black hair, blue eyes and a slim build. Nareda Abang was 35 when she went missing on the 13th of August 2012 from Brighton. David Kelly went missing from Stevenage on the 9th of September 1984. He was 21 years old at the time. He had links to Bedford and to London. He was born in Ireland. PC Stuart Barnett from the Missing Persons Unit said, since David's disappearance he has had no contact with any of his family and his whereabouts remain unknown. Sadly, previous appeals have not brought any information, and whilst it has been decades since his disappearance, I would urge anyone who may have known David who hasn't already contacted police to please call us with any information. I would also ask David to make contact if he sees this appeal. His brother, John Kelly, said, David, if you see this appeal, I want you to know that your brothers and sisters miss you very much and have never stopped thinking about you. It would be lovely to know you are still alive, well and happy. John and Kim. David was described at the time of his disappearance as being white, 5'7", of thin build and clean shaven. He is originally from Southern Ireland and spoke with this accent. He had been working as a carpenter in London before he disappeared. Now another young man who went missing. Trevor O'Donnell was 23 years old when he vanished in 1994 from Canterbury. His mother Tina said she knew something had happened to him in London, but he never revealed to her what it was. She said, it didn't occur to me that he'd just gone off on a drink or anything like that. I knew he'd gone. He hadn't been well, I don't think, mentally, although it took us a long time to realise. That's a difficult thing to deal with, the not knowing. We would love to see him just carrying on life. She ended with, somebody knows something, however far back it goes. The family has appealed for anyone with information to contact them. Julie McKinnon was last seen on the 6th of February 2018 in Rochester, Kent. She was 41 years old when she went missing, and that's all the information that I could gather. Ian Atfield was 58 years old when he went missing from his home in Crawley on the 2nd of June 2018. He is described as white, 6'2" and of medium build with collar-length grey hair. He usually carries a plastic bag and usually wears straight jeans, plain tops and lightweight waterproof jackets. Police found that Ian had expressed an interest in the area of Eastbourne. The police carried out some investigations there, but unfortunately there has been no movement in his case. Lisa Vu went missing on the 15th of July 2018 after going to London. Lisa was studying at Chichester College and was staying in the city at the time of her disappearance. It was reported she travelled with a male friend to London by train from the city, but hasn't been heard from since. There isn't a lot of public information and there have been conflicting stories of why she went to London. The police tweeted on the 16th of July, please help police find her. She's 15 years old, is from Vietnam and has gone missing in London on a school trip. She also has links to Dover. However, it was reported that Lisa's age was 17 and it was reported that she travelled with a male friend to London by train at 11:30 a.m. on the 26th of May. Unfortunately, there have been no further updates. John Upton was 60 years old when he went missing from Borden in Hampshire. He was last seen in Camberley on the 29th of March 2018. John may be sleeping among the homeless community in Brighton, Sussex, but he also has links to Milton Keynes, Luton and Camberley. There have been unconfirmed sightings in Liphook. He is a particular fan of James Bond and may use his name or Roger Moore as another. He was last seen wearing a black hooded jacket, black trousers and black plimsolls. The disappearance of Georgina Garcelar is more well known. She was born in Brighton, Sussex in 1987. She was one of 4 sisters. She was the second eldest. Shortly after Georgina was born, the family relocated to Libya where they lived until 1988. They returned to the UK and settled in Worthing. It was reported that Georgina suffered from mental health issues. At the time of her disappearance, she was unemployed and was recently estranged from a partner. She had 2 children by an earlier partner. Georgina had moved back in with her mother, although she was still meeting her most recent former partner. She would sometimes stay with friends in Brighton. Family members reported that she was prone to binge drinking but was a very intelligent young woman. She left her mother's house on the 7th of March 2018 at around 9:30 am. She told her mother that she was having problems with her mobile phone and that she would visit a phone store to seek advice. She also stated that she would visit the Job Centre Plus in Worthing Town Centre and would meet her father later in the morning. She asked for and received a small loan from her mother to pay the cost of repairing the phone. She was recorded on CCTV at around 9:50 am entering the nearby Clifton Food and Wine Shop in Clifton Road. The shop manager would later state that Georgina had asked him for help with her phone and that he had directed her to the specialty phone store. This would be the last confirmed sighting of Georgina. She did not visit the local job centre and she did not keep her appointment with her father. Tracking of her mobile phone indicated its last use at 3 am on the day and that it had left the network shortly after 11:30 am while still connected to a local mast in Worthing. It never reconnected to the network. Georgina's bank accounts and bank cards were never used again. Andrea, her mother, was not initially disturbed when she didn't arrive to her house, since it was familiar that her daughter would stay out with friends. It was the following week that Andrea became alarmed. Georgina failed to make arrangements to host her 2 sons for the weekend as was normal. Her ex-partner telephoned to say that he had not heard from her for some days and was concerned about her. Her mum spent several days attempting to contact her daughter without success. She contacted Sussex Police on the 17th of March 2018 to report her as a missing person. The investigation into her disappearance was very slow. The homes of her mother and father as well as ex-partners were searched and checks were initiated on her mobile phone and bank accounts. CCTV recordings from the local area were checked and this disclosed the recording of Georgina in the shop. A public appeal for information was made. After 3 weeks, the disappearance was considered suspicious and the investigation was upgraded. However, it made little progress. The case was featured on BBC's Crime Watch programme in October 2018. The Crime Stoppers charity offered a £5,000 reward for information leading to the conviction of her abductor. In August 2019, police finally upgraded the investigation to that of a murder inquiry. The reward was raised to £10,000. Georgina's family became dissatisfied with the pace of the police investigation and started their own crowd-funded inquiry. In addition to a dedicated Facebook page, an actress played Georgina and they recreated a reconstruction of her last known movements. Family members and volunteers searched sites around Worthing where they considered it possible that she may have been concealed. The family also brought in retired detectives to review the police inquiry. Information generated through social media was passed on to the police, who were not always as responsive as the family wished. The police declined to arrest and question people without what they considered to be a good reason. The police declined to search sites without evidence that anything was concealed there. The family requested that the work on the Teville Gate development site in Worthing was stopped while a full search of the site was made. The police refused to do this. In July 2020, Georgina's family asked for an independent review of police failings in the case. The family submitted a list of those claimed failings to Joe Shiner, the newly appointed Sussex Police Chief Constable. The substance of the failings was that the police inquiry had been slow to start, poorly resourced and lacking in commitment. Main issues included a failure to collect CCTV evidence from the town centre until a time at which most relevant footage was no longer available. Some of the footage collected was lost and it took over a year for the police to review the rest. A police spokesman said that an economic and targeted use of police resources was critical and that there was little point in undertaking searches, excavations and arrests unless prompted by credible evidence. There has been no movement in Georgina's case. Gillian Affleck was 50 years old when she went missing on the 24th of August 2017 from Patcham, Sussex. Martina Walton, her partner, said she'd last spoke to Jill on the morning of the 24th of August as she made her way from her native Essex to Brighton, but when she arrived home, the former emergency medical technician for London Ambulance found a note from Gillian to say she had gone for a walk, which was not uncommon. She said Jill enjoyed walking and had been a regular on walks in Patcham Place and Horstein recreation grounds to clear her head in the few weeks before her disappearance. She had recently suffered a bout of depression, but Jill never returned home. Her partner said the police have done everything they can and followed up more than 300 leads, which included contacting hotels, hospitals and other places, but they have hit a brick wall. There is so little to go on because she didn't have her mobile phone and she left with no clothes. Jill is described as 5'6" of medium build and has shoulder-length brown hair. She was last seen wearing a thin blue or grey 3/4 length sleeve top, a grey Stone Effect Peter Storm waterproof jacket, brown ankle boots, a knitted grey scarf and was carrying a large grey rucksack. She had lived in Brighton since 2002 but had links to her native Scotland. A Sussex police spokesman said there have been no new leads and no reported sightings of her since her disappearance, unfortunately. Now another famous case of Damien Nettles, who disappeared on the 2nd of November 1996 when he was 16 years old from Cowes in Isle of Wight. He was born on the 21st of June 1980 to his parents Valerie and Edward. He has a sister named Sarah. At the time of his disappearance, he was roughly 6'4" in height. He loved the rock band Nirvana and was often seen wearing his Doc Marten boots. On the night he disappeared, Damien was wearing blue jeans and a black fleece. It's believed that he had not taken a bag of any kind or any personal belongings with him from his home. Nettles planned to go to a party with his friend Chris Boone, who lived in East Cowes, so his father Ed gave him a lift there. The night started with Damien and Chris attending the party, and after spending some time there they left to purchase some cider. Damien was, however, seen leaving the party carrying a black camera, which was never found. Damien then journeyed back over to West Cowes on a boat with Chris. Once back in West Cowes, Damien entered Yorkie's, the high street fish and chip shop, but left without ordering any food. They made attempts to get into pubs, but their efforts failed. This caused the two friends to part ways for the night at Northwood Park, with Chris heading home. Damien then went back to the high street, purchased chips from Yorkie's, and was later seen staggering about just till about midnight. A witness remembers that Damien was attempted to open the car doors of a blue Ford Fiesta. This person recalls it being somewhere around 11:15 p.m. and claims it took place in the Harbour Lights pub car park. After this, another witness placed Damien at a bus stop near one of the Co-op group supermarkets. He entered a bus here, but exited shortly after talking to the driver. He had tried to take a photo of the driver with the camera that he had on him. He was said to have thanked the driver at the time and then got off the bus. A third witness was waiting in their car for their child to be dropped off by a different bus. Whilst waiting, they claimed a person matching Damien's description was eating chips, nestled together with his arms and legs close to his body. The witness then claims the figure approached him saying, "They are watching us," before clearing off rain off a car window and walking off towards the high street. Numerous people who witnessed Damien on the night of his disappearance alleged he looked as though he could have been heavily drunk and possibly somewhat confused. Another allegation was made that a drug dealer by the name of Bunny Leals had sold drugs to Damien. A previous girlfriend, Abby Scott, revealed she believed there were some aspects of his life he was keeping secret, and went on to say it could have involved drugs, although she wasn't entirely sure. Unfortunately, the investigation was not handled well, and footage that could have shown Damien was lost by the police. As of 2011, 8 arrests for conspiracy to murder had been made by Hampshire police. All these people were released and nobody was charged. A £20,000 reward was made on offer from Hampshire Police in 2013 for 6 months. Despite receiving 30 accounts of information during this period, the authorities were still no closer to solving where Damien had gone. Regardless of the family's pleas, the reward wasn't extended. A complaint was made by Nettle's mother to the Independent Police Complaints Commission in 2005 regarding this loss of the CCTV and the way her son's case had been dealt with. She received a response in which she was advised that the incident concerning the officer responsible for the lost tapes had previously been dealt with. The call log made to police on the night of Nettle's disappearance also no longer exists, and the records detailing which officers were on duty that night were lost. However, the case remains open. Other issues with the police investigation was the handling of requests for searches to be made both on land and air. These were rejected. The error made by police who initially listed Damien as a missing adult rather than a missing child. His mother is convinced that he suffered at the hands of a drugs gang. She revealed that in spite of Cal's upscale reputation, there are people there associated in supplying others with drugs. In March 2002, Hampshire's Major Crime Department was passed the case, and details of the investigation was entered to the home's computer system. It was at this point that an informant who in the 1990s was connected to a local drug dealer named Nicky McNamara alleged he told police what happened to Damien. In 2010, the informant approached Damien's mother as he felt no action had been taken regarding his claims. She was told by the informant that Nicky was angered by Damien whilst they were arguing about drugs, which resulted in him unintentionally giving Damien a fatal punch. The informant claimed Damien's body was concealed for 3 weeks in a drug den, then later buried in cows. The police investigated and arranged searches and made arrests after Damien's mother took the information to them, but they concluded that the informant couldn't be trusted. Nicky McNamara passed away in 2002 of a heroin overdose, and this is when rumours surfaced that he was involved. It was also claimed that Nicky made a deathbed confession regarding his involvement in Damien's disappearance. In spite of many investigations conducted and plenty of campaigning by his family, there are no new answers to his disappearance. Richard Cropp suddenly vanished without a trace on the 3rd of September 2014. Richard was 49 years old at the time and was living in Queen's Road, Brookvale. When he went missing, Leah, his niece, said he just disappeared. There was no circumstances surrounding it. There was no event that happened. He just didn't show up again. She said that Richard often visited her father Steve Cropp at his home in Basingstoke as the brothers were close, but he suddenly failed to show up. She said her uncle had gone missing in the past but would return having spent time in hospital for mental health issues he suffered. She said he would go missing for a few months and then turned up. He would have been in Parklands, so when he did go missing the last time we didn't worry to start with. It was January 19, 2015 that we reported him missing. She said the police had investigated his disappearance and discovered that no money had left his bank account, but there has been no further movement. Our last case is a very known disappearance of Ruth Wilson. She was 16 years old when she disappeared on the 27th of November 1995 from Box Hill in Surrey. When Ruth was 3 years old, her sister Jenny, a few months old, her mother, Nesta, took her own life on the 10th of December 1982. According to the story told by her family, her mother passed away as an accidental fall down the stairs, but her death certificate recorded her cause of death as suicide. Unknown to her family, Ruth became aware of the true nature of her mother's death before she disappeared. Ruth's father, Ian, married Karen, her stepmother, in 1983. Ian and Karen were teachers. They said that Ruth enjoyed reading, going on bike rides and music. She played the electric guitar and piano. She also had a Saturday job working in a music shop and was popular as a local babysitter. She was studying her A-levels at Ashcombe School sixth form when she disappeared. She attended her local church, St Michael's. She was a member of the choir, played the organ and enjoyed bell ringing. She was described by school friends as having an intelligent and quirky personality with a small but close-knit group of friends. Wilson's best friend Catherine was due to move to Sheffield, South Yorkshire, and Ruth had asked if she could come with her once she was settled. Ruth went missing a few weeks after her best friend moved. Her best friend's mother recalled that Ruth had slept over not long before she disappeared and had been adamant that she did not want to go home. Ruth did not explain why. Her best friend stated that Ruth had talked about running away but not suicide. Ian and Karen have disputed claims that her home life was unhappy. Friends and family have also said that Ruth was not suicidal. 2 days before her disappearance, Ruth worked her usual job in a music shop in Dorking, then went for a meal with her ex-boyfriend Will Kennedy, with whom she was still good friends with, and another friend, Neil Phillipson. Kennedy and Phillipson both stated that Ruth paid for the meal. On the day before she disappeared, Ruth went for handbell practice at the local church, then went to a youth group in Dorking, then back to Kennedy's for supper. His mother gave her some old clothing. Her family remembered her being relaxed. Wilson's father and stepmother left early for work on the day of her disappearance, leaving Ruth and her sister Jenny to catch the school bus. At the last moment, Ruth told Jenny that she was not going with her on the bus. Jenny wasn't surprised, as Ruth was in sixth form and did not always come in for the whole day, although she was surprised that her sister left it so late to tell her before the arrival of the bus. Shortly after Jenny left for school, Kennedy appeared with his car and offered Ruth a lift. She declined, saying she would meet up later. She didn't attend school at all that day, something her family and peers considered was very uncharacteristic. At around 11:30 a.m, Ruth took a taxi into Dorking. At around midday, she ordered flowers for her stepmother from Thistle's Florists at 257 Dorking High Street. Ruth asked that they not be delivered until the following Wednesday. Ruth spent the afternoon in Dorking Library. Around 4 p.m, she took a taxi from Dorking Railway Station to Box Hill. She was dropped off on a bridle way, a short way from the Hand in Hand pub. The taxi driver stated that Ruth displayed unusual behaviour and that she simply stood still in the rain as he drove off. This was notable, as the taxi driver observed that people typically would just walk away. In other reports, the taxi driver stated that Ruth appeared to be looking around for someone. The taxi driver was the last person to see her at 4:30 p.m. At the time of her disappearance, Ruth was wearing a red knitted jumper, black velvet trousers, black pixie boots, and a small lady's watch on her left wrist. She had a small blue duffel bag with a personal stereo and tapes. Her family became concerned when she didn't return home that evening, and they had discovered from her school that she had not attended classes that day. They then phoned the police. The taxi driver gave information very early. Police officers conducted a search of the immediate area. That night, Surrey Police organised a more extensive search for Ruth with a helicopter, police dogs and heat-seeking equipment. They searched the Box Hill area but found no solid clues as to where her whereabouts were. It was subsequently discovered that she frequently went to Box Hill after school. She was also concerned about her performance at school and had kept a school report from her father and stepmother. On the 29th of November, the flowers ordered by Wilson were delivered to her stepmother, Karen. The flowers were described by Ian Wilson, her father, as an expensive bouquet. There was no note attached to the flowers. Ruth's friend interpreted this as a gesture, as sticking 2 fingers up to her stepmother. On the 1st of December, as reported in a newspaper, police found 3 notes hidden under a bush in the undergrowth at the top edge of Betchworth Quarry on Box Hill. The notes amounted to farewells to her father, stepmother, her best friend and a teenage boy she knew. Nearby, they found empty packets of paracetamol tablets. On the 2nd of December, a large-scale search was organised by police and fire and rescue services, involving 60 volunteers, including local community members, school friends, colleagues and National Trust wardens. The search utilised a police helicopter, tracker dogs and thermal imaging equipment. A detailed search of the Betchworth Quarry at the end of Box Hill was undertaken by a trained search and rescue team, along with employees and the owners of the quarry. In 2025, Surrey Police stated that Wilson's case remains a missing person inquiry. Case 1 is a disappearance of Charlene Downs. This is one of the more famous cases. She disappeared on the 1st of November 2003 when she was 14 years old from her hometown of Blackpool. She lived at home with her mum and dad, Karen and Robert, as well as her brother and 2 sisters. The family had moved to Blackpool from the West Midlands in 1999. Charlene attended St George's School in Blackpool. She was described as well and happy, but she did experience a chaotic lifestyle, with social services being in and around her family. She was expelled from school, so she would hang around Blackpool's Central Promenade. After her disappearance, there was an internal police report. It stated that Charlene was one of 60 girls in Blackpool, some as young as 11, who had been groomed by ethnic Pakistani men to carry out acts. The girls would be given food and cigarettes by the male employees of fast food outlets in exchange for these services. On the day she disappeared, on the 1st of November 2003, Charlene's mother, Karen, last spoke to her in the early evening in the Blackpool town centre. Karen was in Church Street handing out flyers for an Indian restaurant when she saw Charlene and one of her other daughters, Rebecca, at around 6:45 p.m. The three of them talked very briefly. Rebecca said she was going home and Charlene said she was going to meet some female friends. She called them from a local telephone box, then waited with her mother until they arrived. Karen watched the girls walk off together towards the Winter Gardens. This was the last time she saw her daughter. The friends spent a little time together, and then Charlene met another friend at around 9:30 p.m. and visited the Carousel Bar on the North Pier. There is CCTV footage of a girl at 9 p.m. According to Charlene's friend, she and Charlene left the Carousel Bar and returned to the town centre at around 10 p.m. Her friend last saw her at around 11 p.m. The police decided to treat Charlene's disappearance as a murder, and because of this, there were several arrests. 2 men stood trial in May 2007. The prosecution said at the Preston Crown Court that Charlene had been murdered by Ayad, who was a 29-year-old man from Jordan and the owner of Funny Boys fast food outlet in Blackpool. Mohammed Raveshi, who was the business partner of Ayad, was accused of disposing her. According to the prosecution, Ayad had asked Charlene. The prosecution stated that the men had discussed getting rid of her by putting it in kebabs sold from their fast food outlet. The jury failed to reach a verdict. A retrial was ordered and scheduled for April 2008, but there were many errors in the police's surveillance. Because of the errors made by the police, the 2 men were released and never went on retrial. In 2011, Ayad was convicted of assault after headbutting an 18-year-old woman. Came to light after Charlene's disappearance that there was a grooming situation happening in Blackpool. In a police report, the employees of 11 takeaway shops in the town centre had been grooming dozens of white girls aged between 13 and 15, giving them food and alcohol for relationships. A former detective said that the police inquiry into child grooming in Blackpool, Blackburn and Burnley had been hampered by political correctness. This being because the girls were white and the perpetrators were non-white. The disappearance of Charlene obviously really affected the family. In March 2009, Charlene's sister Emma pleaded not guilty to racially aggravated assault against the brother of Ayad, who had been charged with murdering Charlene. She maintained that her assault on the man's brother hadn't been racially motivated. On the first day of her trial, the prosecution accepted her plea to common assault, a less serious offence. She was sentenced to community service. And in 2012, Charlene's younger brother admitted in court to punching the man who had faced the charge of helping hide her. He was given a fine and a suspended sentence. On the 1st of August 2017, police arrested a 51-year-old man from Preston who lived in Blackpool at the time of Charlene's disappearance on suspicion of murder. He was released 2 days later and is no longer under investigation. Charlene's mother has said, "It would mean everything to get answers as we live in limbo, especially if it helped get justice for Charlene and all the other girls affected by grooming gangs." There is a £100,000 reward on offer for information leading to a conviction in her case. Lancashire Police said inquiries into Charlene's disappearance were ongoing and urged anyone with information, however insignificant, to get in touch. A push to the government for an inquiry is ongoing this year with protests and has been since she disappeared. 2. Marcus Rigby. Marcus Rigby was 27 years old when he went missing from his hometown of Grange-over-Sands on the 17th of April 1995. Mark left his hometown after meeting with his mother and telling her he was heading towards the West Country. Mark hitchhiked towards London and contacted his aunt late one evening from the services at South Mimms. He stayed with them before being dropped off at a Tesco's, where he said he was hitchhiking to Weymouth. It's believed Mark stayed in a street named Artists Row, verified by a cheque made out of a B&B in his handwriting. The cheque was refused by the bank and it was sent back to his mother's home, as Marcus was still registered as living there. Marcus was described as 5'11" tall, of slim build with hazel eyes and brown hair. His family want to remain respectful and said if he chooses that he wants to stay away and not contact us, they completely understand. However, they want to hear from him just to know that he is okay. His older sister, Nicola Earnshaw, said he told her he would be in touch after moving to Dorset, but she never saw or heard from him again. The last possible sighting of him was 6 months after he disappeared at a bed and breakfast in Portland near Weymouth. Case 3. Nicholas Palmer. He was 36 years old when he disappeared from his home in Runcorn on the 23rd of February 2003. He had often talked of starting a new life outside the town, and his parents thought he might have gone abroad, but police know that he doesn't have his passport, so it's unlikely he had left the country. His parents nor his former wife and 2 children have heard from him since he went missing. The police haven't been able to trace him, and they have grown increasingly concerned about his whereabouts and welfare. He is known to have connections with Newton Lee Willows and Surrey. While police believe he may have left home on his own accord, they say the lack of contact is very worrying. He is 6 foot tall and of medium build, with cropped fair hair that is balding on the top. He has a number of tattoos on his chest and back, including a scorpion on his shoulder blade. 4. Ray Sherwood, who was 36 years old and from Bootle. He was last seen on the 19th of August 2007 in the Maghall pub car park and then disappeared. He is a dad of 3 and had spent the morning of the 19th of August with his 8-year-old daughter before dropping her off at her mum's house and heading to the watering hole at around 4:45 p.m. He was seen parking his green Ford Mondeo in the car park of the Old Park on Northway and is believed to have exited his vehicle and walked towards a parked VW Golf Sports Edition. This was the last confirmed sighting of him. A police investigation into the mysterious disappearance failed to give any solid leads, and the trail went cold. It's to believe that he was murdered shortly after he vanished. The former boxer was known to have links to Liverpool's criminal underworld, and rumours swirled he had been killed over an outstanding debt by a gang who are notorious and involved in an international substance crime. He had been jailed in May 2005 after police raided one of his 6 homes in Sefton. He owned and found around £60,000 in a safe. He told detectives he was a boxer and had received the money from prize fighting. The court heard that between February 2002 and February 2003, he was said to have earned around £250,000, which he used to buy 6 properties, including a tanning salon and a cafe. He pleaded guilty to 2 charges of conspiracy to supply substances, money laundering and tax evasion, and was jailed for 5 years. He served 1 year and 4 months of his sentence, being released in November 2006. He disappeared 9 months later and has not been seen or heard from since. His mobile phone, which he has always had on him, has not made a single call or sent a text. 5. Kevin Fasting. Kevin Fasting was 49 years old when he went missing from his home. He was last seen by his parents at their home on the 21st of November 2003. Just a week before, Kevin had started a new job in Bootle. On the morning of his disappearance, Kevin, a dad of 4 and an avid Liverpool fan, left the house to go to work. Shortly after, he was seen by his neighbour at a bus stop. The neighbour offered Kevin a lift to work, but he declined. This was the last sighting of Kevin, as he did not arrive for work and hasn't been seen since. Kevin Jr., his son, found a note addressed to him and his sisters apologising that he let them down. He was last seen wearing black trouser suit, a white long sleeve shirt with a yellow tie, a grey fleece jacket, a dark green hooded trench coat and a size 8 Clark's blue lace-up shoes. Kevin also wore a distinctive Liverpool Football Club watch with a silver strap and was carrying around £30 cash. A plaque dedicated to Kevin remains at Anfield Stadium grounds. Next is the disappearance of Paul Fahey. He actually made headlines as a cheeky scouser who cycled up to Princess Diana on her visit to Liverpool and stole a kiss from her. He had a history of mental health problems and had not been taking his medication for his bipolar disorder when he vanished because he and his girlfriend were trying for a baby. The father of 2 from a previous relationship realised that something was very wrong and that he needed help. Paul went to the Royal Hospital to see an emergency psychiatrist, but he waited 2 or 3 hours and never saw anyone. He left the hospital. He was picked up on CCTV leaving it. That was the last time anyone had ever seen Paul. He was 33 years old when he was last seen in February 2002, 5'7" with blue eyes, blonde hair and a Liverpool Football Club tattoo on his lower left arm. He had worked as a bricklayer and joiner. 7. James Dosett was 65 years old when he disappeared from Preston Care Home in Crystal Hall on the 18th of June 2005. The retired nurse and manager, who suffered from dementia, has 6 children and 8 grandchildren. Police used dogs and a helicopter as they joined the mountain rescue team to try and look for him. He has never been found. He's 5'10", slim and walks with a slight hunch. Next is Adrian Eldred, who disappeared from his home in Queen's Drive in May 2003, 6 months after separating from his 41-year-old wife Tracy. His car was found in Weymouth, Dorset a month later, which prompted a search that extended into Europe, but police were unable to trace his whereabouts. There were several unconfirmed sightings of the 37-year-old in Rochdale. It's believed he was spotted on the 22nd of November and twice more by his ex-wife, who says she saw him driving a white Ford Escort. He has never been found. He is 5'8", slim with mousy blonde hair. The next to disappear is little girl Elizabeth Ogung Bayebi. She was just 5 years old when she disappeared in Bradford on a visit to a relative's home in September 2006. In all the years that have passed, police have not been able to trace her, and the exact circumstances of her disappearance aren't very well known. Police haven't given any more information. There has been no movement in her case and no leads. Lindsay Claro was 37 years old when he went missing from his home in Stillington in Toxteth on the 6th of June 2013. He was last seen by a neighbour in the road and has not been in contact since. He is described as 5'10" of medium build with a tanned complexion and short dark receding hair. There has been no movement in his case. Mark Coulthard has not been seen since leaving his home to visit friends in Blackpool on the 28th of September 2006. Police have said that he was known to frequent an area of Blackpool known as The Scene. A police force spokesman said there is a suggestion that he may not be using his real name and that he may be going under the name Ricky. Extensive inquiries have been carried out in Blackpool and officers believe he may have travelled on to Preston or Manchester. There has been no movements in the case and he has never been seen or heard from since. 12. Kieran Nuttall was just 18 years old when he went missing from his home in Greater Manchester on the 3rd of March 2011. He had joined the army at 16, but after meeting his girlfriend Stephanie, he ended up leaving the army shortly after to move in with her and her mother in Manchester. They split up after cheating claims and he moved back into his family home. On the day he went missing, he returned to the house before heading to his mother's room to ask for some money. His mother, Anne-Marie, didn't have any money on her, and this ended in them arguing, which Tommy, his brother, states was not unusual or very serious. The argument ended when Kieran ran down the stairs and slammed the door behind him. He was apparently going to meet a friend, but there is no confirmation of whether this was planned or happened. When he didn't return, his mother reported him missing 5 days after he left the house. Since he left, it was discovered his bank account's phone and social media had not been used. Despite no further leads, it's assumed that he was alive and avoiding detection. The family appealed so much themselves for more information, as the police literally didn't help. He used to visit his grandparents a lot. When his grandmother passed away, his family had hoped that he would return home. However, that wasn't the case. Anne-Marie, his mother, and his brother Tommy continued to appeal and ask for help for locating their brother. But unfortunately, Anne-Marie passed away from high levels of prescription medication in her body shortly before the 5-year anniversary of his disappearance. Tommy still then said he would keep looking for his brother. However, tragically and unfortunately, he passed away himself of pneumonia just 17 months after his mother. He was only in his mid-20s. There has been no movement in the case, and the police still don't seem to be helping investigate the disappearance. Brendan Taffy was last seen at his sister Rachel's home on Larch Road in Birkenhead on the 25th of January 2010. His family issued a plea for him to get in touch, and they launched many appeals. A police spokesman said, following appeals by the Merseyside police and family members for information related to Brendan, officers can confirm a number of sightings. Although there has been no movement in this case and no new answers. He is described as 6'1", of medium build with dark brown hair that is receding and blue eyes. He has a tattoo on his left wrist of a Celtic cross and his right a tribal marking. Ethan Graham was 18 years old. He disappeared after withdrawing a large amount of money from his bank account, which had been left him by his grandmother. He had been living with his uncle in Manchester for a number of years after his mother had passed away. He was last seen after taking a taxi to Piccadilly Station on the 6th of February 2012, but then disappeared. In the days before going missing, he had changed his appearance, including cutting his previously long hair very short. There has been no movement in the case. Stephen Durand was 31 years old when he left Chorley on the 19th of October 2018. There were sightings in Manchester the following day, but all communication and financial activity stopped, leaving his family desperate for answers. Stephen had a history of mental health issues, and he was discharged from care 2 weeks before his disappearance due to an error. His mum believes these faults contributed to his disappearance, saying she felt let down by the system that was supposed to protect him. On the 20th of October, CCTV footage captured Stephen at a bargain booze store on Bolton Road in Swinton at 7 a.m. and later at 11 a.m. at a Premier store on Agecroft Road. This was his last confirmed sighting. At the time of his disappearance, Stephen was described as mixed race, 5'10", with a medium to stocky build and cropped dark brown hair. Stephen walks with a limp due to his mild cerebral palsy. Glenn Dawes was last seen at his home address on Ashness Drive on the 22nd of November 2017. He's described as white, 5'8" tall, of stocky build with receding ginger hair. He was last seen wearing a blue walking jacket and walking boots. He was carrying a yellow and black rucksack as well as a walking stick. Police said, "We are urging Glenn to please come forward to speak to us, as we are concerned only for his welfare in order that we may put his family and friends' concerns at ease." He has never been seen again and has never contacted any of his family or friends. Lewis Norton was last seen on Castle Street at 7:50 p.m. on the 12th of September 2017. Officers asked at the time for motorists who may have dashcam footage of him walking on either Wigton Road or Newton Road to come forward. Inquiries did find that he was wearing a jumper with a Superman logo in the middle. He has been described as wearing blue baggy jeans, dark trainers, and was carrying a black jacket. He also had a white JD bag with him. He's white with short dark brown hair. There has been no movement in the case and he simply vanished. Mona Lisa Zodetsa was 36 years old when she was last seen in Salford on the 18th of March 2015. She is originally from Zimbabwe, is black, about 5'3" tall and slim. She was last seen, she had her hair in braids and was wearing a black furry coat, blue and yellow jeans, beige trainers and an orange rucksack. Mona Lisa is known to attend African church groups in the Salford area, but hasn't attended since. There has been no new leads in her disappearance. Jack Stewart was 69 years old and he was last seen at his home on Ings Lane in Rochdale at 8 a.m. on the 8th of February 2016. Police say his disappearance is extremely out of character because he liked routine in his life. His family are concerned that he has not been in touch. He would often use local buses to travel to Rochdale Centre. The police said they would urge anyone who has seen Jack to get in touch with police. He's described as white, around 5'9", with brown and grey hair cut into a teddy boy style. He was last seen wearing a black quilted jacket, black jeans, striped socks and a dark coloured check shirt. Julie Melton was 41 years old when she was last seen at lunchtime on the 23rd of July 2004 at her parents' house in Liverpool. Later that evening she telephoned her parents to say she was on her way home, but no one has seen or heard from her since. When she was last seen, she was wearing silver earrings, a black t-shirt and black trousers with a floral design on the right leg. She's described as 5'4", slim build with short brown hair and speaks with a Liverpool accent. Daniel Hives was last seen on the 10th of December 2022 in Lancaster. He was 28 at the time. He was last seen leaving a city property on Sidings Close near the River Lune. It's been confirmed that Daniel was chased out of the flat by two men. These men have been questioned but have no involvement. Daniel was described as 6'2" of slim build with short brown hair. When he was last seen, he was wearing a blue Hugo Boss tracksuit and black trainers. All the river was searched. The police did a massive search of all surrounding areas and knocking doors, but nothing was found. The police stated the two people who chased him have no involvement. The force said it has carried out an extremely thorough investigation to find him and still had dedicated officers assigned to the investigation. This has included an extensive search of the river and surrounding area, as well as exploring all CCTV and dashcam footage and speaking to witnesses. The force said, despite these efforts, we have not been able to locate Daniel. There has been no movement in the case and he has never contacted family or friends again. Leanne Smith was last seen leaving her home on Rydell Avenue at 6 p.m. on the 15th of September 2019. Leanne was 39 years old when she went missing. She was said to be wearing a blue coat and carrying a handbag with black shoulder-length hair and a ponytail. The police investigation into Leanne's disappearance involves searching the area. They search rivers, rural and urban areas in and around Whitehaven. Specialist trained search officers, police dogs, police drones, a police helicopter, as well as assistance from the Coast Guard. But there has been no movement in her case. Shelley Halliwell was 32 years old when she left her home in the early hours of the morning on Monday the 5th of June 2017. She was last seen near to Wigan railway station. She is white, around 5'2" of medium build with shoulder-length straight blonde hair. It's believed she is wearing black trainers, black leggings and a black waterproof jacket with the word Echo on the front. A police officer said it's totally out of character for Shelley to have left the house without telling her family, and our concerns are growing for her welfare as she hasn't made contact with anyone since she left. Her husband and 3 young children are desperate to find her and bring her home. She has never been found and has made no contact. Sean Moffat was 48 years old when he was last seen at his home address in Wigan at around midday on the 8th of April 2017. Officers do not have any description of clothing Sean was wearing when he left the address. It's thought he could be in Wigan, Greater Manchester, Merseyside or North Wales, and this is literally the only information that we have. Curtis Higgins was last seen by his mother at their home in Denton in Manchester at around 11 a.m. on the 31st of July 2016. Later that day at around 9 p.m, his mother received a text from his phone that said, "I'm not coming home, kiss." He has never been in contact since. Higgins was captured on CCTV footage at 10 p.m. that same day, boarding the Stena Mersey boat in Birkenhead, sailing to Belfast in Northern Ireland. He has family connections in both Longford and Mayo. Officials believe Higgins may have spoken to 2 men whilst travelling, who may have information about his whereabouts. His behaviour has been described as out of character, but his whereabouts remain unknown. Ellen Brown set off from Manchester Piccadilly to catch a boat to Ireland in November 1999, but she never made the boat. Her sister Bertha bid her farewell at the station, but didn't know this would be their final goodbye. Ellen vanished, literally without a trace. She only had £20 and no passport when she disappeared. Ellen was originally from Dublin and had been living in Greater Manchester on a council estate. Ellen's sister and son, Peter Coss, even faced the task of identifying someone that turned out wasn't her. Ellen was 51 and had been living with her sister, Bertha. The mum of one had been struggling with depression following her mother's passing, and her family knew she was having a tough time. However, Ellen's disappearance was completely unexpected, prompting concern when she didn't turn up in Dublin. This led to her brother, Thomas, and another brother, James, alerting the authorities. It has been investigated in the UK and in Ireland, but there has been no leads in her case. Her brother Thomas told the Irish Mirror that he had spent months going around the streets of Dublin in a desperate bid to locate his missing sister, but she has never been found. Shane Graham was 26 years old when he disappeared on the 29th of April 2016. He worked as a landscaper for an artificial grass company. He was working at a house on Ansdale Road on the day he disappeared. He was last seen shortly after leaving the property, walking down Eddington Road towards the inner promenade. His last text message sent to his boss was timed at 10:39 a.m. Around £300 rent money had been left in his flat along with his wallet. He has never been seen or heard from since. His heartbroken mum, Tracy, has previously said she can learn to live without ever seeing her precious son again, as long as she knows he is alive and well. Appeals for information have appeared in many newspapers as well as on BBC Crime Watch. In December 2017, the family was targeted by a cruel Texan troll who claimed he had found Shane living on the streets of Manchester. Police searched the area, but he was nowhere to be found. Lancashire police traced the texter, and it emerged that he had concocted the entire thing. There has been no movement in Shane's case. Adrian Wayne was 43 years old and homeless when he went missing in Preston since January 2015. He is also known as Addy and was last seen on Lancaster Road North on Tuesday the 20th of January. He is known as a rough sleeper but has not been seen since. Preston police said it has been over a month now since Addy was last seen, and we are becoming very concerned for his welfare. He is known within the homeless community and no one from that community has seen him for weeks. I would ask anyone who has seen him to contact us. He is described as white, stocky build with collar-length brown hair and an untidy beard. He usually wears a beanie hat and a dark ski-type coat. He has links to Preston and is a regular visitor to soup kitchens in that area. First, we start off with Holly Bringan, who is the youngest person to ever be reported missing in Scotland. She was just 2 years old at the time of her disappearance, which happened on the 22nd of October 2009. She was reported missing by her father, who was a police officer, Douglas, after repeated attempts to contact her mother, Selena, failed. Selena was an IT specialist and had knowledge of how to create and open bank accounts without a trace. She was described as a white female who was 39 at the time. She may use the first names Selena and the last names O'Brien, Dingwall and Barnes. It was reported that Selena disappeared with Holly after she lost a court order with Douglas, Holly's father. The police think that her skills in IT helped her create new identities for herself and Holly. She was working in the anti-corruption unit. Douglas and Selena had split up a few months after Holly was born, but remained in contact. The police said the mother had not committed any crime and was a good mum, but appealed for her to get in touch, saying, "We need physical proof Holly is safe and well." They were last seen in North Ayrshire in Scotland in 2009. There has been no recorded sightings of them again. Daniel Entwistle was 7 years old when he went missing on the 3rd of May 2003. He vanished near his home at Copperfield Avenue in Great Yarmouth. On this day, across this bank holiday weekend, he was asked by his parents to pop to the shop. He asked his dad if he could go out on his bike. His father Daniel told him he could, but not too far from the house. He was reported missing after his parents, family and neighbours looked around the local area. His red BMX bike was found abandoned near Trinity Quay in the early hours of the following morning. Daniel was spotted at about 3:30 with a group of other boys seen playing near the river at Trinity Quay. The last ever images of him are at 5:05 and it is CCTV footage from the convenience store. It would have taken Daniel about a minute to ride home from the shop, but he simply vanished. Police divers tried to find him in the river. There were police dogs that searched on land and helicopters were at the scene. About 60 uniformed officers joined with lifeboat crews, the Coast Guard and local residents in the search for Daniel, but he has never been found. In 2003, Daniel's mother described her son as an outgoing and pleasant little boy. He could be mischievous like a lot of children, and he's a little bit of a loner, but he would say hi to anybody. He has friends that live locally, and we just thought he was there. Despite this huge search and police trying to follow up every lead, there has been no movement in the case, and Daniel still remains missing. Alexander Benger was 16 when he went missing in Stornoway in Scotland at 8:45 a.m. on the 18th of November 2024. He went missing near the water wheel within the grounds of Lewes Castle. He's autistic and was undergoing a diagnosis for Asperger's at the time of his disappearance. He was staying at Action for Children Crisis Centre to adjust to new medication and manage his emotional outbursts. He's described as 6'2" in height and of slim build with short brown hair. He was last seen wearing a beige jumper and black jeans and had a yellow beanie hat with him. He was reported missing shortly after being seen by the water wheel, but the police have been unable to locate him. Police are urging anyone with information or dashcam footage to come forward. The day that he disappeared, it was very stormy and the temperatures were -9. Unfortunately, there have been no new leads in the case. Jerome Thomas disappeared when he was 15 years old from his hometown of Goober in Wales on New Year's Day in 2001. He was studying for his mock GCSE exams and was feeling very under pressure and getting into arguments with his parents. At around 1:30 p.m. on New Year's Day, he went from his home near the Golf Club Road for a walk to blow off some steam. He was believed to have gone for a walk along cliff tops wearing a navy blue tracksuit bottom with a stripe, a dark coloured fleece top, a white baseball cap and grey trainers. There were a number of reported sightings of him, including one of him hitchhiking at the hospital roundabout in Cardigan on the day he went missing. He has never been seen again, but the strangest part of this case is that his mother found the same clothes he was wearing soaking wet in the washing basket the next morning. Maria Aldridge was 17 years old when she disappeared in 1968. At the time, she was training to be a nurse in Dudley. On the 28th of February 1968, she made her final contact with her family, a letter to her mother. The content of the letter was happy and expressed an intention to visit in the next coming days. Hospital records show that Maria continued to study at the hospital until at least May 1968. And in May 1968, a John or a Paul Goff, who were believed to be Aldridge's boyfriend, travelled to visit her mother to inform her that Maria was missing. Maria's mother and sister travelled to the student nursing lodgings to look for her in Dudley. They were greeted by the matron who handed them Maria's belongings, terming her a runaway. Maria had taken nothing with her. She had not collected her paycheck. No one had reported her missing and no one had searched for her. On the 1st of June 1968, a mysterious related advertisement appeared in the Birmingham Evening Mail. It said, "Nurse M, meet 7 p.m, 63 bus, Monday the 3rd of June, hope to see you, Simon." The police investigated this line of inquiry. They also searched the surrounding area, but no trace of Maria has ever been found. The police reopened her case in 2009. Unfortunately, no new details came to light. Next is Ayub Dahia, who was 15 when he disappeared. Unfortunately, there is barely any information about his case. He went missing from the Alien area on the 14th of September 2018. He's described as 6'1", tall and of a medium build. An appeal was launched in November 2019. In the local press, they asked police for any further details on why this information had only just come to light, but there has been no more information given. Robert Williams was last seen on Sunday, the 24th of March 2002, at a house party in Port Talbot in Wales. He was 15 years old and had left his home on the Friday morning after having an argument with his mum, Cheryl Davies. He then stayed over at an address in the Clyne area, a village 2 to 3 miles from his home. Robert made his way to the house party but was never seen again. Robert was familiar with the area and the party would have been attended by many of his friends. 2 people were arrested in 2023 but were bailed with no further charges, and there have been no new leads. The local police declared he was probably dead in 2011. Now we look at the case of Natalie Pott, who went missing when she was 17 years old. She lived with her father and her 11-week-old son in Dudley. Natalie was originally from Wales. At 9 years old, when her mum passed away, she moved to live with her dad, David. Natalie was described as a friend to anyone but able to handle herself. She rebelled in school and was sent on a course where she met Kevin McCallum. They began a relationship and she fell pregnant within months. Kevin said their relationship was fine and normal. Her family say the opposite, that the relationship was toxic and Natalie wasn't happy in it. In June 2003, Natalie had her son, Reese, and that's where she matured. It's reported and said by family and friends that she absolutely loved being a mother, and she was a great mother at that. Natalie told Kevin 6 weeks later that she wanted a break, and then she started to date Chris Millard, whose dad was a family friend and sold her a family horse. On August the 31st, 2003, Natalie spent the day at a horse fair with her son, Chris, and his family. They went to the pub and she called her dad to say that Reese would spend the night at Chris's house with her and that tomorrow she would be having a conversation with Kevin to end their relationship officially. The next day, on the 1st of September 2003 at 8 a.m, Chris dropped her home and he went to work, and Kevin was waiting there. A neighbour saw Natalie and she spoke to her briefly. Kevin said there were no arguments. They agreed to end it. Kevin did tell police that Natalie left to get some cigarettes at around midday. He stayed at the home with their son, Reese. Later that day, he noticed Natalie didn't have her phone and she never returned home, and she was never seen again. There was no trace of evidence of where she went, and she was never found. She was reported missing on the same evening on the 1st of September. Natalie had left her handbag, vouchers, a phone, had taken no other belongings, and her bank card was missing. There were no signs of a disturbance at the home. Police questioned Kevin, the father of her son, Reese, and her boyfriend, Chris. Chris told the police he had seen her when he dropped her off with Reese. Rebecca, Natalie's sister, has always said that Natalie would never leave her son Reese behind, and for that reason she believes she is dead. There was an inquest, and at this inquest, David, her father, said he saw her the day before she vanished. He then eventually took custody of Reese. The police also searched David, her dad's and Natalie's home, and drops of blood were found, but police concluded it was not enough to link it to her disappearance and not consistent with a struggle. Kevin was questioned multiple times, and Kevin also was found to have replaced the SIM card in Natalie's phone with his SIM card because he smashed his own. Kevin denied anything to do with her disappearance. In December 2003, Kevin's home was searched and the garden dug, but nothing was found. Kevin was never charged. There have been multiple searches, but unfortunately she has never been found. The West Midlands police investigation remains open currently. Finn Leyland Stratfield was last seen near Tintagel in Cornwall's youth hostel on July 8, 2017. The next evening at around 5:30 p.m, his rucksack containing his belongings was found on a cliff above Hull Beach. His father has said that he has accepted that Finn took his own life. However, his mother says she will never give up hope that her son is still alive. Finn is described as white European, 5'9", with a slim build and blue eyes. At the time he was last seen, he had dark brown, collar-length hair. He was clean-shaven, with a fair complexion. He has a tattoo of Noah 2005 written on his inner left forearm and a tattoo of a salamander on the right of his upper back. He was last seen wearing a blue hooded jacket with Superdry written across its chest and ripped grey and black jeans. It would seem that the police believe the same as Finn's father, that he has taken his own life. But the police have still kept the case open as he's officially still missing. Balwinder Brahal went missing from Kent on the 25th of June. He is described as 5'7" tall, slim build with brown eyes and cropped black hair. When he was last seen, he was wearing a black long-sleeve shirt, grey tracksuit bottoms and green trainers. He was just 15 when he went missing, and unfortunately this is another case of not a lot of information and hardly any reports on his disappearance. Sandy Davidson disappeared on the 23rd of April 1976. He was just 3 years old. He was playing with his little sister Donna and their dog in the back garden. They were being looked after by their grandparents. The grandparents went inside. The gate flew open and their dog ran out. Sandy ran out trying to catch the dog. His sister Donna said that all she can remember was Sandy running for the dog and telling her to come too, but she refused and went in to get their grandparents. Family, neighbours, and when the police were called, they all searched, but he simply vanished. There are two major theories in Sandy's disappearance. One is that a man was delivering leaflets around the time that he disappeared, and that he could have opened the gate and taken Sandy. Sandy's mother, Margaret, and his father, Philip, believed that it was a lonely man wanting a son. The next theory is that he ran down to the river 5 minutes away and followed the dog in, and then passed away in this river. In September 2014, the primary school that was being built around the time that Sandy disappeared was going to be demolished. The police and the council refused to excavate the land to search for Sandy. In 2015, a new witness came forward and made contact to the police via Facebook. They claimed that they had been abducted by a teenage girl around the same time that Sandy disappeared, but there have been no movements in his case. Kevin Hicks was 16 years old when he disappeared from Croydon on the 2nd of March 1986. He told his family he was going out to buy some eggs, as he had food tech the next day at school. He left his home around 8:30 p.m. He never returned, and his family rang the police and reported him missing. There was a massive search and investigation. Kevin was last seen by someone who knew him at 10 p.m. in Shirley Road, and he was walking in the direction of his home. One theory put forward at an inquest by police was that he may have been groomed, but this was rejected by his family. Regardless of the big investigation, the search and the inquiry, no leads that have been significant, and the case still remains unsolved. Catrice Lee was 2 years old when she went missing in West Germany on the 28th of November 1981. Catrice Lee's father was a soldier and they were stationed in West Germany. She lived with her father, her mother Sharon, and her elder sister Natasha. Catrice disappeared on her 2nd birthday. On November 28th, they decided that they would go to a shopping complex to buy some items for her birthday. Natasha decided that she didn't want to go shopping while her Aunt Wendy and Uncle Cliff, who also worked for the British Army, had come over for the birthday party. Wendy went to the complex with Catrice and her parents, while Cliff stayed at home and looked after Natasha. It was the last day of pay before Christmas, so the shopping complex was extremely busy. Catrice decided she didn't want to ride in the shopping trolley, so she was carried around the supermarket by her mother, Sharon, who placed her down at the checkout. Sharon briefly left the checkout to purchase some crisps before she realised that Catrice was missing. Her Aunt Wendy thought Catrice had followed her mother down the aisle, but she had simply vanished. She was reported missing, and the military police, alongside the West German civil police, began searching for Catrice. They also opened their investigation. Both the military and German police believed early on that Catrice had fallen into a nearby river, but she was never discovered. The German police refused to go to the press, and it was 6 weeks before an item appeared in the local newspaper. The investigation produced little to no results. They dredged the river and they conducted house-to-house inquiries. There were no leads, and Catrice was never found. In 2000, the case was reopened by the police, and lots of people came forward who had never been initially interviewed. One woman who came forward said at the time her boyfriend was in the same regiment as Catrice Lee's father and had confessed to taking the life of the child. The man now lived in England, and the military police interviewed him, but he denied it, and the woman who gave the details passed away shortly after, so that lead came to an end. Her case was then featured on BBC's Missing Live. After it was featured on the BBC, someone rang Richard Lee, Catrice's father, and said, "Look for your daughter in France." The police took the answer machine tape away, but there was nothing more to the investigation. In 2012, the Royal Military Police apologised to the parents after an inquiry found failings in their investigation. In 2018, they searched the river again, but it uncovered no new information. The latest update in her disappearance is in September 2019. A man who was living in Swindon was arrested in connection with her disappearance, but he was released without a charge. Now we look at a double disappearance of Patrick Warren and David Spencer, who disappeared on the 27th of December 1996 in Birmingham. Patrick was 11 years old and David was 13. On the evening of the Boxing Day, the best friends Patrick and David left their houses to play outside. Patrick was on his brand new bicycle, which had been a Christmas present, while David was walking. The boys had been spotted by a police officer early that afternoon with another group of children playing in a park. The police officer had told them not to play on the frozen pond. After they returned home, they told their parents their plan to visit one of Patrick's brothers that evening. The last known sighting of both the boys was just after midnight by a petrol station attendant who gave them a packet of biscuits. Patrick's red bicycle was found abandoned behind the petrol station near the bins, although the police didn't even realise that it was his until several weeks later. The petrol station said she saw the boys walking towards the local shopping centre. The next day, Derek Warren, which was one of Patrick's brother, went to look for the boys as they found out that they hadn't arrived at the other brother's house. They then informed the police. The police straight away assumed that the boys were runaways, but this wasn't the case. Senior officers actually told the media that there was no reason to suppose that they had come to any harm, which really halted the investigation. They were treated as runaways even though they were children. Now, looking back at the case by lots of media and criminologists, especially David Wilson, it's looked at that the police's initial response was because that Patrick and David were from a working class background. Instead of them being vulnerable, it was assumed they were runaways. The disappearance actually received very little press, as just a few days after they disappeared, unfortunately, 17-year-old Nicola Dixon was found odd and had her life taken close by. Their killer was found and convicted, but the police say that resources and media attention between Christmas 1996 and New Year's Day in 1997 was dominated by her case instead. They were featured on milk cartons in a campaign launched by the National Missing Persons Helpline in April 1997. Brian Field, who was a convicted paedophile and ex-offender, became the prime suspect in 2001 after he was convicted of the abduction and murder of 14-year-old Roy Tuthill in 1968. Field lived around the area the two boys had been seen last. It was also said that he was seen driving around in a white van. He had previously been convicted in 1986 of abducting two boys in his car and attempting to them. Police interviewed Field in prison on multiple occasions about the boys' disappearance and suspected him of taking their lives, but they didn't have sufficient evidence to charge him. Although there has been fresh appeals for information, there has been no new leads, and the police do believe that Field is possibly the culprit. Field passed away in prison in February 2024 at the age of 87. He never confessed to the crime. This, unfortunately, is another case which you'll find throughout this video. There are quite a few, with little to no media presence or information. Majid Haderi went missing when he was 15 years old from Trafford in Manchester on the 21st of October 2016. Kadia Diane went missing on the 21st of October 2012. She was 16 years old. At around 9 a.m, she was last seen at her home on Winslow Road in Manchester. It's believed that she left the house with her laptop, her prayer mat and spare clothing. It looked like she had somewhere to stay. She was described as being black, 5'4" of slim build with brown eyes and black hair. She was last seen wearing a grey jumper, black skinny jeans, a scarf and was carrying a black bag. It was reported that she was staying in as a residential unit and attending school at the time, and on the day of her disappearance she said she was going to the cinema, but she never returned home. There have been no further information in this case and no new leads. Mark Garvey was 15 years old when he disappeared on the 2nd of March 1987. Mark grew up in Merseyside, and on the day he disappeared he lived in Walton with his 3 other siblings and his mum and dad. He was a very good student in school. He was one of the top performing students in his year. His ambition was to go to law school and become a solicitor. On the day he disappeared on the 2nd of March, he was dating a girl who was also 15 years old. Mark had told his mum that he planned out to go out with his girlfriend later and asked her to sort out his clothes for his date. The mother did, and after getting changed, Mark said he would be back later that night at around 9 p.m. He said to his mum, "I'm going now, mum," and left with the exact amount of money he needed to catch his bus home. Mark had lots of cash saved for an upcoming school trip. He was also very excited for his younger brother's birthday, which was coming up, but they had things planned to celebrate, like a family meal. This ruled out the idea that he was depressed or that he was a runaway early on. It got to around 9:30 p.m. and his family became a little bit concerned, as it was a little unusual for him to be home later, but they thought maybe he got caught up at his girlfriend's house. By midnight, Mark's mum drove to his girlfriend's house. The girlfriend told Mark's mum that she had no idea why he would not have got home, that he left their house at around 9:30 p.m. to take the bus home. He was reported missing to the police. An investigation and a search began. Mark was last seen outside the Jolly Miller pub at a bus stop in the intersection of Mill Lane and Queen's Drive in West Derby. It was the exact bus stop he would need to catch the bus home. It's not known whether Mark got on the bus or not. This is the last time Mark was ever seen. Through their investigation, the police interviewed family, friends, and of course his girlfriend. It came to light that Mark and his girlfriend had argued after he found her with his best friend. He left her home in tears to catch the bus. Afterwards, the police implied heavily that Mark may have been depressed because of this argument and may have taken his own life, but the family disagree. As I stated before, he had cash left over. He had plans for his younger brother's birthday. Yes, he had an argument, but the difficult part of this case is not a lot of information has come out about the argument or the relationship he had with his girlfriend. Because of this argument, the police believe that maybe Mark was in distress, so they searched the Mersey River, but nothing was recovered. There have been no movement, no new leads in Mark's case. Abiola Alarande went missing at the age of 17 from London on the 22nd of December 2006. There has been no movement in her case. April Fabb was just 13 years old when she went missing on the 8th of April 1969 in Norfolk. On the day at 1:40 p.m, she left her home to visit her sister's house. She travelled on her bicycle. She had a packet of 10 cigarettes and a handkerchief in her saddlebag and was planning to deliver the cigarettes as a birthday present to her brother-in-law. At 2 p.m, she was seen cycling along the country road, and at 2:15 p.m, her blue and white bicycle was seen lying in a field by 2 workers. A motorist then took the bicycle to the police station. She was soon reported missing to the police, and the police did a huge investigation and search of the surrounding area, but no trace of her was found, and the reason for her disappearance still remains unknown. The police searched 400 houses, conducted hundreds of interviews, and recorded close to 2,000 statements. They used thermal imaging cameras in 1997 to look at a well, and in 2010 they also researched the area again. Police later on said that April's case is very similar to the case of Jeanette Tate. Jeanette went missing on the 19th of August 1978 at the age of 13 in Devon. Child murderer Robert Black was questioned over both cases. He never admitted to doing them. Both cases remain unsolved, and there's little to no movement in their disappearance. Vera Osadege was last seen on the 30th of March 2007. She was only 16 years old when she was last seen at her home in Worthing. There has been no further movement in this case and little to no press. Jeffrey Allen went missing when he was 17 years old from the Isle of Wight in 1982. He left home for months at a time previously, so the police appeal came a lot of time afterwards, in the November, until it was finally put to the press. Jeffrey had left the family home without telling anyone where he was going. He mentioned to his sister about going camping on the mainland. In 2005, his family appealed for more information. His mother, Rosemary, told the press in an interview that there had been rumours Jeffrey might have passed away in a fire at Blackpen Farm Lake, but police quashed the speculations after an examination of the crime scene. She said shortly before he went missing that he had a row over the phone where harsh things were said. Jeffrey has a tattoo on his left upper arm with a picture of a swallow and the name Lee. He also has a 1-inch scar on his chin. There has been no further movements in his case. Ben Needham was 21 months old when he went missing from the Greek island of Kos on the 24th of July 1991. On the day he disappeared, Ben had been left to be looked after by his grandparents Eddie and Christine while his mum went to work at the local hotel. Ben had been coming in and out of the farmhouse the family were renovating. At around 2:30 p.m, his grandparents realised he had disappeared. The family first searched the area for Ben, assuming that he had just wandered off or that the boy's teenage uncle Stephen had taken him out on his moped. There was no trace of Ben. They then called the police. The police first found the family as suspects, and they interviewed them. This delayed notification of airports and docks. The local area was searched using a helicopter. They even searched waters, ponds, lakes in that area where Ben disappeared, but there was no information gathered. The police said, "We now believe we have searched every possible part of that area, and the boy is not there. It leaves us with a great mystery. We have no theories, we have no solutions." Following a request from the UK, the Army undertook further searches of the island in January 1993, but again no further information came forward. There have been over 300 reported sightings of boys matching Ben's description, both on the Greek mainland and on Greek islands. Most were reported shortly after he disappeared during 1991 to 1992. In October 2012, British police returned to the island to do another search using new technology. The operation did not detect any trace of Ben. In September 2016, police informed Ben's mum that they had learned that a man from Cos had said that he had accidentally taken Ben's life. He was a digger operator, but this man had now passed away. He said that Ben was buried in building waste to hide the accident. This area was dug up. They found one object that could be identified by the family as being in Ben's possession at the time he went missing. It was a little car that he was playing with. In 2017, Yorkshire police announced that traces of blood were found on a fragment of a sandal as well as from inside a toy car. Both items are believed to belong to Ben. Despite this, there has been no movement in his case and he still remains missing. Alexander Solly went missing on the 2nd of August 2008 in Edmonton in North London when he was 16 years old. He disappeared 2 days before his 17th birthday. He had been staying at a friend's house in Edmonton in North London. He left there at around noon on the 2nd of August 2008 to return home for his birthday, but he never arrived. When he disappeared, he had little money and no change of clothes. He didn't have his passport with him and his mobile phone with him, but it stopped connecting when he went missing. His disappearance was very unlike him. From early on, the police literally had no leads. One officer said, "It's like he disappeared off the face of the planet." No trace of him was ever recovered from CCTV footage. In September 2009, there was a possible sighting, and it was reported to the police, although it was never confirmed. His family have been very critical with how the police have handled the investigation and how they haven't communicated with them, rightly so. In July 2015, his mother was surprised to learn that police have received numerous reports of sightings in 2009. She said that she had even met with police a number of times and they had never told her about the sightings. In 2017, Mick Neville, who was a retired Met police officer, said there was a significant pattern between his disappearance and Andrew Gosden's, who was 14 when he disappeared in 2007, less than a year before Alexander did. Andrew's last known location was King's Cross, and when Alexander disappeared, he was thought to have been on his way to Islington, which is 2 miles from King's Cross. In 2019, the Met Police said that his national insurance, bank account or passport had not been used. They also said there was no evidence of harm, but the case had gone cold and there were no major leads. Jordan Ratcliffe disappeared from Manchester on the 31st of August 2008 when he was 16 years old. On the 31st of August 2008 at 4:45, Jordan was dropped off by his aunt, Kimberly Pearce, outside a hostel on Tib Street in Northern Quarter in Manchester city centre. His aunt instructed Jordan to call her once he was settled, although he never called her. This is the last confirmed sighting of Jordan. He was due to visit the men's district hostel in Longsight, a homeless shelter, but he never arrived. Jordan was believed to be carrying a backpack containing a packet of crisps and £5 cash. At the time of his disappearance, he was wearing black trainers, black Nike tracksuit bottoms and a grey and black jacket. As his family did not think they would hear from him straight away, they didn't report him as missing until the 8th of September 2008. In 2010, British Transport Police stopped a young man matching Jordan's appearance on Waterloo, who told the officer that he was from Manchester. In 2014, police visited Portsmouth following a reported sighting. However, no information was found. In 2015, a computer-generated image of what Jordan would look like now was released to the public, and in April 2017, Ashton Canal was drained as part of the search for Jordan. No information was recovered. case, but also a case that I have kept my eye on, and that's the missing case of Jack O'Sullivan. His family do an amazing job on social media, especially his mum, Catherine. His mum, Catherine, is quoted as saying, "I'm Jack's mum, and my aim on this earth at the moment is to find Jack." Jack lived at home with his parents. He had been living at home with his parents while studying a law conversion course in Bristol. He had just graduated from Exeter University. He was 22 years old when he went missing. On the day he went missing, the 2nd of March 2024, he decided to go out for some drinks and then to a house party with friends from his law course. His mum texted him at 1 a.m. to check if he was okay. These were new friends and she wanted to check if he needed a lift. He told her he was okay and that he would get a taxi home. He left the party at 3 a.m. in the Hotwells area of Bristol and has not been seen since. The police say that the last confirmed sighting of Jack was at 3:38 a.m, walking down the Bennett Way slip road back in the direction of the Bristol city centre. He was wearing a khaki green quilted Barber jacket, a beige woolen jumper, navy chinos and brown shoes with a white sole. The detective inspector from the police told Crime Watch that police are sure that he was minded to make his way home after he left the party. In June this year, Jack's parents lodged a formal complaint against the Avon and Somerset police over its handling of his disappearance. The family of Jack said, "We're down to once a week email contact from the police only, but we're going nowhere. They're not answering the questions." Following the complaint, the police made a voluntary referral to the Independent Office for Police Conduct, which recommended a local investigation be carried out. The family say mistakes were made early on in the search and that CCTV footage placing him in a different location at a different time was initially missed. It was only found by Catherine when she was allowed to view some of it for herself. In July this year, Catherine got permission from owners to search an electricity substation on Granbury Hill that she says police overlooked, despite it being metres away from Jack's last known location. She said, "We feel very unsupported by the police. We think that they should have done the most." Police say the location was considered and found to be inaccessible and that CCTV was checked and did not show Jack. She added, "We asked for information from them to help us with our searches, which they can't provide because it's an ongoing police investigation. Technical information surrounding his phone that we're not allowed to see for ourselves, even though the phone is registered to myself." The information that Catherine's referring to is the location of the last signal given off by Jack's iPhone to the Find My Friends app at 6:44 a.m. on the morning he went missing. The family have privately hired investigators that are ready to help, but the data they need is in the hands of the police. Catherine commented, "We're just asking for it because we have very little faith in the police getting it right." She said, "Just a few days ago I met someone who said, well, I do have Ring doorbell footage. I live in a street off Granbury Hill where Jack's phone last pinged and nobody has ever asked to view it." The police say that since Jack's disappearance, more than 20 different teams and departments have been involved in the investigation. They have been supported by other agencies and emergency services, the Fire and Ambulance Service, National Police Air Service, as well as the RNLI. In investigations to date, there have been more than 100 hours of CCTV reviewed, 200 hours of searches on the river and the surrounding banks, mounted police searches from Bristol city centre to where he went missing, 40 land searches and 16 drone deployments. The force says it has received almost 100 calls from the public with possible sightings, and they have done 8 media appeals. Unfortunately, there's been no movement in Jack's case. With a lot of the missing person cases I have previously covered and those that I will cover today, like Jack's case, there's massive questions on the police conduct and if they could do more, and that's why it's really important that these videos are done to keep their cases alive and Jack's family have been amazing with keeping his case alive, and I really hope there are some answers. With Jack's and all these cases, like I said at the start, if you know any information, all the details will be in the description of this video. The next case takes us overseas, and that's the case of Sam Heslop. She was 41 years old when she disappeared in St. John. She was born in Southampton and was a flight attendant, and she used Tinder. On Tinder, she met her boyfriend Ryan Bain, who was from Michigan. When she disappeared, she was working on a yacht alongside Ryan Bain. The yacht was 37-foot long catamaran and was called the Siren Song. It was stationed in the US Virgin Islands and could be rented out for private hire. On the 7th of March 2021, Sam and her boyfriend went to the island of St. John for dinner. The couple aboard the boat, the Siren Song, were observed earlier in the day by another couple on another boat, and this couple stated that all seemed to be calm. They should have left the restaurant by 10 p.m. and returned to the Siren Song, as the island was under a curfew at that time. The boat was moored in Cruz Bay, which was 200 feet from the shore, which would have meant the couple would have taken a dinghy between the shore and the boat. The last person to see her before she disappeared was her boyfriend, who stated that she was asleep by 10 p.m. and she was gone by 2:30 a.m. He took the dinghy out to the island to report her missing to the police. They advised him to call the Coast Guard. However, it wasn't until 11:45 that he called the Coast Guard. It took him 9 hours. Bain refused to let the authorities to search the boat, and he said this was on the advice of his attorney. Local police issued citations to Bain on the account of not being allowed to search the boat, for not having registration documentation and for safety equipment violations, but all these citations are civil matters and don't contribute to a criminal charge. Her phone, wallet and passport were left behind on the boat, and they were all passed to the police. Police on St. John searched the coastline with drones, divers and sniffer dogs, but no evidence was found of her. 9 days after she went missing, a local dog walker on the island of St. John came forward to say that they heard a scream out at sea around the time that she was missing. 2 weeks after her disappearance, the FBI were called in to assist with the investigation. A family friend said, "She was a level-headed, strong swimmer. She wouldn't get out of bed to go for a swim between the hours of 10:30 and 1 o'clock in the morning. I know she wouldn't." Another friend said, "She is one of the most organised people I know. This is someone who sailed across the Atlantic without an incident, only to disappear 100 foot from shore. The pieces in the puzzle do not add up." Her family claimed in November 2022 that the Virgin Island Police Department showed them CCTV footage of Bain and their daughter leaving the restaurant. However, the police stopped the video before the footage ended and refused to show them the rest. Part of the complaint about this by her family was that in the footage she was not in what she had been described as wearing, according to the late witness statements. It was stated that she was in a black dress with flowers upon it, but in the CCTV imagery she was observed wearing a top with either shorts or a skirt. The black dress was also not among the items returned to the family after her disappearance. In November 2021, the boat Siren Song was put up for sale with its name removed. Family and friends of her were alerted to its sale by locals where it was moored. They called for a full forensic search of the vessel, something which they have claimed has never been done. There is no movement in her case. Next, we move back to the UK with the case of Kevin Hicks. Kevin was 16 years old when he went missing from Croydon in 1986. He was described as a happy boy with no issues with friends, family or at school. He was applying for jobs at the time he disappeared. It was just a normal day on Sunday, the 2nd of March 1986. He spent it with his family. At around 8:30 p.m, he told his mum he needed to buy some eggs for his O-level home economics exam the next day. He left with £1 and headed off to Sperring's community shop, which was a couple of minutes walk away from where he lived. Kevin was last seen by someone who knew him at 10 p.m. in Shirley Road, walking in the general direction of his home. He was never seen again, and his parents, Derek and Terry, passed away without knowing what had happened to their son. His family searched relentlessly for him with the help of authorities, without a definitive answer, even following the death of his parents in 1994 and 2003. Police previously said they believed that Kevin had his life taken. He is described as white, had light brown hair and 5'10". His right eye was blue and his left eye was hazel. There's been no further movements in his case. Now we move on to Carmel Fennick. She was last seen at Camberwell Magistrates Court on the 21st of May 1998 with an unidentified man. The 16-year-old moved with her family to Crawley in West Sussex, but she was back in the area of Peckham when she was last seen with this man. The police fear that she had her life taken, although not one piece of evidence was ever found in relation to what happened to her. She developed a habit and addiction to substances at just 14 years old after someone introduced her to that lifestyle on the estate she lived in Peckham. Her mum said her habit meant she would often go missing, but not for long. Deirdre, her mum said, when a week had gone by with no contact, she knew something had happened. Crime Stoppers are reoffering a £10,000 reward as her family continues to plead for answers. She said that one person may know what happened, and that's the man she was last seen at court with. Her mum went on to say, "I'm angry that the police never questioned him properly. He said he hardly knew my Carmel and just felt sorry for her, but she was often found at his house, so I think there's more to it. I think he may have left the country." As I said, before she disappeared, she spent a lot of time in Brixton and Stockwell, which led detectives to focus their investigation on South London. The fact that she had lived and was known to go to different areas hindered the case, with her mum Deirdre saying, when someone goes missing in one place but lives elsewhere, the case gets passed around and it slows it down. Her mother remembers a time when she had been done for petty theft to feed her habit, and she begged the judge to lock her up just to keep her safe. She then disappeared off the face of the earth. Her mum says, "That doesn't just happen. Somebody out there knows. All I'm asking now is please look yourselves. You may have your own kids. If you know what happened, if you think you saw her, please, I need peace for Carmel." Louise Toome was just 18 years old when she went missing in 2005. She was born in Leeds in 1987 and had 2 other siblings. Her father was involved in the criminal world, mainly dealing, and this meant that the family moved around a lot and he was in and out of prison. Louise gained a reputation as a runaway and was eventually taken into care when her dad said he couldn't cope with her. Over a year later, police raided her dad's home after an anonymous tip-off. Herself and her 2 siblings were taken into care. They were split up and sent to different foster families. Obviously, the 3 children had a very tough childhood, going through the care system, and it made it even worse that they were separated. Louise would run away frequently, and that's what police believed happened with Louise again. Rebecca, Louise's sister, didn't even know that she had disappeared, and a year after her disappearance she received a phone call to her foster parents' home, and it was Louise, and this was the last time Louise was ever heard from. She said, "Becky, it's me. I'm okay," before the line went dead. After this point, her foster parents told her that Louise had been missing. Louise was last seen in Darlington, where she had moved into her own flat at the age of 18 after leaving the care system on June 10, 2005. The last reported sighting of Louise came a week later in Islington, North London. A missing persons appeal was released by police, in which Louise was described as a slim girl around 5 foot 6 inches tall with brown eyes and reddish-brown shoulder-length hair. She wore her hair in a bob and was wearing a blue embroidered jeans, a blue denim jacket and pink sandals. Her sister, Rebecca, says, "The police tell me very little. They just tell me there is no trace of her. They have interviewed a number of people from London. They don't tell me who they are." After speaking to authorities, Rebecca was given a suitcase containing Louise's belongings after she disappeared. In it was a letter from a Lee James. The letter was addressed to Louise and had been sent from Wormwood Scrubs prison in West London. It said, "I hope you are doing well and that you are staying away from London. I do not want you having anything to do with your old way of life." Rebecca said she feels the letter infers that there was something going on in London and that there was a high-risk people that she should not have been around. There is no movement in Louise's missing person case. Mary Boyle. Mary Boyle was just 6 years old when she disappeared in Donegal County, on the border on the 18th of March 1977. Her disappearance is the longest missing child case in the Republic of Ireland. Mary was last seen at 3:30 p.m. on the 18th of March 1977 near her grandparents' rural farm. The family, including her mother Anne, father Charlie, older brother Paddy and twin sister Anne, had gone to Mary's maternal grandparents' house on St. Patrick's Day from their home further up the coast. Mary was playing outside with her siblings and 2 cousins when her uncle left to return a ladder to another farm, which was around 400 yards across the hillside. Mary followed her uncle until they reached a small pool of water. It was too deep for her to get through. By her own decision or by her uncle's instructions, Mary turned around halfway into the journey saying she was going back. Her return journey should not have lasted longer than around 5 minutes, whilst her uncle stayed at the neighbours for 30 minutes for a chat. The family realised that she was missing and did searches of the local area and questioned passers-by if they had seen Mary. One fisherman was quoted as saying that he had seen Mary being put into a red car and then driven away. Many of the bogs in the area were drained in an effort to find her. Mary's twin sister Anne had stated that she was eating a packet of crisps at the time of her disappearance, and if she had fallen into a bog, the packet would have floated on the surface. The police started a search of the surrounding area and drained a lake behind her grandparents' house. Police searches have also taken place since she disappeared. The latest took place in 2016 when they launched a new investigation. No evidence has been found. The initial suspect questioned soon after Mary disappeared was released without charge. Other people have been questioned in relation to the disappearance. Infamous Robert Black was also seen as a suspect at one point, as it was revealed that he was a cross-border truck driver who often visited the area that Mary disappeared as part of his job. Robert Black was known in the area and had been charged by the police for after-hours drinking. His van was identified outside a pub near to where she disappeared. A witness later claimed that they had heard crying and whimpering from the rear of the van. But it wasn't really believed that Black could have been responsible. Mary's twin sister Anne and lots of other relatives publicly claim they believe they know what happened to Mary and who is responsible for her disappearance. This has caused tension and a massive division within the Boyle family, with Anne's mother publicly saying that her daughter calling for public appeals is the most ridiculous carry-on she had ever seen. There is no new movement, no evidence and no new suspects in Mary's case. Marcus Rigby was 27 years old when he went missing from his hometown of Grange-over-Sands in Cumbria. He left his hometown after meeting with his mother and telling her he was heading towards the West Country. He hitchhiked towards London and contacted his aunt late one evening from the services at South Mimms on the M25. He stayed with them before being dropped off at a Tesco's on Marcham Road interchange in Abingdon on junction A34 in Oxfordshire, where he said he was hitchhiking to Weymouth. It's believed Mark stayed in a street named Artist Row, verified by a cheque made out of a B&B in his handwriting. The cheque was refused by the bank and it was sent back to his mother's home. Marcus was still registered as living there. The area is well known for people seeking casual labour, which was what Mark was going to do. When he decided he was going to suddenly move away, he told his mother he would call home in a week, but he wasn't seen or heard from since 1995. Natalie Putt went missing from her home in Dudley in 2003, leaving behind her 11-week-old son. The police now believe that she had her life taken, although she has never been found. Her former partner, Kevin McCallum, told the coroner's court the new mother had gone out to buy cigarettes but never returned, leaving him to care for their child. The police searched her home. 2 tiny spots of her blood were found on a t-shirt in her loft. They also searched a nearby woodland area, but nothing was found. The coroner concluded, "I am satisfied that on the balance of probability, Natalie is deceased. It's likely that she died at her home address or in the near vicinity on the 1st of September 2003. Detectives concluded the truth lay closer to home. A neighbour reported seeing Natalie with her baby on the day she went missing and remarked how she seemed fine and was just absolutely normal. Her older sister Rebecca has always maintained Natalie would never willingly have left her baby son behind. She believes her sister had her life taken and has accepted she will never see her again, but she wants to know where Natalie is and get justice for who may have done it." Anne Simpson was a 60-year-old grandmother who disappeared on the 26th of September 2004. She was originally from Leicester but moved to Skegness to live in a caravan with her long-term partner Tom Rogers. He said that she left the caravan alone after they had a row drinking together. Anne's granddaughter Stephanie told how the landlord of the Bell, the pub on the caravan park, claimed Anne and her companion Tom had been drinking with 2 other people. Recalling the conversation, she said, "Straight away he kind of comes out with, 'Okay, I'll tell you. She was here with 2 bikers, Tom and 2 men. I don't know who they were or who Tom was in relation to the men. I just know they were all here and they got into a bit of a disagreement and Tom and the 2 men left.'" On the day she disappeared, she had been visited by some of her family and said goodbye to them before going to the Bell pub. Her boyfriend, Rogers, and Anne, who slept in separate rooms, also returned to the caravan separately. He said he didn't see her, but he heard her leave again at about 11 p.m. She has not been seen since. The most recent development was in 2012. After a tip-off, the police searched a lake near the caravan park, but nothing was found. Kevin Fasting disappeared when he was 49 years old from his home in Bootle. He was last seen by his parents at their home on the 21st of November 2003. Just a week before he disappeared, he had started a new job. On the morning of his disappearance, Kevin, who was a dad of 4 and an avid Liverpool fan, left the house to go to work. Shortly after, he was seen by his neighbour at a nearby bus stop. The neighbour offered Kevin a lift to work, but he declined. This was the last sighting of Kevin, as he didn't arrive to work and hasn't been seen since. At the time of his disappearance, Kevin's son, Kevin Jr., was away studying at university in Leeds. While searching through his dad's things to make any links as to where Kevin could have gone, he found a note addressed to him and his sisters apologising that he had let them down. His son has talked of his dad's mental health issues at the time of his disappearance. Kevin was described as white, 5'10" of medium build, with blue eyes and short brown hair. He has a liver bird and LFC tattoo on his lower right arm. He was last seen wearing black trouser suit, a white long sleeve shirt with a yellow tie, a grey fleece jacket, a dark green hooded trench coat and size 8 Clark's blue lace-up shoes, blue or brown jeans. He also wore a distinctive Liverpool Football Club watch with a silver strap and was carrying £30. There has been no more movement in his case. 72-year-old Catherine Holdsworth went missing from Halifax on the 9th of September 2017. She was last seen on CCTV entering a Tesco's in the town centre. It's thought that she made it back home that day as her belongings and walking frame were found there. She is known to have links to Blackpool and Cornwall as well as Bright House. The last confirmed sighting of her was the CCTV. She was reported missing on the 19th of September as neighbours grew increasingly concerned that they couldn't reach her. This leaves a window of around 10 days in which she could have gone missing. Police have undertaken extensive work to search her home and surrounding areas for any signs of her, but this has not provided the police with any answers. She was described as a vulnerable person with several ailments which required regular medication. The West Yorkshire Police said the investigation into the whereabouts of Catherine, who's reported missing on September 19, 2017, remains ongoing and is subject to regular reviews. Bernadette Cooper grew up in Ireland but moved to the UK and had 3 children with her husband Brian. They then moved to Spain in the 1980s and ran a bar. They became really well known in the expat community on the Costa del Sol area before their marriage had some issues. Brian, her husband, actually returned to England to request a divorce in 1991. Bernadette stayed in Spain running the bar, but she was forced to return to settle the divorce and help secure some money from it. Some of the marital issues was that the couple had racked up a lot of debt while trying to run this bar in Spain. She returned to London and tried to secure money from her family, and was later arranging to return to Spain, which is when she disappeared. As she had been requesting for more money from the family, there was a lot of upset within it, which led to some high disagreements. Her family decided to let Bernadette cool down and planned to speak to her when she had settled back down in Spain. However, they didn't hear from her for a while. One of Bernadette's sisters flew to Spain a year later to find no sign of her. She found her sister's belongings stored at the pub with dust, and the bar had brand new owners. She was last seen in the Horse and Groom pub in Tooting on or around the 10th of January 1993. Bernadette confirmed to someone in Spain that she had the money to save her bar and was returning, but she never returned and was never seen again. James Nutley was 25 years old when he disappeared while on a golfing trip in Pembrokeshire on the 24th of October 2004. He had visited 3 pubs and was captured on CCTV near the Gilter Hotel where he was staying at around midnight, but no one knows what happened after this. At the time of his disappearance, James was living at the family home with his parents and sister. His parents and family don't believe he would have taken his own life, saying their golf-mad son seemed very happy and had been working his dream job, demonstrating golf clubs. Catherine, his mum, recalled her son being very excited to rush out of the house and to leave for the trip, with no idea what was to come. Catherine was told James's possessions, including his driving licence, had been found on the seaside town's South Beach. The police search eventually went cold and there has been no further breakthroughs. Catherine Maguire was 22 years old when she disappeared in November 2021. She bought a return ticket to Holyhead and vanished. She was last seen on the 15th of November 2021 walking near the South Stack Cliffs Nature Reserve. There were major mistakes made by the police, and her family have been very upfront with voicing their opinion, saying, There was no contact with the family. They weren't keeping us up to date. They were taking ages to respond. It's distressing. Why did it take a year and 3 months to get to a point of contact in such an important investigation? They've let us down. They've let the family down. There has been no further movement in her disappearance. Denise Jarvis was 44 years old when she was last seen near Southey Park in Kingswood, Bristol on the 3rd of August 2022. She is reported to be wearing a navy floral dress, a sleeveless puffer-style jacket and white shoes at the time she disappeared. CCTV images show Denise shopping, wearing this distinctive grey thigh-high length sleeveless coat, was released shortly after she disappeared. Miss Jarvis's mother, Bernadette Lake, told the BBC that she had tried to get mental health help for her daughter, who had rowed with her father the night before she went missing, saying, "We tried pushing her so she'd do something about her mental health, but she didn't know she was ill, so it was quite difficult." Her family said she took 5 bags and headed to the park, where 2 of the bags were later found. Last November, the police made a fresh appeal for information external about her whereabouts and said she had not been in touch with her friends or family since the day she went missing. The detective inspector said they were really concerned and police had still not seen evidence of Denise using her phone or bank account. There had been an extensive search of the area around the park and searches which involved police divers. The police said, "We have had no trace of her whatsoever." He said while they had considered everything, they have not got any concerns about anyone that knew her, and she still remains disappeared with no movement in her case. Dean Hill was 34 years old when he disappeared. He was last seen between 8:30 p.m. and 9 p.m. on the 11th of November at the Starting Gate pub in Newbury. He is 5 foot 8 inches tall and had an average build and has dark blonde hair. Dean also has a tattoo of a rose on his chest, the word honey on his right hand, and a sleeve tattoo on his left arm. When Dean was last seen, he was wearing a light blue hooded top and blue jeans, white Nike trainers and a red beanie. The superintendent based at Newbury Police Station said, "We have been growing more and more concerned for Dean's welfare. Officers have been working tirelessly over the past few weeks following the disappearance of Dean to establish his location. From CCTV inquiries, we believe that Dean walked from the Starting Gate pub to the leisure centre. Due to the direction of travel, we believe Dean may have continued to walk towards his home. Therefore, we are asking anyone in the area of Newtown Road, the A33-9 or the roundabouts by Tesco's and Newbury College at around 9:30 p.m. on the 11th of November to check your dashcam or CCTV footage. We would also ask people in the local area to check your sheds, garages and gardens." But this led to no changes in the case. He has been missing since the 11th of November 2023. Now we move on to a disappearance case overseas. Jason Duffy was only 18 years old when he disappeared in October 1989. He was living with his parents in the UK but was on a work trip abroad in Amsterdam when he vanished. He had been drinking with 2 of his workmates when he was last seen in the Café de Bro. He was said to have been in the bar late at night before the people he was with noticed he had disappeared. Amsterdam has an extensive canal network including directly outside the bar, but he has never been found and no witnesses ever reported seeing him fall in at the time. Jason didn't return to his hotel and there have been no further sightings since October 1989. Officers say they cannot rule out criminal activity, but added there was no evidence of anything happening to Jason of a criminal nature. The investigation was reopened in 2022, but as of this time I'm making this video, the case still remains unsolved. Heather Thompson, who was 27 years old, disappeared on the 19th of January 1994. She was last seen walking out of a psychiatric hospital. The day before, she had checked herself into the facility after she had felt down. Her parents claimed that while Heather had gone through several bouts of postnatal depression, she had spent a happy Christmas with the family in December. She had a son just a few months old when she disappeared. This son is now an adult, and he would go on to attack his father, believing that he had something to do with his mother's disappearance. As of making this video, there's been no movement in the case and Heather has never been seen again. Alan Stolz was 57 years old at the time he disappeared. He was reported missing on the 23rd of January 2021. The police believe he left his home just a few days earlier on the 21st of January. He was reported missing by his friends after he hadn't responded to their messages for several days. Police believe he caught a bus to Wells before heading to Glastonbury on foot around the time he disappeared. He was a first bus driver. He was sighted in the same afternoon on the 21st of January of that year in Fisher's Hill. It's believed he didn't respond to messages from friends or work colleagues. He was then eventually reported missing. Friends had also visited his home and found he'd left without any personal belongings. Just this year, the Somerset police have renewed an appeal asking farmers, dog walkers, riders and anyone else who visits open spaces and woodland in and around the area to report any suspected sightings. A spokesperson from the police force said, "If you have seen Alan recently or have any information which could help to confirm that he is safe, please contact us." There has been no more movement in the case. Glenn Griffiths disappeared at the age of 62 and was last seen on the 20th of June 2021 in Caerphilly area of Wales. Police officers found his car on the 28th of June 2021 and they did a huge investigation and did extensive inquiries to try and find out where he was, but there was no movement. The police force say that the investigation is still very much active. He is described as being 5'9" tall, of slim build and having grey hair. The police say our investigation and what happened to him remains very much active. This has been an extensive inquiry and unfortunately we still don't have the answers we need. This still remains a missing persons case. James Miller was last seen on the 22nd of December 2020 at around 11 p.m. on CCTV. He left his family home on Slater Street in Latchford and has not been seen since. He was 37 years old and a mechanic, as well as a father. At the time he went missing, it was lockdown, and it was really hard on James, with his family saying he was a key worker, so he literally went to work, came home, went to work, and without that socialising, it really didn't help with his mental health. It was 10:30 p.m. and Mum went to see him and said, "Come on James, turn your music off. You've got work in the morning and I've got work in the morning, time for bed." She left the room and heard the music go off and thought he had gone to bed. Then she heard the front door go and looked out of the window and saw James walking off to the right down the Slater Street. He has not been in touch with anyone. He hadn't taken his phone and then hadn't turned up to work. That is when alarm bells went off in our heads. I have posted all the way up to Scotland down to Cornwall. You feel numb, and I have for all these years. The police say following his disappearance, they conducted extensive searches in the local area which included the search of the River Mersey and Victoria Park. They said this involved the use of a police helicopter, police drone and specially trained search officers. Unfortunately, we did not find anything that could assist with the investigation. The first disappearance we look at is that already mentioned, the milk carton kids. On Boxing Day 1996, two young boys from Chelmsley Wood, David Spencer, aged 13, and Patrick Warren, aged 11, left their homes to play outside. They never returned. Their disappearance became one of the most haunting unsolved cases in British history, earning them the nickname Milk Carton Kids, after their faces were featured in a national campaign to raise awareness of missing children. Nearly 3 decades later, the mystery remains unsolved, and the pain endured by the families and community continues to resonate. David and Patrick were best friends, known for roaming around their working-class estate together. On the evening of the 27th of December 1996, Patrick rode his new red Apollo bicycle, a Christmas gift, while David walked beside him. They were last seen just after midnight at a petrol station, where an attendant gave them a packet of biscuits. The boys were reportedly heading towards a shopping centre. Patrick's bicycle was later found abandoned behind the petrol station, but no further trace of the boys was ever discovered. The West Midlands police initially treated the case as a routine missing persons inquiry, suggesting the boys had simply run away. This assumption delayed critical early investigations. Criminologists and journalists have since criticised the response, arguing that the boys' working-class background may have influenced how seriously their disappearance was taken. Despite appeals from their families and a BBC Crime Watch special, the case remained stagnant for years. In April 1997, the Milk Carton campaign was launched. David and Patrick became the first children in the UK to be featured on milk cartons, which was copied from a campaign in the United States. Their images appeared in 770 Iceland stores, aiming to keep their case in the public eye and generate leads. The campaign was groundbreaking, but it failed to produce any significant breakthroughs. One of the most disturbing aspects of this case involves Brian Lunn Field, who was a convicted ex-offender who lived in the same area at the time of the boys' disappearance. Field had a history of abducting and assaulting children and was known to be driving a white van in the area that night. Despite multiple prison interviews and suspicions from investigators, there was never enough evidence to charge him. Field passed away in prison in February 2024. The boys' families still campaign. In 2021, David's brother led a community search near Solihull Moors Football Club, hoping to uncover new evidence. Though the dig yielded no results, it highlighted the enduring commitment of the families and community to find answers. The case remains open, and the boys are now presumed deceased. The disappearance of David Spencer and Patrick Warren is more than a cold case, it's a reflection of many failures. And unfortunately, there has been no movement in their case. Now on to a case of a teenager who vanished in the early 2000s. On the 25th of July 2002, 19-year-old Gary Tilston vanished from Coventry, West Midlands. His disappearance remains unresolved, but his name continues to appear on missing person appeals. Gary was just entering adulthood when he went missing. He was described as a kind and thoughtful young man. He had his whole life ahead of him. The details surrounding his disappearance are sparse, and no confirmed sightings have been reported since that day. Despite appeals and public awareness efforts, including support from the charity Missing People, no substantial leads have emerged. Our third case is one of the longest running missing person cases in the region. Frida Margaret Green vanished on the 2nd of April 1972 from John Street in Brearley Hill, West Midlands. At just 22 years old, Frida was described as 5'4", with blue eyes, glasses and distinctive operation scars on the insteps of both feet. She worked as a glass polisher for Stephen and Williams and was known to frequent the Newins pub on Dudley Road. Her disappearance remains one of the longest running missing person cases in the region. Despite extensive efforts from West Midlands Police and renewed appeals over the decades, no trace of Frida has ever been found. The photo circulated in appeals shows her at around the age of 15 or 16 years old. On what would have been her 75th birthday in February of this year, police issued a fresh appeal, hoping to jog memories and uncover new leads. They emphasised that even the smallest detail could be crucial. The Missing Person charity also continues to support the case, offering confidential help and encouraging the public to report sightings or share information. Now on to the disappearance of a keen adventurer. Stephen Michael Cole's disappearance in June 1996 remains one of the most perplexing unsolved cases in the West Midlands. An outdoorsman, Stephen vanished shortly after returning from a camping trip from North Wales. Nearly 3 decades later, his fate is still unknown, and his case continues to haunt both investigators and loved ones. On the 23rd of June 1996, Stephen, aged 30, returned to his home on Dora Street in Plek, Warsaw, after a camping holiday with a friend. His friend helped him carry his gear inside. Stephen said he was going out for a drink and appeared to be in good spirits. He failed to meet his parents as planned, prompting concern and eventually a missing person report. His tent and sleeping bag were also missing from his home, suggesting he may have left again, but no evidence supports this theory. Despite extensive searches and appeals, no trace of Stephen has ever been found. West Midlands police have speculated that he may have returned to North Wales, but no sightings or evidence have confirmed this. The lack of activity, financial, digital, or otherwise, since his disappearance deepens the mystery. Now on to one of the more well-known cases. Maria Bernadette Aldridge was just 17 years old when she vanished from Birmingham in 1968. A cadet nurse with a promising future, her disappearance remains one of the oldest unsolved missing cases in the UK. Despite decades of speculation and renewed appeals, Maria's fate is still unknown. Maria was born on the 2nd of October 1950 and was training as a nurse at Dudley Road Hospital, now City Hospital. She lived within the hospital's student accommodation. Originally from Kidderminster, she had moved to Birmingham to pursue her career. She was described as 5'4" tall with light brown wavy hair, brown eyes and glasses. A bright young woman with a quiet determination. The last confirmed contact was on the 28th of February 1968 via a letter to her mother, Mary O'Sullivan. The letter mentioned friends Sue and Evelyn and several other names including Dave Olfrey, Patrick McGill and Jim Taylor. Hospital records showed she was still studying there until at least May 1968. On the 1st of June 1968, a cryptic personal ad appeared in the Birmingham Evening Mail. It said, "Nurse M, meet 7 p.m. 63 bus, Monday, June 3rd. Hope to see you. Simon." Police believe this might be a clue, but it led nowhere. A man named Paul, or John Go, believed to be Maria's boyfriend, visited her family to say she had disappeared. He was never seen again. When Maria's mother and sister visited the hospital, the matron handed over Maria's belongings without explanation. The assumption at the time was that Maria had run away, but no confirmed sightings, financial activity or communication ever surfaced. A letter found decades later reignited interest but yielded no breakthroughs. A case now of someone who was reported missing years after he was last seen. At the time of his disappearance, Terence was 61 years old, living in the Camp Hill area of Birmingham. He was known to frequent areas across the West Midlands, including Wolverhampton and Sandwell. He is described as 5'4" tall, of a slim build with blue eyes and grey collar-length hair. He also had distinctive tattoos on his arms, hands and chest. In 1999, Terence was last seen in Digbeth. In 2001, he had his final known contact with family. In 2006, he was officially reported missing, 7 years after he was last seen. This delay in reporting added complexity to the investigation, as potential leads and sightings had long gone cold, and his case unfortunately remains cold. Next is a second well-known case. Natalie Putt was 17 years old when she vanished from her home in Lower Gornal, Dudley, on the 1st of September 2003, a young mother to an 11-week-old baby. Her sudden disappearance sparked a decades-long mystery that remains unsolved to this day. Natalie had recently broken up with her partner and was dropped off at home by her new boyfriend. According to her ex, Kevin McCallum, she said she was going out to buy cigarettes, but she never returned. Her mobile phone and handbag were left behind and she was never seen again. Years later, police discovered bin bags in the loft and a t-shirt with 2 small blood spots matching Natalie's DNA. A taxi driver claimed to have seen a man leaving the house with a baby and several black bags a day after she disappeared. Despite these clues, no charges were ever brought and her body was never found. In 2019, a coroner ruled that Natalie likely died at or near her home on the day that she vanished, but the cause of death clearly remains unknown. An open verdict was recorded and West Midlands police continue to treat the case as a suspected murder. Rebecca Coggins, Natalie's sister, has campaigned to keep her memory alive. Her plea is simple: make it right for that baby, now a grown boy, and for our family. Next is a case of a dad who disappeared in the early 2000s. Andrew Dill, a father of 3 and devoted Birmingham City fan, disappeared without a trace in April 2003. On the 28th of April 2003, Andrew boarded a train to Birmingham New Street. He was 38 years old at the time and lived in Birmingham city centre. Though texts were sent from his phone to family and friends in the following weeks, all contact abruptly ended on the 20th of May 2003, and Andrew was never seen or heard from again. West Midlands police have conducted extensive inquiries, but no definitive leads have emerged. Andrew was believed to have been seen in Soho Road shortly after his train journey. He owned a light blue Nokia 33010 with a dark blue trim and orange network branding, which investigators suspect may have changed hands after his disappearance. There have been no further updates. Now a case with little to no information. Stephen Hadley vanished from Walsall, West Midlands on the 20th of September 2006 at the age of 26. Despite extensive efforts by West Midlands police, including canal searches in Aldridge and door-to-door inquiries, no trace of him has ever been found. In 2010, police launched a Facebook appeal to generate new leads, hoping someone might recognise his photo or record detail that could help. Stephen is described as white, 5'10" in tall, of slim build with cropped brown hair and a pale complexion. His sudden disappearance was completely out of character and no confirmed sightings have ever been reported. Now to a man who has been missing for over a decade. Shafi Sheikh was 67 years old when he went missing from the West Midlands on the 8th of November 2010. There is little public information and no confirmed sightings since he vanished. There isn't a lot of information about details on his personal life and circumstances leading up to his disappearance. He was listed by the charity Missing People UK, which continues to appeal for information. Now to the year 2011. Craig Cripps, aged 32, vanished from Redditch on September the 4th, 2011. Despite multiple appeals and investigations, his whereabouts remain unknown. He just recently moved to the Batchley area and had started a new job as a barman in Birmingham city centre. He failed to show up for work on the 2nd of September and 2 days later sent an email to a friend suggesting he had gone to London where he had previously lived and worked. Since then, there have been no confirmed contact. Police issued appeals but no sightings or solid leads emerged. Craig had no known access to a vehicle and may have been using public transport. There were concerns he could be living rough or working informally in pubs. Craig is described as white, 6'2" of medium build, with brown hair and blue eyes. At the time he went missing, his hair was shaved, though he had previously worn it long. He typically wore a black cargo jacket. He has also been known by the name Sadler and originally grew up in Cornwall. Another case now where there is little to no information. Brian Wafer was 66 years old when he went missing from Wolverhampton on the 25th of July 2013. Little has been publicly shared about Brian's personal circumstances, but his disappearance was serious enough to prompt an appeal from the charity Missing People. At the time of his disappearance, Brian was considered vulnerable and in need of help, but details have not been disclosed. Now to Valentine's Day 2016. 42-year-old Zach Minder Uppel vanished from Leamington Spa under puzzling circumstances. Despite police investigation, public appeals and CCTV leads, his whereabouts remain unknown. Navi was picked up by a taxi from his home on Freshwater Grove at around 10 p.m. and dropped off near Victoria Park. That was the last confirmed sighting. He was described as 5'8" tall, of athletic build with short black hair and clean shaven at the time. He wore a black jacket, bright blue jumper, white t-shirt and tan ankle boots. Police later released a CCTV image of a man they wished to speak to in connection with the case, but no breakthrough followed. The circumstances of his disappearance on Valentine's Day added emotional weight and public intrigue, but there have been no further updates in his case. Next, another case from Walsall. Nicholas Stewart Edmonds vanished from the town centre on or around the 13th to the 18th of May 2016 at the age of 45. For 7 years his whereabouts remained unknown until a coroner officially declared him deceased in August 2023. He was last seen in Lower Hall Lane, an area where he had been sleeping rough for 2 years prior to his disappearance. He suffered from a memory-related condition, which led police to believe he might not have known he was missing. Despite extensive proof of life inquiries, no trace of him was ever found. In 2023, the Black Country Coroner's Court ruled that Nicholas likely died around the time he went missing. The coroner, Joe Lees, issued an open verdict, stating, "It is unclear from the evidence where Nicholas died or how he came by his death. Nicholas had been living in extreme hardship, sleeping in waste disposal bins and on the streets. His disappearance went largely unnoticed for years, highlighting the isolation he faced." Now a case with little to no information. On the 19th of April 2018, Jason Salt Pearce, aged 30, went missing from Stafford, Staffordshire in West Midlands. His case remains unsolved. Despite the passage of time, his disappearance continues to weigh heavily on those who knew him. Little has been publicly shared about Jason's personal circumstances. Now another case strongly thought to be linked to 2 other disappearances. On the 15th of March 2017, Toon Guyan, believed to be 14 years old, went missing from Shrewsbury. His case, along with 2 other missing teenagers also from Vietnam, sparked serious concern from authorities due to their age, vulnerability and the possibility of exploitation. He was last seen at around 12 p.m. in Shrewsbury. He is described as a male, 5'7" tall with shaved hair, and was wearing a black tracksuit bottoms and a brown zip-up fleece. His disappearance occurred alongside 2 other youths, Dung Din and Kong Van Guyan, who vanished from nearby areas within 24 hours of each other. Police fear the disappearance could be linked to each other, and they raise concerns about the possibility of trafficking. There has been no movement in any of these cases. Next, another teenager. On the 14th of July 2018, Arez Mohammed, aged 17, went missing from Worcester. His case remains unsolved. Very little has been publicly shared about his personal circumstances, but his age and the nature of disappearance raised serious concerns. He was considered vulnerable. Now to a businessman who disappeared. John Donahue, also known as John Barry, went missing from Coventry on the 8th of December 1993 when he was 51 years old. He is described as 5'8", of a medium build with hazel eyes and dark to greying hair. He had a dove tattoo on his thumb of his right hand. John left his home he shared with his wife in Coventry and was never seen again. He was self-employed and missed a scheduled meeting with a client that morning. His car, passport and driver's license were left at home. His wife made appeals for information for over a decade before returning to Portugal, and there has been no movement in his case. Now another case in 2018. 17-year-old Daniel Wazel disappeared on the 22nd of October 2018 from Bilston, leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions. Daniel was just a teenager when he went missing. The circumstances of his disappearance remain unclear, and despite public appeals and an outreach from the charity Missing People, no confirmed sightings have ever been reported since that very day. Next we move to the 90s. In September 1998, Patricia Lashley, a mother of 7, known also as Pat, Jade, Vanessa or Trisha, disappeared from her flat on Horse Street in Dudley. More than 2 decades later, her case remains unsolved. Patricia was 33 years old when she vanished. She had moved to Dudley 3 years prior and was known to frequent local venues like the No Limits Club and nearby pubs. She's described as white, 5'4", slim with mousy brown hair and a distinctive Geordie accent. Patricia also had links to Newcastle, London, Wales and Scotland, raising the possibility that she may have left the Midlands entirely. She was last seen following a row with her boyfriend, and although she had gone missing for short periods before, this time she never returned. Her sister reported her missing in June 1999, nearly 9 months after her disappearance. Still staying in the 90s, on the 28th of July 1999, 15-year-old Philip Harris left his foster home in St Eleanor's Close, intending to visit a friend in Northfield. Later that day he phoned to say he'd be staying overnight. He was never seen again. Philip's disappearance has remained one of West Midlands' most enduring mysteries. Despite media appeals in Birmingham and Manchester where he had family ties, no confirmed sightings have ever emerged. His case has been revisited multiple times, including a forensic search of a property in St Paul's Road linked to him at the time. In 2022, West Midlands Police released an age-progressed image of what Philip might look like as an adult, hoping to spark recognition or memory. Philip's older sister Claire has spoken candidly about their upbringing. She described a household marked by abuse, neglect and instability. The siblings moved frequently between homes in Manchester, often under the care of a stepmother and grandmother whom Claire claims were cruel and emotionally abusive. Despite investigations in Manchester and the West Midlands where he went missing, there has been no further updates. Next to 3 cases with little to no information. On the 6th of April 2019, 38-year-old Dean Martin vanished from Birmingham. His case remains open. Despite public appeals and outreach from the charity Missing People, no confirmed sightings have been reported since. Dean's disappearance was described as unexpected. He left behind no clear explanation. On the 28th of August 2008, 39-year-old Paul Hamilton went missing from Birmingham. His disappearance has remained unsolved for over a decade. His case continues to be listed by the charity Missing People. Paul's disappearance was unexpected and unexplained. On the 17th of November 2023, 62-year-old Timothy Bayliss went missing from Evesham, a town on the edge of the West Midlands. His disappearance again was unexpected. He has no known history of going missing. In the summer of 2002, 56-year-old Michael Perkins vanished from his home in Norton. His disappearance went unreported for over a year, and to this day no trace of him has ever been found. He wasn't officially reported missing until 12 months later. At the time, he was described as 5'6", wearing glasses, having thinning blonde hair. West Midlands Police have relaunched appeals many times, hoping to jog the memories of residents who lived in the area at the time. A spokesperson stated, "Sadly, no trace of Michael has ever been found, but we are hoping our renewed appeal will help jog people's memories who lived in that area." On the evening of the 3rd of December 1981, 44-year-old Douglas Mortimer left his home in Birmingham, intending to meet his friends at the Ladywood Social Club. Douglas was a familiar face in Ladywood. He worked for the Water Board and also at the Ladywood Social Club, where he was well known. At the time of his disappearance, he was described as 5'8", of a medium build, short grey hair with blue eyes. He is reported missing by his family shortly after he failed to turn up to meet friends. Despite extensive inquiries over the years, no trace of Douglas has ever been found. In August 2024, West Midlands Police issued a fresh appeal, hoping to jog the memories of those who lived in Ladywood at the time. A spokesperson stated, Douglas was reported missing by his family in December 1981. He would be 87 years old now, and we are hoping that by issuing this appeal it may lead to someone remembering anything about his disappearance. The force continues to ask for any information, no matter how small, that could help solve the case. Next to 2010, 63-year-old Alan Murray disappeared from his home in Northfield on the 12th of April 2010. His disappearance was deeply uncharacteristic and remained unresolved for over a decade. He was last seen on the Monday evening. He lived alone and was known to frequent the Woodcock pub in Bartley Green, where he had a circle of social acquaintances. He was described as a white male, 5'6", medium build, thinning grey hair, full beard, wearing white trainers and light blue trousers. He had numerous tattoos, including a distinctive one reading Tracy and Alan inside a heart on his left hand. Alan had mobility issues and relied on a walking stick, wore glasses and required daily medication, all of which were left behind. His ex-wife Sheila Ward described him as being in a depressed state of mind, but his sudden disappearance came as a shock to the family. West Midlands Police launched extensive searches, including trawling local parkland and following up on several unconfirmed sightings. However, none led to a breakthrough. Detective Inspector Jim Foy stated, "We are doing everything we can to find Alan. There have been several unconfirmed sightings, but all leads have proved unfruitful." Alan's bank account showed no activity, heightening concerns about his well-being. His family, especially his 16-year-old son, expressed deep anguish and a longing for any sign that Alan was safe. Now a case from this year. On the 5th of February 2025, 32-year-old Ali Durrani left his family home in Sturchley, telling his mother he was going out for a walk to clear his head. It was a routine he followed most days, but this time he never came back. He was an economics graduate, known for his quiet nature and deep family ties. He lived with his parents and enjoyed daily walks and frequented the University of Birmingham library and local coffee shops. On the day he vanished, he took only his phone and cap, leaving behind his passport charger and other essentials. His family described him as intelligent, family-orientated and gentle, not involved in nightlife or risky behaviour, close to his younger brother and deeply rooted in home life. Ali had been out of work for a year, but was actively planning to start his own business. His aunt said, "He was making plans, he wasn't disconnected from the world or super withdrawn. We had a really nice hour-long chat just 3 days before he went missing." West Midlands Police launched a missing persons investigation, but no confirmed sightings have emerged. CCTV footage and local searches have yielded no leads. The family has issued repeated public appeals, urging anyone with information to come forward. His mother said, "He said, 'I'm going out, Mummy,' and I didn't think anything of it, but he never came back." On the 18th of March 1977, the day after St Patrick's Day, 6-year-old Mary Boyle was visiting her maternal grandparents in County Donegal. That afternoon, Mary followed her uncle across boggy fields to return a ladder to a neighbouring farm. According to his account, she turned back halfway. She was never seen again. Her disappearance triggered an immediate and extensive search involving local residents, Gardaí and Defence Forces, but no trace of Mary was ever found, not a scrap of clothing and not a footprint. The terrain was difficult and the weather cold, but the lack of physical evidence was deeply unsettling. Over the years, the case has been plagued by allegations of police mishandling, political interference and family divisions, with some relatives publicly accusing authorities of failing to pursue credible leads. Mary's twin sister Anne has been a vocal advocate for justice, calling for a full independent inquiry. In interviews and documentaries, she has described the emotional toll of growing up in the shadow of Mary's disappearance and the pain of the unanswered questions. Their mother, Anne Sr., has also made public appeals, sharing memories of Mary's last day, her laughter, her affection, and the moment she gave her mother a kiss just before dinner time, not knowing it would be the last. Despite renewed media attention and appeals over the years, including coverage by RTE and BBC, no arrests have ever been made, and she has never been recovered. Today, the case remains open, and Mary is still listed as missing by the Garda Missing Persons website. On the evening of the 24th of September 1984, 16-year-old Rory Ahern left his family home on Botanic Road, Drumcondra, at around 8 p.m. His mother believed he was going out to meet friends. He never returned and has never been heard from again. Rory was described as a slight-built teenager, standing 5'10", with red hair, grey or blue eyes, and wearing black trousers, a wine-coloured bomber jacket, and black shoes. At the time of his disappearance, he was reportedly unhappy, and his family believed he may have left to start a new life abroad. Over the years, speculation has placed him in England, France, or even Australia, possibly working in the building industry. Despite these theories, no confirmed sightings or communications have ever emerged. His family has consistently expressed love and hope, stating they would respect his new life if he chose to remain anonymous, but they long for closure and contact. The case is classified as endangered missing and remains open with the Gardaí, who continue to appeal for information. Rory's disappearance occurred in a pre-digital era when missing person investigations relied heavily on local networks, posters and word of mouth. As of 2025, Rory has been missing for over 41 years. Whether he chose to disappear or met with harm remains unknown. 17-year-old Ciara Breen lived with her mother Bernadette at Bachelor's Walk in Dundalk, a quiet residential area near the town centre. On the night of the 12th of February 1997, the two had spent the evening together watching television. At some point during the early hours of the next morning, Ciara is believed to have climbed out of her bedroom window, possibly to meet someone. She left behind her handbag and personal belongings. She was never seen again. At the time of her disappearance, Ciara was described as slim, with a sallow complexion, long dark hair and blue eyes. She was wearing a black leather jacket, blue jeans, a wine-coloured sweatshirt and a white t-shirt with an image of her own face on it. She also wore a black leather wristwatch with a square face and green background. From the outset, Ciara's disappearance was treated as suspicious. Gardaí launched a missing persons investigation, but no trace of her was ever found. Over the years, the case evolved into a murder investigation, with a prime suspect identified, an older man with a criminal history who was known to Ciara. He was arrested twice in 2015 and 2017, but released without charge due to insufficient evidence. In February 2025, on the 28th anniversary of her disappearance, Gardaí issued a renewed appeal for information. They emphasised that even the smallest detail could help bring closure to her family. Her mother, Bernadette, has never stopped searching for answers, describing her daughter as a beautiful girl with her whole life ahead of her. Liam Mullen, who was a chief suspect in the teenager's disappearance, died of a suspected OD in a Garda station. The 55-year-old was detained on a Thursday at around 8:30 p.m. in a town centre on suspicion of drink driving. It's understood he swallowed a substance believed to be drugs before his arrest. While in custody, he fell ill and passed away at around 10 p.m. Ian Spinu was 17 years old when he vanished from his accommodation in Dublin on the 27th of January 2004. A native of Georgia, his disappearance remains one of Ireland's lesser known but deeply troubling missing person cases. At just 17 years old, he had recently arrived in Ireland from Georgia, and little was publicly known about his personal circumstances, family connections, or reasons for being in Dublin. His case is classified as endangered missing. Born on the 3rd of May 2002, Michael Doyle was a toddler living in County Carlow under the care of his mother, Nora Lyons. On the 13th of July 2004, just one day after a court order granted custody to the South Eastern Health Board, Michael disappeared. He was last seen at his home, and authorities believe he may have been taken before the care order could be enforced. Michael was described as 2'11", weighing around 11 kg, with brown hair and blue eyes. He was also known by the name Michael Lyons, and some reports suggest he may have been taken to the UK, possibly travelling in a dark-coloured van with members of the traveller community. The police state the circumstances surrounding Michael's disappearance were deeply concerning. His mother, Nora, was struggling with alcoholism, which worsened after the tragic death of her daughter Sharon in a car accident just 2 months earlier. With 10 children and mounting personal challenges, Nora's situation had drawn the attention of Child Protection Services, culminating in the care order that was never fulfilled. Despite appeals from Gardaí and listing on missing person databases, Michael's case has received minimal media attention. There have been no confirmed sightings, no arrests and no closure. His profile remains active on the Garda Missing Persons website, but public awareness is low and advocacy around his case has been limited. Michael was just 2 years old when he went missing. If still alive, he would be 23 years old. John Keaveney was a Dublin native who disappeared from Cork City on the 21st of August 2023. A husband, father of 3, an IT specialist, John was last seen in circumstances suggesting a critical medical crisis had compounded his disorientation in an unfamiliar location. The sequence of events leading to John's vanishing provides a stark illustration of how quickly a family holiday can transform into a desperate search. While on vacation in East Cork, John, who was 43 at the time, suffered an epileptic episode requiring hospitalisation at Cork University Hospital. Crucially, he discharged himself from the hospital late on the 20th of August 2023, a move his family described as highly uncharacteristic. Based on medical testimonies regarding epilepsy, his family and investigators believe John may have suffered further episodes that left him in a state of deep confusion, disorientation, or temporary amnesia. The condition placed a vulnerable individual separated from his support system and medications into the chaotic urban environment of a city he was visiting, dramatically heightening the risk factors surrounding his disappearance. The search for John has been characterised by a determined yet frustrating trail of partial evidence. CCTV footage confirmed his presence in the city centre, making attempts to charge his phone, before the last definitive sighting around 1 a.m. on August 21st near the Circle K garage on Centre Park Road. A figure believed to be him was later seen walking towards the marina. Despite extensive searches, no trace of the Dublin father has been found. For his wife, Adrian, and their 3 daughters, the 2 years following his disappearance have been dominated by the complex trauma, with them saying they are keeping a light on for John. On the 24th of September 2020, Cian Langelan went missing. He was last seen in coastal town Fáil Cara. In the days that followed, he was spotted in Letterkenny town centre, where he stayed at Dillon's Hotel on the night of the 24th to 25th of September. On Sunday the 27th of September, he paid €60 for a taxi to Hornhead, arriving between 10:30 and 10:40 p.m. This was the last confirmed sighting of him. He was described as 5'8" tall, of medium build, with sandy coloured hair. He was last seen wearing blue jeans, a white t-shirt and black boots. His disappearance sparked immediate concern among friends and family, especially his mother, Anthea, who has remained steadfast advocate for keeping his case in the public eye. In 2023, new information suggested he boarded a bus and got off at Galway, prompted renewed search efforts in those areas. In 2025, a viewer of an RTE programme claimed to have seen someone resembling him on television, reigniting hope and discussion online. Despite these leads, he has never been located, and no definitive explanation for his disappearance has emerged. Gardaí continue to appeal for information, and his case remains active. On Monday, the 16th of February 1998, Gerard Thomas Lamb, known to friends and family as Jerry, left his home on Clockeen Road in South County, Dublin. He was last seen at around 6 p.m. that evening. He never returned and has not been seen or heard from since. He was described as 5'9" tall, of stocky build, with short, fiery red hair, freckles, and a distinct indentation on his left cheek. He had a history of depression and anxiety and had previously gone missing. On one occasion, he was found sleeping rough in central London, and in August 1997, just months before his disappearance, he was rescued from the River Thames by a police boat after falling in. Originally from Blackrock, County Dublin, he studied at Luton University and worked in a youth club in County Wicklow. He was known to enjoy reading, hurling, tennis and football. His disappearance was deeply out of character, and his family has long feared that his mental health struggles may have played a role. Despite appeals through platforms like Missing People UK, the Doe Network and Porchlight International, his case has received limited media attention. His family has expressed frustration at the lack of updates and public visibility, with one of his brothers posting online to keep his memory alive. There have been unconfirmed suggestions that he may have returned to London, but no verified sightings or communications have ever emerged. His case remains open and his DNA is on file in case of future identification. Paul McCarthy, a native of Donaghmede, Dublin, was definitively last seen on the 21st of September 2007 when he visited his mother at her home, although he wasn't officially reported missing until the 15th of November 2007. That September evening remains the last confirmed sighting of him. He was 29 years old, a father of one, and described as 6'1" tall with a slim build and light brown hair. At the time of his disappearance, Paul was believed to have been experiencing homelessness, and some reports suggest he may have been struggling with personal difficulties. Despite this, his family have always maintained that he would not have simply vanished without contact. The delay in reporting him missing may have contributed to the lack of early leads, and over time the trail grew cold. James William Thompson, known to friends and family as Jamie, was a creative and sensitive young man from Cheltenham, England. In August 1993, he travelled to Ireland for a holiday, but quickly fell in love with the country and decided to stay longer. He kept in regular contact with his parents, calling them frequently and assuring them he was safe and well. On the 7th of March 1994, Jamie phoned home and told his family he planned to return to England the next day, but he never arrived. When his parents tried to reach him again, there was no answer. He was last seen in Dublin on the 8th of March 1994 and has not been seen or heard from since. Jamie was described as 6 feet tall, with a gaunt appearance, long jaw, prominent ears and dark brown hair, which he had shaved prior to his disappearance. He was known for his artistic talent and gentle nature, and his sudden disappearance shocked those who knew him. Over the years, there have been unconfirmed sightings of Jamie in both Ireland and England, and some speculation that he may have joined a cult or alternative community. However, no concrete evidence has ever emerged to confirm his whereabouts or explain why he vanished. His family has remained convinced that he may still be alive, possibly living off the grid or under a different identity. On the 14th of February 2007, Colin Turner was last seen at a hotel on Lower Abbey Road in the heart of Dublin City. He had travelled from his home in County Cork and was staying in the capital. After leaving the hotel, he disappeared without a trace. No confirmed sightings, no communications, and no physical evidence have ever emerged to explain what happened. Colin was described as 5'10" tall with a stocky build, blue eyes and long dark brown hair, often worn in a ponytail. At the time of his disappearance, he was wearing a black leather jacket, black jeans, a black t-shirt, a baseball cap and work boots, either Doc Martens or Caterpillar brand. His appearance was distinctive, yet no one has come forward with reliable information. On the morning of the 23rd of February 2011, Ezra Yorn left her home in Collinstown Grove at around 7:15 a.m. to buy milk. She never returned. She is Turkish-born British citizen who lived in Dublin with her husband and their 2 sons. She had moved to Ireland from London just a few years earlier to start a new life with her young family. Ezra drove off in the family's grey Renault Twingo. Later that day, the car was found abandoned on the promenade in Bray, County Wicklow, at around 25 kilometres away from her home. Her coin purse containing her driving licence and a €50 note was discovered in the boot. There were no signs of a struggle and no confirmed sightings of her after she left her home. Despite extensive searches, media appeals and years of campaigning by her family, especially her sister, no trace of her has ever been found. Her case has been the subject of multiple renewed Gardaí appeals, including on the 14th anniversary in 2025, when her family again pleaded for access to unseen CCTV footage they believe that could hold vital clues. Trevor Deely was a young man from County Kildare, working in IT at the Bank of Ireland Asset Management in Dublin. On the night of the 7th of December 2000, he attended his office Christmas party at the Hilton Hotel on Leeson Street. After the party, he visited a friend's house before walking to his office on Leeson Street Bridge at around 3:30 a.m. to collect an umbrella and check emails due to a storm-related power outage earlier that day. CCTV footage captured Trevor leaving the office at 4:03 a.m, walking along Bagot Street in the direction of his apartment. Crucially, earlier footage showed an unidentified man waiting outside the office for over 30 minutes before Trevor arrived. That man followed him briefly after he left. Despite extensive efforts, this individual has never been identified. Over the years, Trevor's case has remained active with renewed appeals and media coverage, as well as a €100,000 reward offered in 2017. In the same year, Gardaí conducted a major search of a site in Dublin, based on a tip-off, but no evidence was recovered. Despite these efforts, the case remains unsolved. As of 2025, Trevor has been missing for 25 years. He would be 47 years old today. On the night of the 27th of August 2003, Stephen Punch left a friend's house in County Cork, where he had been expected to stay overnight. He departed without saying goodbye, and what followed was a series of puzzling movements that would ultimately end in silence. At around 12:30 a.m. on the 28th of August, he was seen buying petrol at a Shell station in Mitchelstown, County Cork. Just over an hour later, at 1:42 a.m, he made a phone call from a public phone box in Johnstown, County Kilkenny, but the call went unanswered. At 2 a.m, he withdrew money from an ATM. These sightings suggest Stefan was travelling northeast across Ireland, but his intentions remain unknown. The last confirmed sighting of him was at 11:30 a.m. on the 28th of August, when he was seen driving his green Hyundai Accent hatchback onto a ferry at County Kerry, heading towards County Clare. His car was later found abandoned in Clare, and his mobile phone, which had been switched off, was never recovered. He was described as 5'11" tall with a lean build, dark brown hair, green eyes and tanned skin. He was last seen wearing a dark blue check shirt, white t-shirts, green baggy combat trousers and brown shoes. He also carried a purple business folder and his mobile phone. Despite extensive appeals from Gardaí and his family, no trace of him has ever been found. Margaret O'Connell vanished from County Kerry on the 29th of October 2022. Despite appeals and searches, her disappearance remains unresolved 3 years later. She was last seen on Saturday, the 29th of October 2022, in an area north of Kerry. A 69-year-old woman, Margaret was described as slim, 5'1" tall with brown hair and brown eyes. On the day she went missing, she was wearing a black jacket, navy tracksuit and cream trainers. Despite repeated appeals, no confirmed sightings or leads have emerged. Mark Duffy, a 43-year-old father of two from Navan, disappeared on the 3rd of October 2022. Despite extensive searches and repeated appeals, no trace of him has ever been found, and his case remains unresolved. Mark Duffy, known locally as Rubber, lived in Navan. At the time of his disappearance, he was described as 5'8" tall, medium build with brown hair and blue eyes, and had tattoos of his children's names on the inside of both forearms. On the day he vanished, he was wearing dark clothing with a cream hoodie underneath. On the morning, he was seen at the Johnstown Shopping Centre post office at 10:50 a.m. On the afternoon of the 3rd of October at around 2:45 p.m, he was last seen walking along Commons Road, heading towards McDermott Villas and Parnell Park. On the 13th of October, a family member, concerned after not hearing from him, reported him missing to the Gardaí. Following the report, the police launched an investigation. Numerous searches were carried out by Gardaí, civil defence, volunteers and the river rescue team, but no evidence or trace of Mark was discovered. Dylan Keogh, an 18-year-old from Dublin, disappeared on the 10th of January 2019. Dylan was a quiet, gentle teenager, described by relatives as someone happy in his own space. He lived in Dublin and was known for his interest in fitness and meditation. At the time of his disappearance, he was 5'8" tall with a medium build, black hair and brown eyes. On the 10th of January, Dylan told his family he was going away for a week and not to worry. He left home carrying a black Puma school bag with clothes and riding a black racer bicycle. On the 10th of January 2019, Dylan was seen at around 10:30 p.m. performing Tai Chi-like movements near the slipway. Shortly after, his bicycle was later found abandoned on Dollymount Beach, a discovery that heightened fears for his safety. In the following days, his family, alarmed by the absence and lack of contact, reported him missing to the Gardaí. They led an investigation and searches focused on Dollymount areas involving police, volunteers and local communities. Despite these efforts, no further confirmed sightings or evidence emerged. Dylan's family expressed deep distress, saying they felt lost without him. On the 15th of May 2024, a fishing vessel was trawling the North Sea and hauled in a human skull within its nets. Upon examination, this was confirmed to be human and belonged to a female who is believed to have been in the water less than 12 months. Dental examinations show the minimum age to be 13, but the likely age range to be 34 to 59. Here is a facial approximation image. Case 25000054. On the 28th of December 2024, a male body was found in a beach at Lilstock, Netherstowey, Somerset. He had shaven grey hair and grey stubble. His age range was 50 to 60. Ethnicity unknown. He was a large build and 5'7". Case number 25004333. On the 4th of July 2025, a left shoe containing a foot and sock were located by members of the public on the beach at Dunraven Bay in Wales. The shoe is a black Solomon hiking trainer with pink sole size 5, believed to have been in the water several months to a couple of years. Case number 25004211. On the 29th of May 2025, an unknown male was found deceased on the shoreline of Westgate Bay near to Barnes car park. He is a black male aged 15 to 35, 5'8" tall, with a medium build and a short buzz-cut hair. Case number 24003433. On the 12th of June 2024, a male was found by station security sitting on a bench at Victoria Station in London. The station was closing, so staff helped him walk unaided to the gate. As he got past the gate, he collapsed and from that point on was unresponsive. He was laid down and put in the recovery position. Police attended and carried out CPR, but the male did not regain consciousness. He was aged between 40 and 65. His ethnicity was Asian and he was 5 foot 10 inches with a slim build. He was carrying a green carrier bag. He had a hunchback. He was very bent over when walking and standing. Case number 23008158. On the 16th of December 2023, a man was found at Slade Beach, Gower, in South Wales, and believed to have been in the water for a period of months. He was 6 foot tall with collar-length dark hair. He is believed to have had 32 teeth, 1 previously removed and 1 extra tooth. Case number 06024624. On the 17th of March 1970, a man was found buried in pebbles above the watermark at Glenthorne, Devon. He is between the age of 30 and 40, a white European, 5 foot 9 inches with a stocky build. He possibly had 29 teeth at the time of his death with 1 gold tooth. Case number 2500196. A female was recovered deceased in the early hours of the 13th of March 2025 after being struck by a train in the Tottenham Hale area right next to Markfield Park. Her possessions were a set of keys, £3.80 in loose change, a green jacket with 4 fabric badges, P. Franklin Bridge and SS16 road trip. She was between the age of 35 to 55. Her ethnicity, a white European. She had dark brown hair and brown eyes. Case number 24006238. On the 19th of April 2024, a male was found in Southampton in a wooded area near Burgess Road. He was lying on top of an army-style sleeping bag under a bush and appeared to have been sleeping rough. He was 60 to 75 years old, a white European, 5 foot 7 inches tall, of a slim build. He had an army-style rucksack in a very poor condition, which had a poppy. He was wearing a Help for Hero band. He had brown hair and brown eyes with a full beard. He had a skull with a hat on tattoo on his left upper arm. He had a bird figure similar to a phoenix on his lower left arm. He had a heart with a rose and leaves on his upper right arm. He was wearing a red hoodie, a dark-coloured t-shirt and 2 pairs of trousers made of waterproof type material that had zips on the lower legs. He wore black socks and well-used smart shoes. Case number 2400213. In the early hours of May 14th, 1990, following a call to police, officers attended a derelict house on the corner of Eldon Street and Kings Road in Reading, where they found the mummified body of a male on the top floor of the house. The body appeared to have been there for a couple of years. Near to the body were found 2 newspapers, one from October 1987 and the other from November 1987. In a jacket found on the floor next to the body, there was a wallet wrapped in newspaper, and this was found to contain £21. He was aged 50 to 60. He was white European, 5 foot 10 inches, with grey hair. He had navy-coloured trousers and a patterned beige-coloured shirt. Case number 23002270. On the 6th of February 2023, a male was found located between an industrial unit and a wooded area and was potentially sleeping rough in Staffordshire. He was 44 to 55 years old, white European, 6 foot with a slim build. He had grey hair and a large dragon tattoo on his left shoulder. He was wearing a leather belt, kicker-style shoes, which were a size 9, a yellow jacket with a grey hood inside, a TOG 24 jacket, and a George slim-fit shirt. He had dark blue Pierre Cardin jeans. Case number 23000490. A male was found on the 7th of December 2022. The location has not been publicised, but the Sussex Police are handling the case. He was between the age of 20 and 40, his ethnicity Afro-Caribbean, 5 foot 9 inches tall, of a slim build. He was found with a leather band on his right wrist and left ankle. He was wearing sandals with Paris Dakar written on the sole. He had a lightweight jacket and a jumper with a logo of a Japanese cartoon character which states Darapasti 1952 to 2097. He also was wearing Nike tracksuit bottoms. Case number 17005622. On the 9th of August 2017, the body of a female was discovered on a remote bay at Porton Corkery Bay in Scotland. She was 16 to 45 years old, her ethnicity unknown, 5 foot 2 inches tall, of a slim build. She had long dark hair and was wearing black socks with maroon stripes, black Primark skinny jeans size 10. She had underpants with a Harry Potter logo that were blue. Case number 06024019. On the 23rd of October 1979, the body of a female was found in a woodland at Bedgebury Forest in Kent. She is 30 to 35 years old, white European, 5 foot 1 inches tall with a thin build. She had shoulder-length brown hair and hazel eyes. She wore a fabric belt with a gold buckle, black shoes, a black and white flowered smock dress, a black polo neck jumper with off-white shoulders, and a yellow blouse. Case number 20003672. On the 26th of May 2020, a male was located in a hedge. When searched, they found a keyring, cigarette butts, and a trolley coin. There was nothing to identify the person, and he had several layers of clothing on. He was found in Stevenage and had short light brown hair. He was wearing size 7 Adidas trainers, a jacket which was blue and pink striped from George with no sizing in it. He had a hooded jacket which was checked, which was vintage, which was a size medium. He had a jumper thought to be grey Atmosphere My Stretch tee, which was a female size 12. He had a checked light blue, dark blue check shirt from H&M, which was a size large slim fit. He had blue with white paint jeans, which was aged 13 to 14 years, with a Playboy logo belt. He had Call of Duty type and Wilson socks underwear. Case number 17008997. On the 1st of December 2017, a male was recovered within a barn in a wooded area. He was discovered in Baisley Copse Lane, Mitchell Dever, Hampshire. The male had good dental care at a younger age, but poor dental health in later life. He had a narrow face with a possible overbite. He had a potential link to France. The male spoke good English in a French accent and possibly had a military background. He may have been hard of hearing in one ear from his time in the military. The male was rough sleeping and may have been doing so for some time. He claimed that he had once worked as a gardener for Catherine Deneuve and may have possibly been heading to Ireland or ultimately Canada. He had a black rucksack, umbrella, a map of Winchester, a Marina Cole novel, The Close, white flannels, 2 packets of polos, a Kit Kat and various other wrappers. He had gloves, a flask, a torch, an old Walkman-style radio, sleeping bag, tobacco and Rizzler papers, all items available in the UK, indicating he may have been in the country for some time. He had brown hair and was clean-shaven. He wore Wellingtons, size 10, and an unknown zip-up jacket fleece. Case number 1900363. On the 31st of December 2018, the body of a male was recovered on the Saltmarsh tidal area in RAF Holbeach, Spalding. He was found with a compact mirror with the female Disney character Belle. He is 20 to 40 years old, his ethnicity unknown, 5 foot 10 inches tall with a medium build. He wore 10 Goodyear work boots. He had an Alice band on his head, a gilet which was high point size 14, an interlink jacket black with red and white detailing, a Slagender top sized large, a Mackenzie t-shirt, an Inuit t-shirt sized medium, an M&S t-shirt sized medium, and a Primark top. He wore TU jeans and a blue-grey Gap lived-in slim trousers. He was also found wearing a generic gold Winner Sports Day medal. Case number 18005027. On the 1st of May 2018, skeletal remains were recovered on the southern border of the Bathurst estate. He is aged between 45 and 59, ethnicity unknown, 5 foot 8 inches. He wore a black-brown leather belt with a metal buckle, dark blue with white sole trainers, a baseball cap which was unbranded, a woolen hat located near to the skeletal remains. He had a dark grey Peter Storm branded raincoat in size large, a blue Harbour M&S gilet in size medium, a white and grey short-sleeved shirt with a pocket on the front, hand-stitched repair on the rear seam. He also wore M&S trousers. Case number 18004746. On the 13th of June 2018, a female was recovered at the base of Beachy Head in Eastbourne. She is 20 to 40 years old, white European, 5 foot 2 inches tall, of a slim build. She had shoulder-length brown hair. She was wearing size 5 white and orange interior trainers with a white sole edge with a black sole and orange tread pattern. She had Adidas socks on with a bench size small jumper. She had a floral jumper and Adidas jogging bottoms, as well as a Marmot jacket. Case number 03001128. On the 28th of April 1997, a female was recovered from sea at the Undercliff Beach at Rottingdean in Brighton. She was not believed to have been in the water very long. She had short white hair. She had a gold tooth, caps and crowns. She had lace-up unknown suede shoes, tights, a polo neck cotton size 14 M&S jumper. She had a size 14 raincoat also from M&S. Case number 18010594. On the 18th of November 2018, a male body was recovered on a beach, Beachy Head in Eastbourne. He is 20 to 30 years old, ethnicity Asian, 5 foot 2 inches tall with a slim build. He was found with a green lanyard with small padlock locker type and I support refugees tag attached with one handmade keyring. He was wearing a weaved metal belt, size 7 shoes, a striped grey with blue Connor jumper, skinny trousers size 32 inch. He wore a turquoise-coloured rosary bead necklace. Case number 17005965. On the 4th of July 2017, a female body was found washed up from the sea in a cove around 200 yards past Cuckmere Haven in East Sussex. She was wearing 2 necklaces shown in the images and had red nail varnish on all of her toenails. She is 25 to 55 years old, white European of a medium build. Case number 03000067. On the 2nd of March 2002, a male was found on moorland at Hulls Lane near the village of Winsford. The man was wrapped in a black bin liner and bedding, and alongside him were a number of items, including underwear, a distinctive gold pendant featuring a verse from the Quran. The results of radiocarbon dating and other forensics suggest that he died in late 1999 to June 2000. Police believe this body may have been there only a few months, but believe he was deceased for longer and possibly kept elsewhere. The cause of death is unclear, but there is evidence that he was subjected to violence around the time of his death. He is 25 to 35 years old and 5 foot 8 inches tall. He had a mark to his face and wore shorts that were striped blue and white Adidas. He had a pendant, a small gold Arabic script of the Belief of Faith, chapter 2, verse 255 of the Quran. Case number 17000248. On the 7th of January 2017, a male was found on the foreshore between President Quay and St Catherine's Pier, the River Thames, London. He was found with an Oyster card and a pair of nail clippers. He had short dark brown hair and a full beard. He had many tattoos. He had a black outline of a sun with a face on his left upper arm, a red scorpion on his right upper arm, a Celtic band on his back in the centre, a cross on his lower back, a small red cross on his chest, a dagger in a red colour on his left lower leg. He then had a multicoloured kingfisher, a multicoloured dragon on his right lower leg. He was wearing a belt, size 8 Adidas trainers, woolly hat and gloves. He had a hooded jacket with fur. He also had an brown hooded jacket, a dark tweed Corsa zip jumper, a pale grey necked t-shirt size medium and dark denim trousers. Case number 17000918. On the 3rd of February 2017, a male was found in a field near Hollow Lane, Canterbury, and had been deceased for about 48 hours. He died from natural causes. It's possible he had spent time in London in the weeks prior to his death. His upper teeth were dentures. He was found with an Oyster card which was unregistered, a book titled Clinical Theology, a theological and psychological basis to clinical pastoral care by Frank Lake, a black cabin-style suitcase containing toiletries. He was between the age of 50 and 70 years old, white European, 5 foot 5 inches tall and a slim build. He had short white hair, a full beard and blue eyes. He had multiple shirts on, grey and brown cord trousers and multiple ties. Case number 06024611. On the 26th of March 1971, a male was found in a shallow grave in a field off Newton Road, Burton. It is believed he had been there for 9 to 12 months. He has a partial upper denture and had extensive dental work done less than 6 months before his death. His hands were small with well-kept short nails. He is 24 to 36 years old, white European, 5 foot 7 inches tall, of a thin build. He had a neck condition that would cause his head to lean to the right and was found with a lady's 9-carat gold wedding ring on the right finger, which was manufactured in 1967-1968 by Henry Showell Limited. Case number 1500365. On the 13th of September 2014, a skull was found by a trawler off the coast of Sussex near Newhaven and close to a burial at sea site. A male aged between 30 and 71 is the only information gathered. Case number 1500699-1. On the 14th of November 2015, the skeletal remains of a male were discovered in a forest near Corwin in Wales. It's believed the body had been at the location for a number of years. He is believed to have been over 54 years of age at the time of his death, most likely in his 60s, and was born before 1950. Dentistry shows work typical that were carried out in the UK between 1980 and 2000, and he suffered both from arthritis and inflammatory joint conditions, which affected his back and a number of other joints. This would have likely given him pain and reduced movement. He had previously suffered an injury to his spine, a broken nose, and possibly an injury to his left wrist. A badly decomposed pair of Marks & Spencer underpants and dark green Pringle jumper were recovered close to the remains. They may have belonged to the individual, although this cannot be confirmed. Case number 16002866. On the 22nd of May 2016, a male body was found on the edge of the River Thames near Greenwich. It's possible he jumped off Tower Bridge on the 17th of May 2016 in the early morning. He was found with a large purple and black empty rucksack, a green torch, a pair of glasses, 2 packs of tobacco, a pair of scissors, a mini notepad containing lists of street names. He is 35 to 55 years old, white European, 5 foot 9 inches tall, of a medium build. He had ginger hair and a full beard with brown eyes. Case number 14004405. On the 1st of August 2014, a male was found in a park in Hendon, London, after taking his own life. He had a small black Adidas zip-up rucksack, a red large Timberland jacket, a bunch of keys and key rings, a black wallet, and a cigarette lighter. He is 40 to 50 years old, ethnicity Afro-Caribbean, of a medium build. He had navy, blue and brown Clark's deck shoes. He had a denim blue single pocket on his left breast shirt. He had a t-shirt which was unknown and blue trousers which were a chino type. Case number 15007500. On the 7th of December 2015, a male was found in a small area of trees and bushes on the west side of Hackney Marshes. He was found with a packet of cigarettes, a lighter, a strip of paracetamol with some missing, a strip of Nexium Control for heartburn with some missing, and a box of matches. He was 40 to 45 years old, ethnicity Oriental, and 5 foot 6 inches tall, of a slim build. He was found with a North Face jacket, light blue jeans with orange seams, and a small brown leather logo on the front right mini pocket. A jumper which was hooded, fairly dark grey, with a front zip and wide flat grey cords to tighten the hood, possibly a super dry hoodie or very similar, a thin machine knitted jumper, a round necked top jumper, a brown khaki round necked cotton style t-shirt. He had a silver belt with a plain buckle. He was wearing Lacoste trainers. Case number 15004961. On the 10th of August 2015, a male was found on the salt marshes on the River Lune near to Glasson Dock. He was found with a black wallet, 2 keys similar to the Yale lock types, JML credit card, sized magnifying glass, and a plastic card holder containing 2 pieces of card believed to be from uncut magazines with song titles and a list of written film titles on the white reverse. He was 30 to 70 years old, a white European who was 5 foot 6 inches tall. He was wearing Derry boots, an Adidas woolly hat, an unknown high-point waterproof hooded jacket. He had a Northern Profile Security Services jacket. He had a red and green blue woolen jumper and a checked small size shirt. Case number 060259556. On the 25th of December 1991, a male was found on Linnyshaw Moss, an area of rough land in Walkden area in Manchester. He did not have any teeth and it was unlikely he had his own teeth for about 10 years. He was found with a plain black shoulder bag with a white Nike tick. He was 40 to 60 years old, white European and 5 foot 8 inches tall. He had his left big foot toenail surgically removed. Case number 14001802. On the 13th of March 2014, a male was found in a caravan in a rural location. He is believed to have died no more than 4 months earlier. He had extensive dental work. He was found in Beckenham. He is 23 to 57 years old, ethnicity dark European, 5 foot 10 inches tall, of a medium build. He wore Umbro tracksuit top and a Slazenger shirt. He was wearing jeans with an unknown brand. Case number 030000102. On the 4th of January 2000, a male was found face down in a shallow stream behind allotments in Brighton. He is believed to have been deceased a week. He was found with a number of coins including £1, totalling £2.30, 3 keys, one a Union make, another a Silica make, a green plastic comb, white plastic disposable razor, blue rosary type beads with a white cross, possibly plastic. He had short grey hair with a moustache and blue eyes. He had 2 tattoos. He had MAM, MRM or MBM and a cross on his left lower arm. He had a female figure on his lower right arm. He was wearing slip-on tan shoes, a checked long-sleeved shirt. He had trousers on and a baseball cap with an Allied Irish Bank GB logo on the front. Case number 14005721. On the 7th of September 2014, a female body was found at the bottom of Beachy Head, having jumped off the cliff. She was found with a black or tan bag. She was 30 to 40 years old, white European, 5 foot 10 inches with a large build. She was wearing a light pink hairband, Umbro socks. She also was wearing a South size 10 jumper, a Reebok black with red and white striped across the chest shirt or blouse, and jeans and co style trousers.